Hello, I'm Brandon Wales, Acting Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Thank you for tuning in to our live stream of the President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition Final Round. The President's Cup aims to identify, challenge, and reward cyber talent in the federal government. As you watch today's live stream, know that you are watching some of our nation's most accomplished cybersecurity professionals. This competition tests an array of skills across cybersecurity disciplines and is designed to find the most well-rounded team. You will see 5 teams of federal cybersecurity experts tackle an interactive scenario designed to test their cyber knowledge and skills and their teamwork. Effective communication is critical to success. And although this is a simulated environment, the challenges these competitors will face reflect real-life scenarios. The teams competing today initially competed against 244 other teams in 2 qualifying rounds. Each round required teams to confront 24 unique cybersecurity challenges within 16 hours. To make it this far in the competition is a feat in and of itself, and I want to congratulate the competitors that have made it to this point. But the President's Cup is more than a competition. It's part of a broader effort to strengthen the nation's cybersecurity workforce. With this in mind, we have posted many of our previous challenges online at presidentscup.cisa.gov so that you can test your skills at home. And we've included resources and walkthroughs to help you solve the challenges. I encourage you to explore these free tools and the many other resources we have available. Good luck to all the teams and enjoy the competition.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this second annual President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition, brought to you once again by the youngest agency in the federal government, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, also known as CISA. I'm Bobby Thompson. Alongside me today, my colleague and friend, the affable Ms. Genevieve Markhart, who, along with an eclectic and colorful cast of commentators, will help guide you through what will surely be a fun and technically riveting day. A day where we will regale you with insight, input, anecdote, allegory, and last but not least, charm. Speaking of charm, we have a charming and diverse group of 5 finalists with us here today, all of whom embarked upon their President's Cup journey last summer. To be precise, this event commenced on August 10th. And to echo what our acting director, Brandon Wales, said, 249 teams, 953 competitors from a multitude of departments and agencies all across the country, everyone with their eye on the pinnacle, the holy grail of cybersecurity competitions, today's President's Cup. As was the case last year, win, lose, or draw, the Department of Defense will have bragging rights for this year's competition, as all 5 teams do reign from the DoD. So hats off to our cyber brethren at the DoD. Much respect. Genevieve, the pandemic has, prohibited us from having the privilege of meeting these teams face to face and getting to know them a little bit. But I think we can take confidence in saying that the men and women who are here with us today, they genuinely enjoy their jobs. So therefore, getting to this point has not been drudgery, but it's definitely been a bit of a grind.
You're most definitely right, Bobby. Like you said, we started with 249 teams who have this kind of experience and skill set that they're working through in their day-to-day jobs. And in fact, when we put them through round one, we only took the top 20%. And then from that top 20%, we've now narrowed it down to the top 5. And those teams, you're talking about the rigor and all that we've really put them through. We actually, yesterday, they went through 6 hours of pre-challenges for this final round. That challenge yesterday was in about the same style as they saw in rounds 1 and 2, which was more of a capture the flag Jeopardy style game board. And today they're going to get something completely different. So we're going to get to see how they put those technical skills that they have to the test, as well as how they work together as teams.
Yeah, you bring up a good point there about the technical skills. They're a diverse number of technical skills that are going to need today to get through the competition and to ultimately reveal a winner. Now, I think it's important to note that there's a method to the awesomeness that's going to unfold before all of you today. And that's why the President's Cup is in existence to begin with. The President's Cup was established in 2019, less than 2 years ago in May, in response to an executive order that was signed, again, May of 2019 by the president. That's Executive Order 13870, referred to as America's Cyber Workforce. From that came what you see here before you today, the President's Cup. As Brandon Wales indicated, that's to identify, to reward, and to challenge the best and brightest cyber talent in the federal government, while also hopefully inspiring future rock stars, future high qualified cyber talent to join forces with us here at CISA, or maybe the DoD, maybe a different department or agency, anywhere else across the country, because we need that workforce. We need the talent in order to continue to fight the threats that proliferate throughout the government landscape and the public landscape. And now we
definitely. And
go ahead, Genevieve.
Just to add on to what you were saying, to make today's challenge as applicable as possible to the day-to-day tasks that all these men and women have worked through, we've built this competition off of 8 nice cybersecurity framework work roles. The NICE Cybersecurity Workforce Framework is the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education. And so you'll find roles in there such as cyber defense analyst, exploit analyst, and all these different work roles and tasks. It breaks it down so that you've got these different categories, in a sense, of work roles. And the teams are going to have to use a variety of these different work roles and skills in order to overcome the challenges.
Absolutely. And whether you were with us for the President's Cup last year, or if you're checking it out for the first time, prepare yourself to be amazed, because the scenarios you're going to see, the storyline, the challenges that the production and the development team behind the scenes have conceptualized and put out today is really phenomenal. So I think you're going to really enjoy it. And we've got a cool story to show you here. We're going to get a little snippet of a video here in just a little bit of what we're facing, or what the teams are facing. It's kind of a save the world scenario. So let's take a quick break, give you a peek at this video, and we'll get a vibe on what's happening with the storyline today.
Welcome to the Disaster Relief Task Force, DRTF, application. A winter superstorm has hit the East Coast, damaging important infrastructure. Due to freezing temperatures and blizzard conditions, people's lives are at risk, and we've been authorized to provide any support we can. Using this interface, your team will work with local agencies to mitigate the superstorm's effects and prevent further damage. Your task force has been assigned to a city. We had a briefing prepared for you with details regarding the latest operational instructions for our remote access droid, RAD 9000. Your mission tasks can be accessed from the DRTF application, alongside local news coverage, task force updates, and weather changes. Until conditions improve, your rats are the only way to access the hardest hit areas. It's up to you to accomplish as many tasks as you can as quickly as possible. Welcome to the Disaster Relief Task Force orientation. As a new employee, you will need to remember these 3 easy steps. Step 1. Telepresence with a RAD. This is a remote access droid, or a RAD, the device that you'll use to move around locations otherwise out of reach. You will choose a RAD to log into at the beginning of each module. Please note, the RADs are sometimes located in different rooms with different areas they can access. You can exit RADs at any time by pressing Escape. Step 2. Cyber access with a moth. To access computing devices in these remote locations, your RADs are equipped with moth devices, or multiple object tethering hardware. You may access the console of any device that you or another DRTF team member has deployed an active moth to, via the MothNet, a list of all moths that have been deployed, which can be accessed by pressing M in any module. However, the MothNet is limited to moths in your current module and cannot access moths in the other modules. Step 3. Complete your mission. Once a moth is deployed, you will be able to access the machine at any time through the MothNet and execute your missions. Thank you for listening.
About an hour ago, the ongoing blizzard's high winds caused the construction crane to topple onto a municipal complex, splitting the building open. Dramatic photos taken by workers fleeing the scene show the extensive damage left behind by the crash, which we must assume has only been exacerbated by the continuing snow accumulation and cold temperatures. Debris from the collapse was sent flying, shattering windows and damaging nearby cars. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported thus far. Director of Municipal Services Jonathan Topper has announced that all access to the building has been suspended until such time as the structural integrity can be inspected and verified so as to ensure the safety of municipal personnel. In a possible related story, we are receiving reports that numerous municipal services are currently unavailable. The Department of Transportation has confirmed that their snow removal coordination system is currently down, and all plows and salt trucks are being managed manually. Similar reports of system outages have been confirmed by local police and fire departments. According to public records, the affected building contained a municipal data center which may have been damaged in the collapse. If this is the case, the building closure makes it unclear when these services could possibly be restored.
So clearly, we've got a pretty significant situation happening in this virtual city. We have a massive weather event, a superstorm, if you will. We've got blizzard conditions, high winds, freezing temperatures. People need help. There are a lot of catastrophes taking place, as the newscaster mentioned. We've got a crane that's fallen on top of a data center, wreaking havoc on the data center. Don't need to tell you in the IT community what a situation like that would do to the mission. So we've got a lot of different scenarios taking place here today. We're going to cut to some of them here shortly, but the background again on this story, we've got a weather event. There's no way to get into these buildings outside of using the RADs and the moths, which they just described in the cutaway video there shortly. So we're going to see a lot of RADs today, Genevieve, I believe.
Yes, that is definitely correct. So if you tuned in last year to the President's Cup live stream, you'll get the sense that last year's challenge, which was more of an escape room style competition, is different from this one. This one, it's a realistic simulation where the competitors find themselves called in to help bring critical infrastructure back online. And with the dangerous winter storm that's going on, it's hard to access all these places. So the remote access droids are going to be their only way to really access the different systems that they're going to need to bring back online. They'll be running around in their RADs. They'll be taking these multiple object tethering hardware devices and putting those on each of the different systems so that they can then access them remotely. Once those moths are deployed on each of the different laptops, tablets, servers, what have you in the environment, they will be able to access the MothNet. So their entire team, their RAD doesn't have to be physically present in front of the machine. They can hop into whichever machine they'd like to, depending on their skill sets, right? Maybe your forensic analyst is going to find a backup server and have to go there. So you'll switch who's on which machine.
Yeah, right now one of our teams, didn't mean to cut you off there. One of our teams, the cyber enthusiasts, have made their way into the mobile command center. So if we can cut to that scene here real quick and give you all a peek into what the competitors are seeing and what the RADs are doing in the mobile command center. Maybe we'll talk about the mobile command center a little bit, Genevieve. I know you've got some real world experience there yourself. I think you've worked in a mobile command center a little bit before, but this mobile command center is critical to bringing the city back online.
It definitely is. So this is actually one of my favorite challenges. So seeing the competitors going through this is going to be very interesting. In this scenario, we've got different critical services that are currently unavailable to be serviced by the different non-governmental organizations. So we've got mobile medicine, where they're delivering different medicines to people who aren't able to come to hospitals and pharmacies and get those medicines. They're delivering supplies, and they're also delivering food to those in need. So what they're doing here in this challenge is they actually will take their RADs and they'll drive this mobile command center around to those different NGOs, try to figure out how they're going to get those data sets of the list of folks who need the different services. And so once they have that, they'll drive around. So it looks like they're trying to get into maybe the mobile medicine data set. They'll download it and they'll have to deduplicate all these different data sets because maybe there are some overlaps. Maybe we've got some folks who need both warm blankets and food. Maybe we have someone who needs medicine only. So we're going to have them deduplicate that so that they can hand it over to the National Guard, so the National Guard can prioritize and get around to the different people as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, and this has real world implications. You know, this is something that's very close to home for many people in our country. And this happens. You know, we had an event in Texas, which may have experienced very similar situations and issues and challenges. Now, granted, this was totally coincidental that the scenario here today aligns somewhat with what's transpired of late. This was done months ago, but again, this is real. I mean, people need help. They need their medicine. They need their food. They need their supplies. And as you mentioned, this mobile command center has to get them there, and they're not going to be able to do that until they break through and conquer the challenge to be able to determine where the people are who need to get these supplies. And now we've got, I think cyber enthusiasts may have cut into a hospital, if I'm not mistaken. You mentioned that the mobile center is one of your favorites. The hospital is my favorite. This is not only is the hospital dealing with a weather event, but they're dealing with ransomware. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit, but in about a minute here, we're talking about the cyber enthusiasts. One of the teams in the finals, they were interviewed about their experience of making it into this round of competition. So let's take a quick cut and check out a panel interview from the Army. I'm sorry, from the cyber enthusiasts.
I'm here with Team Cyber Enthusiasts, who are competing in the final round of the 2020 President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition. Thank you for joining us today. Can you all give an introduction and tell us a little bit about yourselves, starting with Ginny?
Hi, everyone. I'm Captain Ginny Ann. I've been with Army Cyber since 2016. So I'm an Army Cyber officer, and I'll send it off to Skylar.
Hi, I'm Captain Skylar Onkin. I've been in the Army since 2012 and been with Army Cyber since 2014.
I'm Ben Allison. I'm an Army captain as well. I've been in the Army since 2014, and I work as a course manager at the Army Cyber School.
Hi, my name's Captain Nolan Miles. I've been in the Army since 2013, and I am an Army Cyber Operations Officer stationed in Hawaii.
My name is Lieutenant Brian Welch, and I am also an Army Cyber Officer, but I'm stationed in Fort Gordon, Georgia.
So to explain why Brian's in his car really quick, he just got his COVID vaccine and it went over time. So just letting everyone have that awareness. And I'm on leave, that's why I'm in civilian clothes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm luckier to have gotten the vaccine or to be here with my awesome teammates in Austin.
It's hard to know, hard to know. So speaking of the team, whose idea was it to form Team Cyber Enthusiasts, and what criteria did you use in selecting your team members?
Yeah, absolutely. I can take that one. So me and Brian were on a we really wanted to come back and stronger this year. Ben and Nolan also competed last year with varying success. Nolan actually got 3rd place in the solos last year. So when it came down to this year happening, me and Brian put our heads together, like really competitive. We wanted some of the best people. So we just shot our shot and we reached out to Skylar. He's an amazing Windows expert. And Ben, who we always see at CTFs, and he participates in those a lot, as well as Nolan. It's funny, actually, in the 2020 Cyber Stakes, Nolan and Brian were like top 5 in that competition. So we knew that everybody was really interested in doing a CTF. So that's how we formed the team, is we just decided to reach out.
Okay, you had to get me out there.
Sorry about that. So yeah, we reached out to some captains and we were really surprised that they weren't picked up on a team yet. So we just decided to build it. Cyber enthusiast doesn't really mean anything. It's just a name that we came up pretty last minute. What was the other question? Oh, criteria. Just reach out to some of the smartest people we knew.
Fair enough. Brian, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I just feel the team is just made up of people that me and Jenny have looked up to for a while, so it's a great opportunity to work with them.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were these lieutenants. Me and Brian both were lieutenants. I just made captain like last year, and yeah, Ben was like, you guys should do this, and then he kind of gave us like a little bit of a head start. So it's really like come full circle that he's on our team now.
So Jenny, how hard was it to get time away from your regular duties to compete?
Yeah, it was definitely hard. So we were in 3 different time zones. I was deployed at that time in Afghanistan, and Nolan is stationed in Hawaii. So it was first really hard. Like a work day was pretty much impossible. So we were really lucky that, of course, it spanned over a weekend and we were able to do that weekend. And we're also really fortunate that Skylar and Benning families, because they were able to take 8 hours out of their weekends to do this. But there was really only like 1 or 2 options for us to figure out an 8-hour time zone or 8-hour period of time that worked across time zones. So it was pretty hard, but we made it work, and we basically chatted through Google Meet and we're working for 8 hours straight. It worked out really well, obviously, since we're here.
Obviously, yeah. So question for Brian then. I understand that you're a bit of a strategist when it comes to preparing for things. What did you do to prepare for each stage of this competition?
So going in the first round, I guess there wasn't a lot of a strategy in our approach. I think we just kind of tried to rely on existing knowledge or natural ability, the little that we have. So we did have some nice lessons learned coming out of the first round, and I think we really relied on Ginny in the second round to keep people on task, because we all want to prove that we're super smart. So in the first round, I think a problem we had was our egos wouldn't let us step away from a challenge and regroup and work on something else. So fortunately, Ginny helped humble us in the second round and tell us when it was probably time to give up on a challenge. And I think we still had some of the same issues of spending too much time on some of the more difficult challenges in the second round, but we got a little bit better, and I think we're in a good place heading into the finals.
Sounds like you all have a pretty good group dynamic already figured out. Now, Nolan, I recognize you from last year's individual competition, and it's great to have you back. This year, you qualified for all 3 categories of the competition, which is some serious skill. How does it feel to be able to compete in the final round of the teams competition, as well as both the individual tracks?
I'm humbled that I was able to make it that far for all 3 categories. I thought it was kind of cool how they broke up the 2 solo categories to focus more on defensive versus offensive type skills, or analytic versus pen testing type skills. But I'm most excited for doing the team ones. I think it's a lot more fun to spend 8 hours with 4 other people, especially people as great as this. So I'm looking forward to the day 1 and then the escape room challenge with them.
So Nolan, being an old hand at cyber competitions, what was your strategy going into round 1, and did your strategy change as you proceed through the competition?
So to echo what Brian said, this is kind of like most CTFs where you don't have enough you often don't have enough time to complete every single challenge. So it's very important that you, 1, get a good assessment of what the problems are for that particular round, figure out how you're going to prioritize, which ones seem like they're more your skill set, which ones seem like they're less luck-based or brute force-based versus the end state and you can work towards it. So definitely triaging the problems. Like Brian said, not getting too egotistical about sunk costs into one particular problem, and yeah, focusing on what you're best at.
So reflecting back on the challenges that you've already gone through, you've talked about triaging issues, you've talked about how as a team, Ginny kind of was able to shift people away from kind of hyper-focusing on things. What do you find has worked for you so far, and was there anything that didn't work?
So I think that we did a really good job about identifying, especially in round 2, I think we did a good job of identifying which problems we were going to split up and do solo, and then as the round progressed, figuring out when we should pair up. We used, I believe, Google Docs and Slack to share notes, and so sometimes if one person got maybe halfway on a particular problem, it was easy to hand that off to someone else, versus we did a good job at saying, oh no, this problem probably requires a second set of eyes, almost like pair programming in a sense, to work through it.
So shifting gears then over to Brian, you qualified in both the teams competition and the individual track B. And more specifically, in round 1, you were able to solve under attack, one of the challenges, in 13 minutes, while the average solve time was 50 minutes. You also won the All-American Cyberstate CTF in 2020. What is your strategy for solving things so quickly and with confidence?
Well, I think a lot of what being able to solve CTF challenges quickly boils down to pattern recognition, I think. So I think it comes down to just playing a lot of CTFs, which is what I'm doing on most of my weekends, to be honest. I just really like competing, really like learning, and feel like it's important to always be honing my trade craft. So it's definitely my main hobby, I think. And yeah, just being able to recognize what I need to do, what tools I need, and where I need to look to learn more is a really useful set of skills for these kind of things.
Okay. Now I heard Nolan mentioned using Slack. He mentioned using Google Docs. Ginny, when you are communicating during the competition, is that what you all are using? Are you just using Slack, or do you use Discord? Like, how do you actually stay in touch while you're working on the different challenges?
Yeah, so we definitely mostly use Google Meet, and connectivity was pretty bad while deployed, so we turned off our camera, muted as much as we could. But I think that worked really well because it was just almost like we're in the same room. And then Slack for if you wanted to paste any code, especially since Slack is so useful when it comes to the syntax coloring for code. Made it really easy to read. And we had a really well thought out Google Sheet where all the challenges, that was my first job, was just to plug it all in, and then put the points and put the amount of time that we spent on each challenge. And so it was all automatic and done before the challenge. It was just plug and play at that point. And I think that was mostly what I did. And back to the part about spending too much time, I mean, round 1 really just made us feel super confident because we were able to solve every challenge that we started. And then round 2, we thought we could do the same thing, but we noticed how much harder the challenges were. So we weren't actually able to complete the entire challenge. Maybe it'd be partial points, but we were just like, we can do it. We can get there 100%, which didn't end up happening. But I'm proud of everyone for realizing that before it got too late.
Yeah, I think the second round, we went almost 6 hours, and we were way at the bottom, and then we rotated in the last 2 hours. We closed it up because I remember I got stuck on one, and then I moved to something else and scored, and then Brian got mine when I was working.
Yeah, if it wasn't for those last 2 hours, we wouldn't, because we got 4th in the second round, and the first round we got 2nd, so we were really confident. But that was so close for round 2.
So what shifted right then? How did you guys come from behind and kind of pull it out to be here in the finals?
I don't know, Ben. Do you want to explain that piece a little bit?
Well, I think that was kind of like what Scott was saying, or Nolan or someone said. We had fresh eyes. I think it was Nolan. We had fresh eyes look at different challenges. You work on a challenge for a while, and then you kind of just hit a wall. I know, one of them, I was trying to get a Privesk on the last box. I think there was 4 boxes, or it was you shell 2 boxes, and you get root on 2 of them. And the second one, I just I knew about a bug that I just had forgotten about, and Brian knew about it, so he got root there, and that was one. That was 500 points there. I think, I don't know, it was a while ago, but things like that, someone has a fresh eyes, and so rotating is just a good way to get fresh eyes in a challenge.
What a cool group of cyber pros. I just want to hang with them. Go play some pinball, go bowling, grab a Slurpee, talk cyber. I want more of that. So hopefully y'all enjoyed that. At this point, I think it makes sense for us to kind of go over what's taking place in the simulation, talk about some of the challenges. One of those challenges is a data center restoration, which gets very close to home to some of us at CISA. We'll let Genevieve talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is actually the Disaster Relief Task Force's headquarters. So the team, the competition, or the competitors, this is where they are. We saw some pods. That's conceivably where they're at and controlling the rads from. In this scenario, the freezing storm caused a pipe to burst. And so the team that was on site grabbed all the equipment to get it out, put it into the next closet over, and plugged it back in. They physically secured it, but now it needs to be compliant to IT standards. So the first thing that they want to do here is get those properly configured systems on the network, but make sure that no others are hooked up. So their job is to triage and not to go fix and secure the hosts that aren't secure. So this is all starting out as a very flat network. We can see over here, we've got all the different ports that they're going to be able to plug in. They need to figure out which wire is which because they're unlabeled. You know, that's a network admin's nightmare. So right now, Hack You Back is in there. They decided to divide and conquer between the different missions. So only one of their players is currently in the DRTF headquarters working on this mission to get the network back up. He, as we saw, was looking at that control panel, and then he's physically running around to the other computers to see how it is affected when he plugs and unplugs things. He's moving one wire at a time, trying to figure out which machine and get disconnected. He could have definitely benefited if he had a teammate with him. He'd know right away as they look at all the screens at once, right? The competitor can use the MothNet once they went around and put the different multiple object tethering hardware on each of the devices. He could be standing in front of that panel, ripping and plugging back in those cables while his teammate used the MothNet to look at the different machines. And it would be taking maybe 2 minutes, but is probably going to take him about 20 minutes or so doing it this way.
Yeah, and the lack of labeling on this patch panel, I know that was done intentionally. It's still making me anxious and my palms sweat a little bit. So I have a word with whomever was responsible for this data center. Another one of our challenges is a hospital challenge. We have a hospital that is not only dealing with a weather event, we're also dealing with a ransomware attack. So they're kind of getting hit from two sides. Ransomware does not need an introduction. I don't think globally ransomware has been an issue for the better part of the last 10 plus years. You think of some of the more prolific ransomware strains that have, again, have proliferated, that have affected hundreds of thousands, if not millions of victims across the country and all over the world. You think you go back to WannaCry, which is directly related to the Chernobyl vulnerability. Many of you probably remember that. You got Petya. You got some Petya. You may or may not know that Petya was a weapon in the James Bond movie Goldeneye. There were 2 nuclear warheads there. One was Misha, one was Petya. So a little background on that. And I don't think you can talk Petya without at least referencing NotPetya. And that wasn't ransomware, it was more wiper malware. But the interesting point there, a little side note on NotPetya, that was released on June 27th, 2017, 10 years to the day of the US release of the 4th Die Hard movie, Live Free or Die Hard. Why is that important? Because in that movie, a hacker launches a cyber attack to destroy infrastructure in the United States. So I guess you could call that a little bit of an Easter egg there, and with NotPetya. So kind of blows your mind a little bit that they had the foresight to kind of align those to the movie and the release of the malware. So again, that's the hospital. And we'll go back to that in a little bit. And I know, Genevieve, we've also got a situation at the 911 command center.
Yeah, so I think we're actually looking at Team Stamp in the hospital right now. So they've got this up. They're taking a look at that challenge, that ransomware challenge. They're, go for Bobby.
I was going to say, and what it seems going to want to do here, you got ransomware. What happens with ransomware? Your files are encrypted. What do you need to do to get them unencrypted? You need to decrypt them. So typically, if this happens in the real world, you get the screen, your files are encrypted, send us Bitcoin, send us money. They send the decryptor file. Hopefully, if you're lucky, your money isn't swiped and you get your files back. Same situation here. Files are encrypted. So what the team's going to need to do, they're going to have to leverage some reverse engineering skill sets, which should be part of a nice framework to reverse engineer the code, write a decryptor, decrypt the files, and remediate the situation.
Yep, and right along with that malware, they actually need to take a look and try to fix the infection vector as well, because otherwise it could spread when they bring the machines back online. Similarly,
I'm sorry, Genevieve, one more point there. And not all malware does it right. Sometimes the ransomware accidentally leaves the decryptor on the host. So I'm not sure if that'll happen today, but time will tell.
Cool. Yeah, along with that malware, the hospital malware challenge that they're doing, it leads right into another challenge as well. There's another similar challenge with this E911 call center that we're looking at. This call center has received an extortion threat. These attackers are going to take down these critical 911 services that we need to help, take care of the different people in the city who need 911 help. So if they don't harden the environment properly, they're going to end up getting attacked. And so this challenge, you're looking at it from the threat intel analysis perspective, right? You need to go in, there's some logs in there as well. So take a look at the different indicators of compromise, figure out who it is that's doing the extortion threat, and then look at the logbooks to compare. Figure out
right now. We're actually seeing the logs right now, Genevieve. I don't mean to interrupt you. This is pretty exciting. The logs are here. Now, if the team can review these logs and compare what they're seeing in the logs with the threat intel reports they're able to find on the laptops, they should be able to correlate what's happening in the logs responsible for this ransom, for this extortion, and maybe harden the systems to prevent the attack.
Yep, and another route they could actually take is to harden everything, but that'll take a lot of time that they could be definitely utilizing in other mission areas, especially those ones where they might need to prioritize completing those challenges first, right? If you've got to upload a huge data set and it's going to take time, maybe go do that kind of a challenge first. So dividing and conquering could be a good strategy. We saw some teams do that when they first hopped into the game, checking out the different missions, figuring out what they need to do. Or you could be just like the cyber enthusiast team who's leveraging their teamwork. They know that that's something that we're looking for. So they hopped all into the same challenge all at once.
Absolutely. And check this out. They are on a Kali image here. It's hard to see what they're doing, but Kali is, arguably the most ubiquitous, pen testing platform out there. Kali, the name Kali is directly related to the Hindu religion. Okay, the Kali is the Hindu goddess of time and change. So these teams might want to say a little prayer to the Hindu goddess Kali to give them the time to make the changes that will hopefully let them win this competition. So if you're new into cyber and you kind of want to introduce yourself to some of the tools, this is a perfect way to start. Another challenge we're facing, another scenario is the data, a different data, in a municipality situation where the crane fell on the data center and there's three servers they need to get back up and running. We'll cut to that later on, but I did want to touch on that a little bit. You've got tracking software for snowplows. Streets are covered in snow. They need to be plowed. They need to be salted. We've also got a server that hosts what's called a material list for the fire department. When the fire department goes to respond to a call, they need to know in advance if there's any hazardous chemicals or if there's any gases or flammable materials, so they can protect not only the people inside and go about it the right way, but also protect themselves. And last but not least, there is a building occupancy list on a separate server that's down that they're going to need to recover so that the responders can prioritize who gets help the most.
Right now, we're actually taking a look at Team Cyber Enthusiasts on the data center server room floor. So they're taking a look at all these different server racks, and I believe there's 240 server racks. They turned one of these on, and they need to take a look at the different computers. So they only have enough power to power on the three necessary ones that you mentioned, Bobby. It looks like they're taking a look. 120 racks with 40 servers per rack. So it's definitely not something that they can brute force at this point.
Yeah, don't have the time to brute force. Looks like they're in thought process mode here. But again, a lot happening. So what's up next here is that we're going to take a look at another solution video for one of the challenges from this year's qualifying rounds. This challenge tests the software's developers' use of Git to find sensitive data inside of software repositories. So we'll cut to that here. Kick back, enjoy, take a look.
Today I'm going to run through Get Out of Here. It's a second round challenge from the team competition for the President's Cup in 2020. It's obvious from the name, it's a Git challenge. You're looking to find information that was accidentally stuck into a Git repository. And we're specifically looking for a password associated with the host indb1.lcl. And the password is going to be a 16-digit hexadecimal string. So we're going to go to the GitLab, to this account. There's only one project, client service. We're going to look at that. We're going to clone client service, and the first thing I'm going to do is look for that host address in the code. The -s is looking for a string, -all is all branches, and -p shows the patches that changed that string. And nothing came up. So we'll go back here, and we'll notice there's a wiki. So we'll check out the wiki, and the configuration information, including username and password, but it is for database.lcl, which is not our host. But this looks like a good spot to go check out. So go to the client server, clone that. It does not clone automatically with the rest of the repository, and we're going to clone this and search for the server string again. And we have a username and password is Ask Harry for indb1.lcl. So maybe they replaced that at some point with the real password. So now we're going to search again for Harry. And they removed Harry, or they removed the actual password and added Harry. And that's a 16-bit hexadecimal string. And that's the answer.
Eric Goldstein returns to CISA to serve as the Executive Assistant Director for the Cybersecurity Division. Previously, EAD Goldstein held numerous key positions with CISA's precursor agency from 2013 to 2017, working as an advisor, legal counselor, and senior leader. EAD Goldstein, thank you so much for making the time to meet with us today.
Thanks so much, Austin. It's great to be here and really great to be back in CISA.
All right. Now, in reviewing your service record, it seems you've been actively helping to protect the public since as early as 2005. You're a certified EMT, you've directed an assistant firefighter program, and you supported DHS initiatives long before even joining the agency. So returning to CISA now from a very prestigious position at one of the world's leading financial institutions, what made you want to come back into federal service, and what does it mean for you to serve the nation?
Sure, thanks, Austin. I think the driving force behind what I've done in my career so far is my love of both managing risk and helping people. And I've been very lucky to do that in a variety of ways. As you noted, when I was much younger, I worked as a firefighter and an EMT, moved from that into helping manage risk to critical infrastructure, and then from that into managing cybersecurity risk, which has been my focus for the past decade or so, both in the public and private sectors. And in the various places where I've had a chance to work in my career, public service always really had a special appeal to me, in part because the ability to actually help the American people, American businesses, and the functions upon which we all depend has always seemed to me like one of the core focuses of risk management. And I had the chance to work at the precursor to CISA several years ago, and was always just so inspired by the core of this mission, which is ensuring that every day the American people have access to the functions, the services, the infrastructure upon which we all depend. And so really enjoyed my time away from the agency, learned a lot about how the private sector manages and thinks about cybersecurity risk. But when I was given the chance to rejoin the agency in this new role, it was really a no-brainer, given the importance of what we do at this agency and the criticality of this mission in the current day.
So now that you've gained a much broader perspective of kind of what's out there, what the issues are, what is your vision for strengthening CISA's cybersecurity division over the next few years?
I think at a fundamental level, it really is building upon the great work that the organization has done over the past several years, and really complementing the technology we've built, the workforce we've established, and the credibility that the agency has to protect the civilian government, critical infrastructure, state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. I think some things that I'll really be focused on is ensuring that CISA has the workforce required to meet sophisticated threats and manage new technologies. And of course, the President's Cup is a core part of establishing and driving that new workforce. And also ensuring that CISA has access to the kind of data it needs to understand and manage risks across enterprises. Since of course, without data, we are wholly blind when it comes to security. Helping CISA gain access to information through our tooling, through our authorities, through our voluntary agreement, and then ensuring that we have the technology, the infrastructure, and the people to use that data to derive security learnings that we can then use to directly remediate risks or inform remediation by our various stakeholders across government and the private sector.
So having been on both sides of that federal and private enterprises, what could we all do better to coordinate on cybersecurity issues?
I think one of the most fundamental aspects of public-private coordination in cybersecurity is the need to focus on our shared mission. The fact that at the end of the day, government and private companies are seeking the same end state, which is to ensure that nation-state adversaries, criminal groups are kept out of our most sensitive networks and are unable to cause harm to our most important data and to our critical services and key functions. And I think once you establish that shared goal, you can then unpack that and say, what can government provide that provides a marginal advantage, that's a differentiator to what's already offered in the cybersecurity market? And then what can companies do best to manage their own enterprises and avail themselves of the robust market for cybersecurity services? And really what I'm deeply focused on is understanding what are those functions and services that federal agencies provide, that's provided by critical infrastructure, that's provided by state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, and then how do we become laser focused on ensuring that those functions and services are protected under all conditions and under attack from even the most mature adversaries, recognizing that we can't protect everything equally. How do we take a really risk and consequence-informed approach to ensure that we are layering our protections to make sure that the most impactful assets, data, and technologies are safeguarded first and foremost?
So with these functions and services that you mentioned, how do you see cybersecurity organizations realistically shifting to address the ever-evolving cyber threat landscape?
So I think it really comes down to two pieces. First, understanding the layers of defense that should be adopted by all organizations. It's remarkable today that even as we developed increasingly advanced tools and technologies and analytics, the majority of attacks still occur because an organization failed to implement basic safeguards that we've known about for decades. And so really focusing on the basics and a layered approach to security, I think we can't forget, even as we move towards more sophisticated ways of thinking about risks and threats. And I think the second piece is really understanding what our adversaries are trying to accomplish with their intrusions and layering our security controls in a way that's informed by what threat actors are actually doing, recognizing that one of the fascinating parts of cybersecurity is we're not dealing with natural phenomena, we are dealing with people and organizations trying to achieve tactical or strategic ends by compromising networks. And so by understanding what is trying to be achieved by these adversaries, we can then build our controls and improve our controls in a way that's directly responsive to what we think that threat actors are trying to accomplish, based on the consequence of what they could be able to achieve.
Welcome back to our virtual broadcast booth here in Northern Virginia. I'm Bobby Thompson. That's Genevieve Marquardt. This is the President's Cup, and that was an informative and thought-provoking interview by our newly minted and highly respected Executive Assistant Director, Eric Goldstein. All super excited to be working with him in the future. Super glad he's on board. And we've got a lot of action happening here on the competition. Competitors are blazing through the competition at breakneck speed. So let's cut to what's happening here. What do we got? We got 99 Problems making some progress. Shell Collecting Club has all 3 data sets for Mobile Command already. So lots of breaking news taking place in the competition.
Yeah, following up exactly after what the executive acting director was saying about hardening to what we are presuming the threats are going to be, that's exactly what the 99 Problems team is doing right now, is they're writing IP table rules for that E911 call center that received an extortion threat, right? They went through, looked at the different indicators of compromise for the different threats. They've looked through the logbooks, and they must think that they have the right threat actor at this point that they're going to start hardening their systems against. That way, when it comes down to it, later in this afternoon, when the attacker tries that attack, we'll see if it works or not.
Yeah, and maybe we can take a quick look at the scoreboard to see how things are playing out today in the competition. And again, we have 5 teams. I don't even think we've had an opportunity to spell out all the creative names. And we have 99 Problems. We've got the Shell Collecting Club. We got 3 others whose names.
Hack You Back in Time.
Yeah. So I think if we can cut to the scoreboard here, and here we go. Yeah, we got, let's see. So right now, you can see the points, the totals. You know, Hack You Back in Time is clearly in the lead. Stamp 0001 not far behind. 99 Problems is going to challenge the audience to kind of convert that themselves, but we've already ruined it for you, but that's okay. And of course, Cyber Enthusiast, I'll bring up 3. Just because the scores are where they are right now means nothing. I mean, teams can make a comeback throughout the course of the competition.
Yeah, and taking a look at the scoreboard, it looks like no one has any points from today's challenges just yet. Those points look to be like they're from what they had walked through yesterday. So let's go ahead and cut over, take a look at another solution video for one of the challenges from this year's qualifying rounds. In this challenge, competitors had to use PowerShell to find attack artifacts on remote Windows machines.
In this video, we will be walking through the 2020 President's Cup Challenge titled Remote Correlation. In this challenge, competitors must extract potential indicators of compromise from an Intel brief. Challengers must isolate indicators of compromise on remote Windows systems relating to firewall rules, scheduled tasks, registry keys, and WMI entries. Because the systems are remote, challengers must use a remote administration tool such as psexec to interact with the systems. PowerShell commands can be used to solve all portions of this challenge. Players should use their knowledge of PowerShell and common auto-run locations on Windows to inform their analysis. After opening PowerShell on the provided virtual machine, use psexec to interact with PowerShell on one of the remote systems. Next, use PowerShell on the remote system to find and enable firewall rules. Get more information about particular rules by using the git net firewall port filter command. Any rules that match the Intel document should be noted as malicious. Next, use PowerShell to query and export information regarding scheduled tasks. Take note of and decode any encoded PowerShell commands you find. Encoded commands are not always malicious, so be sure to figure out exactly what each command does. PowerShell can also be used to query the Windows registry. Look in common auto-run locations for potential malware. Again, not all files you find will be malicious, so be sure to check the file hash against known malicious hashes from the Intel document. Lastly, look for malicious WMI entries. Look for common object types such as filter to consumer bindings. These objects are often used by attackers to automatically tie Windows system actions to their own malicious code. Look more in depth at objects embedded within the binding object. The event consumer will show what code is being triggered by the WMI system. Again, be sure to take note of encoded commands and decode them to find out what the command is really doing. Once analysis of the first remote system is complete, repeat the analysis on the remaining 2 remote systems. Take note of how different systems show various benign and malicious artifacts. Refer back to the Intel document for what is considered malicious in this scenario. Remember to continue checking file hashes to see if they match the known malicious hash. Once analysis of all remote systems is complete, submit the answer in the answer boxes for full credit. Thanks for watching this President's Cup 2020 Challenge walkthrough.
These challenge walkthroughs are so interesting to watch, getting to see what it looks like through rounds 1 and 2. I definitely like taking a look, getting the feel for that kind of environment, even how it's different from the environment that the competitors are working through today. So as the competitors continue to speed through the different challenges in today's environment, we're going to take a break and introduce a special guest. It's an honor to welcome the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Secretary Mayorkas was sworn in on February 2nd and has made cybersecurity a priority from day one.
The Secretary will be discussing some of his priorities in cybersecurity, including how we build a diverse workforce and how we combat ransomware and other threats. Secretary Mayorkas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thanks for the kind introduction. I'm Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security. It's an honor to be here today to kick off and celebrate the final round of the President's Cup cybersecurity competition hosted by CISA, our department's cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency. First of all, let me congratulate you for making it to the final round. Now in its second year, this competition is a great example of our commitment to identify, challenge, and reward the best and brightest cyber talent in the federal government and United States military. This competition is designed to meet challenges that reflect reality, because the threats facing our nation today are more complex and the threat actors more sophisticated than at any point in our history. As the threat landscape evolves, we know that our approach to cybersecurity must continue to evolve as well. Identifying, developing, and retaining cyber talent is crucial to achieve this goal and to secure our most critical infrastructure and functions. It brings me a great deal of pride to know that there are such extraordinarily skilled, talented, and diverse cybersecurity defenders and cyber operators across the federal government and U.S. military. We are going to need your knowledge and skills to move our country's cybersecurity forward. As you'll see during the live stream broadcast, our competitors are the best of the best. Your talent is needed to advance the President's commitment to elevate cybersecurity as a top priority across the government, strengthen partnerships with the private sector, and expand our investment in infrastructure and people. Earlier this week, I outlined some initial steps that our department is taking to implement the President's commitment. I'm incredibly pleased to announce today that we're increasing the required minimum spend on cybersecurity via FEMA grant awards from 5% to 7.5%, an increase of approximately $25 million across the country. We are also evaluating and implementing additional capabilities, including potential new grant programs through CISA to support state and local authorities, because the nation's cybersecurity is only as strong as its weakest link. Allow me to briefly outline why this is so important. Cybersecurity is not only about protecting the federal government. This is certainly a top priority, especially now in the wake of the ongoing cyber campaign, and the department will continue to prioritize the ongoing efforts to mitigate the impact of the breaches and to be better prepared in the future. But cybersecurity is also about protecting critical infrastructure across the country and protecting the American people. We're currently fighting not only the COVID-19 pandemic, but also an epidemic that is spreading through cyberspace, ransomware. Criminals and nation-state actors alike have paralyzed cities across our country, from Atlanta to Baltimore, as well as several dozen police and sheriff's offices such as in Fisher County, Texas. Genesee County, Michigan, which includes the town of Flint, was hit by ransomware 2 years ago, paralyzing the county's tax department for weeks. Ransomware, like most cyber attacks, exploits the weakest link. In addition to disrupting city governments, schools, and companies, ransomware has also been disrupting hospitals and healthcare facilities that are already strained, going above and beyond the call of duty during this ongoing crisis. Last October, CISA, together with other government agencies, warned of the growing threat of ransomware targeting the healthcare and public health sector. Previous ransomware attacks illustrate the risk to COVID-19 vaccine deployment efforts that depend on key production and logistics facilities. We have to be clear, ransomware is not new. It has been around for years. What is new is the evolution of attackers' methods, namely their ability to make money from it and the increased frequency of these attacks. Ransomware, tackling it and protecting the weakest link will require partnering with state, local, tribal, and territorial governments and private sector entities across the country. This cross-sector collaboration is the hallmark of DHS's approach to cybersecurity. Earlier this month, for example, CISA launched its Reduce the Risk of Ransomware campaign to encourage public and private sector organizations to take action to mitigate ransomware risk. With respect to the money part, DHS will follow the adage, follow the money, and leverage the U.S. Secret Service through its cyber fraud task forces to respond to ransomware incidents, arrest those that engage in this criminal activity, and work with other agencies to counter this threat. This approach illustrates my vision, our collective vision, to further empower DHS to effectively execute its mission to lead federal efforts to mitigate cybersecurity risks to the United States. Secondly, to serve as the government's interlocutor with the private sector on cybersecurity. And third, to expand its investment in the infrastructure and people required to defend against malicious cyber attacks as part of a whole of government effort. To advance this vision, I will soon be announcing a series of cybersecurity sprints to mobilize action in specific priority areas. Building on the example of the 30-day cybersecurity sprint in 2015 that effectively mobilized stakeholders across government to improve federal network security, these sprints will be calls to action to make tangible progress in key areas. To start, we will be developing an initial set of sprints dedicated to combating ransomware, building a deep and diverse cyber workforce, and urgently improving the security of our nation's industrial control systems. CISA plays a central role in this vision. CISA led the national effort to secure the 2020 election, including by sharing timely cybersecurity information with state, local, tribal, and territorial election officials across the country and collaborating with federal government and private sector partners. CISA has and will continue to provide incident response assistance to entities impacted by a cyber intrusion and will facilitate shared cybersecurity services that can be used by federal civilian agencies and state, local, tribal, and territorial governments to rapidly improve cybersecurity capabilities. Last December, Congress, through the National Defense Authorization Act, further empowered CISA to execute its mission to secure federal civilian government networks and our nation's critical infrastructure from physical and cyber threats. This includes new authorities for CISA to hunt for cyber threats in federal agency networks and more effectively identify vulnerable technologies used by critical infrastructure sectors. Looking ahead, it will be critical to ensure that CISA has the resources and capacity to effectively implement its existing and its new authorities. Beyond CISA, our department, DHS, also plays a crucial role in increasing the cybersecurity across the transportation sector, from aviation to rail to maritime to pipelines, through the U.S. Coast Guard and the Transportation Security Administration, TSA, as it is commonly known. The U.S. Secret Service and ICE's Homeland Security investigations combat 21st century crimes, many of which are cyber-enabled. For example, in 2020 alone, the Secret Service responded to just under 540 network intrusions, arrested over 1,000 people for cyber financial crimes, and seized more than $140 million in assets. Our cybersecurity cannot be advanced in a vacuum. It takes talented people like you. Building a more robust cybersecurity workforce is the linchpin for this vision to succeed. Computers can run code, but people still run computers, for now at least. We need to expand the pool of cyber talent with the skills to write secure code, defend our networks, respond to incidents when they occur, and protect our critical infrastructure from cyber attacks. To build a more robust cybersecurity workforce, we must ensure a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive cybersecurity workforce, a workforce that reflects America. With diversity comes more diverse perspectives that help inform better policy and decision-making. It also allows us to maximize the full potential that the people of this nation have to offer and to fill the 500,000 cyber vacancies across America. It is also a critical value. Weaving diversity, equity, and inclusion into the fabric and cyber activities of the department will therefore also be our priority. At CISA, a third of its workforce represents minorities, slightly over a third are women, and 2 out of 5 are veterans. We will make strident and concerted efforts to integrate DEI into our talent recruitment, development, and retention efforts, and position the department as a top choice employer among those who are seeking a career in cybersecurity and infrastructure protection. As we look ahead, we remain committed to working with our public and private sector partners as we defend today and secure tomorrow. Today's competition is proof of our commitment. The competition started in August 2020 with over 249 teams and more than 1,400 individual competitors across the federal government and military. I look forward to the outcomes of final round competitions today and hope many of you will compete again in the Cup next year. Throughout this competition, remember that we are all in this together. Remember that we are only as strong as our weakest link. I wish you all good luck in today's competition. I wish good luck to today's final participants, and thank you again for your service. Thanks.
All right, everyone, we are all clear. Okay. Secretary Mayorkas, thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. What a true honor it was to have Secretary Mayorkas join us today to give us his thoughts on all things cyber and diversity and inclusion. Safe to say we are in very, very good hands under his leadership. So thank you very much, sir. Hope to see you again. Speaking of leaders, we have the first points of the day. 99 Problems has earned some points. We'll take a look at the scoreboard here very soon, but they have conquered the building occupancy server. And kind of touch on that. That was in the data center. Just to kind of recap and review for some of you that may be joining us here to begin with, we've got a weather event, we've got a snowstorm, we've got freezing temperatures, roads are down, people need help. The teams in the competition today have been tasked with trying to bring the city back to life, to recover from some of the catastrophic events that have transpired over the past day, 2 days, however long it's been, that the blizzard and the freezing temperatures have been taking place. Again, people need help. They need their supplies, their medicine, their food, their blankets. 911 call centers down. Hospitals can't accept patients. A crane has fallen on a data center. We got a mobile command unit trying to get the supplies to people. We also have a data restoration situation happening where there has been a burst pipe. Where do things stand right now, Genevieve?
Well, like you said, 99 Problems was the first team to actually score some points during today's competition. So they have gone in, they brought that server back online. Looking at the Shell Collecting Club, who we last saw in the Mobile Command Center as having been the first team to get all 3 data sets of that necessary supplies that needs to go out to these people in need, they're working on some code. And it's funny because one of the guys writing the code to, sanitize the information before they then upload it to the satellite link is he typed in a comment about, this is bad code, but it'll work. So they've definitely got a sense of humor. I'd love to, have lunch with these guys, just pick their brains and see how they think. This looks like one of the teams is in the Mobile Command Center trying to figure out what ports are open on one of the NGO networks. So in this mobile command scenario, we've got those 3 different non-governmental organizations, one supplying mobile medicine, one supplying necessary supplies like warm blankets, and another supplying food to people in need. So some of them in their instructions, they were given the network block that the data set would be found in, and others they weren't. In this case, they were provided for this one. They were doing a port scan, it looked like, with Nmap, which is a network mapping tool, to figure out which ports are open. They're looking for an FTP server, which is not apparently on the standard FTP port.
Yeah, good point, Genevieve. They're actually using Metasploit here. Metasploit, another one of those toolkits that many penetration testers utilize. Metasploit's been around for quite a while. Matter of fact, Metasploit started its life out as a network game, and then it's sort of culminated into this kind of big toolkit. It's got thousands and thousands of exploits, hundreds of payloads, anti-forensics tools, evasion tools. Network discovery.
It looks like some of the teams have definitely figured out that working together on these challenges is beneficial. So we've got 99 Problems is one of the ones that have actually split up. Those people, that team that actually has the first couple of points, they split up. They're working on the Mobile Command Center, they're working on the data center and E911 extortion challenges all at once. Cyber Enthusiasts, on the other hand, the team that we had seen an interview with earlier, they've combined on the Mobile Command Center, except for one player who's in the data center.
Yeah, I think a good point to bring up here is the emphasis that this competition or this simulation has, not just on technical skill sets, but on a team's ability to work together with just that, as a team. You need to be able to communicate. You need to be able to work together. So there are a lot of different elements in here outside of the technical skills that are going to help these teams score points and ultimately win the competition. I think we're going back to, at this point, hacking back in time, back to the hospital challenge. Just a recap there. The hospital's dealing also with not just the weather, but they've got the ransomware attack. They're trying to get out. They've got a couple critical services that they need for the city. You've got telemedicine. It's a rural city. They have to be able to do their tele appointments, their tele exams, because not everybody can come into the hospital. You've got an auto pharmacy. People need to get their medicine. That's down. And correct me, Genevieve, what's the third one there? I believe there's the lab. Excuse me. Yes, the lab is also out of commission, so they can't send out results and they can't receive results, which could be critical, could be life or death for a patient. And it looks as if we have brought up. I'm not sure if this is autopsy. But here we are, still in the hospital with Hack You Back in Time, and trying to get the perhaps one of the critical services back online, telemedicine or the pharmacy, and they're looking to reverse engineer. Remember, this is the one where there's a ransomware. They have to reverse engineer the malware in order to write a decryptor to decrypt the ransomware so they can remediate the situation. So then as we continue to through, if you can go back to the scoreboard here in a little bit as we're looking at the reverse, I think they're trying to reverse engineer the ransomware here. We can get an understanding of where things transpire with the competition. But again, think of this as a real world scenario. What would you as an offensive security professional do in this situation? How would you address this? What's the strategy? What are we or you as a team coming together as a solution? You can't work in silos. You have to work together. You have to be able to communicate. Being in the information security profession or in the cybersecurity profession, it's critical that you're able to interact with your teammates, to share ideas, to collaborate, to understand how to overcome challenges, and not just to accept the status quo. There could be a solution here right in front of the team's eyes that may be obvious, but I think it's also important that one of the other team members steps in to challenge the status quo, step outside of the box, because there could be a better solution, a more efficient solution that's going to get them to the finish line that much quicker. So we're going to be cutting to an interview here shortly with cyber enthusiasts. This is one of the teams competing today. OPSEC, very important to everybody, or to most, everybody in competition. So we will respect many of the team's privacy to keep their to keep them anonymous. But cyber enthusiasts have been kind enough to offer themselves up for an interview. So we'll be cutting that here shortly.
Just before we go, it looks like this is cyber enthusiasts right now, and I think they might be making a mistake. They're trying to run volatility against a backup file, but volatility is for memory forensics, and this isn't a memory image. So we might be able to come back and see how it goes for them after we cut to their second part of the interview.
I suspect they will learn that this is not the right way to go about this one very, very quickly.
So let me ask this then, because right now you all have a lot of CTF experience. Last year's team competition was an escape room, and in this year we're doing something a little different as a simulation that you're going to find out in pretty soon. So knowing what you know now, what will you do differently next year to prepare for this specific competition?
So I don't think there's much we could do differently. That's my take on it. I think we absolutely maximized our potential, especially near the end of round 2. So we'll just do that a little bit better going into round 3, hopefully. And then when it comes to the escape room, I mean, we don't really know what to expect with the simulation yet. So we'll have to tell after that.
I'm excited for you all to try it. The scenario is pretty cool. So now Jenny, I understand you graduated from West Point with a double major in computer science and Chinese. And with all the different paths your career could have taken, how did you get into cybersecurity specifically?
Yeah, so cyber became a branch my sophomore year at the academy. And so I didn't go into West Point thinking that was going to be an option. I was actually getting a little worried as a freshman when everybody asked me, and I didn't have a good answer for what branch I wanted to select. So I got really lucky, second class to commission directly into cyber. And then Nolan and Ben, they're both West Point grads as well, 2013, 2014. So they had to switch. I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork with that. So I'm really lucky that it just happened. And I was already a computer science Chinese major before the branch was announced. So it just seemed like a direct fit. So honestly, really great mentors at West Point, especially in the EECS department for cyber, and also DFL, the Department of Foreign Languages, was also extremely supportive. So I'm a really lucky person.
Sounds like you were in the right place at the right time with the right skills. So
Exactly.
You might create a little bit of your own luck. Now, Skylar, you co-founded AvengerCon in 2016 at Fort Meade. Can you talk about how you got into cybersecurity and how it led to creating this event?
Sure. Yeah. So I got into cybersecurity like all the way back in high school. Actually, I was taking a computer course, and I sat next to this kid who, when the rest of us were playing, wasting our time playing like Flash games on probably malware-ridden websites, this guy was always like reading. And I was like, "What are you reading about?" And he's like, "Oh, hacking." And I was like, "Psh, that's like a movie with Angelina Jolie." And so it's kind of funny because I was no joke, I was working at Coldstone at the time, And he one day he said, "Hey, I'll prove to you I know what I'm talking about." So the next day he comes to class and he pulls up this there's this website that used to kind of like index all of like the defacements that happened on the internet, and he pulls up like 15 web pages, and he had defaced like all these web pages with giant flashing red lights that said, or red letters that, "I want some free ice cream." At that point, I was like,
Nice.
"What?" So I was hooked. And so at that
Goodness.
point, like, I like, that was like back in the day, like IRC chats and like, so I kind of got it back into like in 2002 or whenever that was. And from there, right out of high school, I started doing some work at a startup in California. Then, did mostly private sector work. Eventually ended up doing like web app security testing. And then when I went back, finished my degree, I wanted to do something a little bit more. And so that's why I went the government route, went to the Army, because I wanted to do something a little bit more, more national level impacts.
So aside from having like Popeye like forearms from Cold Stone ice cream,
that's right.
You also have hacking skills, and I assume nunchuck skills are next on the list. Maybe some bow staff skills.
Naturally, yeah. Yep.
So Nolan, you've been crushing these competitions. How did you end up getting into cyber?
So I was a computer science undergrad, and then I ended up commissioning into the engineer branch, and I pretty much did nothing related to cybersecurity for 4 years. However, Army Cyber put out they call it a VTIP, or a branch transfer process, and I had been really interested in it back in college. I did a couple of CTS back in college, and so I transferred over, and I kind of fell in love with it, for lack of a better term. It's a great field. It has infinite depth, and there's always new challenges every day. And just like Skylar just said, for Army or military cyber in particular, there's a really important mission that I think we're all excited to get after every day.
It's awesome. So how about you, Ben and Brian? What about the two of you? What got you into cybersecurity?
So I go first. So when I was in high school, kind of similar scenario what Skylar was talking about. For me, I didn't necessarily get into what I consider hacking when I was in high school. I was really interested, actually, probably when I was about 12. It just kind of sticks out in memory. I learned that if you changed a text file from .txt to .html, you could open up in your web browser. And I was like, this is so cool. So like for me, like people say like web dev is like a lesser hacking or lesser programming to some people, but to me, that was the way I got in. And then kind of learned PHP was kind of like my first real language that was like an actual language I learned in. So for me in high school, I like didn't realize I was hacking, but I found like ways to inject JavaScript into like social media profiles, like back in the day when you could just like throw a script in the image field for your background, and then you could like control the website. And I didn't realize that was like potentially, like I didn't use it for nefarious purposes, but it could have been a bad thing. And then when I got into college, I got involved with like the security team and security club there, and so that kind of I was able to orient that into like more productive means, and got into CDFs and things like that. So for me, once I started, like it's just a lot of fun. Like Nolan said, like you kind of like get hooked on it, and then I love solving problems, and there's always problems to solve. So
I just want to piggyback off of what Ben said. That just like brought me back to junior high when I got into MySpace, and I was making like different themes, and I thought it was the coolest thing, probably way cooler than some other people thought in junior high. But then like just loved it. My mom used to be a computer engineer, so it was kind of already in the genes. But being from Bay Area, California, where everyone's going to Stanford, Berkeley, all the UC schools, and they're all studying computer science, I went to West Point thinking that was like the opposite of what I was going to study. And then there was this really cool class that we had to take as freshmen, and it was like probably the only class I like easily got an A in. And I was like, oh, okay, then clearly this is something I'm good at. Why push against the grain of what I want to do? And so that's actually why I ended up majoring in computer science, which led to cyber.
Yeah, I remember MySpace at the end of college and how cool it was to do that. So not going to talk about my age or anything, but that's pretty cool that like MySpace. It's fun how some of these technologies really kick off a love for diving in and just getting real curious. So that's pretty neat. How about you, Brian?
Yeah, so I was fortunate enough to go to high school that had a lot of computer classes. So it actually required you to take a computer science class your freshman year, which I probably wouldn't have taken otherwise. So, but once I got into it, I really loved it. So once I got to college, it was a foregone conclusion I was going to study computer science, computer engineering. And then started doing ROTC as a way to pay for college. And kind of like what Jenny said with how the cyber branch of the Army came about, it just seemed like a really awesome natural intersection of where I was at with ROTC and some of my interests and studies with computer engineering.
It's pretty neat. That's pretty lucky to have that in high school. So I remember, so not to again age, but high school, I remember how cool it was to take a word processing class. That was really cool. That was like cutting edge word processing. Yeah. So Ben, I got to pick on you for a minute. So I'm led to understand that you are currently an instructor who teaches cybersecurity. Is that correct?
Yeah, more or less. I'm billed as instructor and kind of work as a course manager, so I do a little bit of both.
So I have to ask then, what do you think about the old saying, if you can't do, teach?
Oh, come on.
Oh man.
Also, shameless plug for Ben really quick. He was recently interviewed on Software Engineering Daily, right? And he talks all about 17 Delta, the developer pipeline, and the schoolhouse. So anyone wants to find out more and hear him talk on this really famous podcast, it's really good.
Great plug.
We'll have to drop that in the link. Now, I had to throw that out, Ben. I'm actually an adjunct professor, so like I'm part of the problem as well. So that's like
I think generally in our society we could emphasize teachers a little more and elevate them to kind of a more important way. I don't really consider myself a teacher. When I get an opportunity, I like to mentor in high school, like Cyber Patriot teams and things like that. But for me, for the Cyber School, I see the place where people come into the Army and get their training is where it kind of sets the culture for the entire organization. So for me, I chose willfully to go here to this organization to be able to have an impact, because I think it's a place where there's not a lot of places where like a captain can kind of make long-term impacts in an organization, whereas where I'm at, I feel like I've had an opportunity to shape things in a way that's for the better. So I'm really happy with the work I've done here.
So speaking about that a little more, Ben, and thanks for being good-natured about my teasing. How has the Army assisted you in achieving your current goals?
Yeah, so for me, I would say when I got into the cyber branch, I didn't even know what same situation as Jenny. I was like the right place, right time. I branched into a different branch, but with like a placeholder that was going to transfer cyber, so I did not have to do the paperwork that no one had to do. For me, I didn't really have any goals at the time. I would say that the Army has given me exposure when I was a cadet to the entire field I didn't know about. So it was basically people. So I interact with other people. So I'm talking about mentors, some really great mentors who always encouraged me to like always try to be better. So we're always trying to one up each other, mentors and peers. And so that's kind of like competitive nature. And then being able to work on mission, I think a lot of us would say that we've gotten opportunities to work on projects and problems that you really can't get anywhere else. And so I've had experiences in this field that really I can't compare to anyone else. I probably peaked when I was a lieutenant in my last time, but
So
I won't do anything cooler than that.
But now that you've had this exposure, you have these healthy rivalries when you're pushing each other. What would you say are your future?
And so that was kind of like competitive nature, and then being able to work on mission. I think a lot of us would say that we've gotten opportunities to work on projects and problems that you really can't get anywhere else. And so I've had experiences in this field that really I can't compare to anyone else. I probably peaked when I was a lieutenant in my last assignment, but
so I
won't do anything
that,
cooler than that.
But now that you've had this exposure, you have these healthy rivalries when you're pushing each other. What would you say are your future goals?
For me in particular, I have two kind of things I'm really interested in that kind of overlaps with the cyber school. I think from a national security perspective in the United States, technical education is one of these areas we lack. So we have like the workforce shortfall of like whatever 250,000 was a figure that used to be thrown around of like cybersecurity professionals, people who have a security mind in the IT field. And so I want to, for me, a personal goal is to make technical education as low cost for high school, the high school level, as possible. And then another one is kind of take my background and experiences to help shape increasing the cost for the attacker. So if I end up going to grad school after this assignment, I want to be able to kind of apply my experiences to kind of making open source defensive tools that would increase the cost for the attacker and decrease the cost for the defender to find adversaries. And so that's kind of my interest.
What a great group of individuals. And going back to that progress, remember right before we cut over to the interview with them, we saw that they were potentially making a mistake. They actually ended up scoring some points in the meantime during that interview. So it looks like they got the snow removal server online in the data center, but they actually finding the password for the server in the backup files. So it looks like they figured out not to use volatility in order to get there.
Yeah, so pretty cool that we just did an interview with cyber enthusiasts who referenced MySpace. Haven't thought about that in years, so I have to go figure out what that is because I'm an old guy. But cyber enthusiasts making progress in the data center. As you mentioned, Genevieve, you're bringing that snowplow software tracking server back online. There are 2 more servers in the data center that have to be addressed. Again, one of them is the material list that the fire departments use, and then there's the building occupancy server that the rescue services and the critical services teams need to reference in order to prioritize who gets help first.
And what's neat about this challenge is that even if you only have those exploit analyst skills or that data forensics analyst skill set, you can definitely work up to get 2/3 of the points for this challenge, because of those 3 servers that'll need to come back online that you'll bring back to life, two of them can be logged into with credentials that they'll find in the backups. And then in the pen tester notes that they can find on the management floor, they'll find some exploits and some vulnerabilities that they might be able to take advantage of to get into 2 other ones. And there's obviously that one that overlaps a little bit.
Yeah, something else we observed here during the break is that one team that's working together ended up scoring points. Another team that decided to split up and work separate might still be struggling a little bit. It looks like the shell collecting club is just starting scoring points for the data center scenario as well. So they're making some progress. Teams are moving through very quickly. We are rapidly approaching hour number 2 of this competition. Still a long way to go, but teams are making progress. They're starting to get into the flow of the game. They're hitting their stride. Some of them might be in the zone. They're feeling good. I'm not sure what kind of energy drinks they're using or they've been consuming, but I'm sure that's helping in some capacity. But again, you got data center here seems to be the focal point of the competition.
Yeah, we've got multiple teams in the data center at this point. And what's really interesting is to see their different approaches. So all 3 teams that have scored points so far have done so in different servers in the data center, some using forensics and some using exploits. I think Shell Collecting Club used a struts exploit to access the building occupancy server.
Yes, and you think about the skill sets, again, going back to the NICE framework and how the developers and the producers here behind the scenes have created these scenarios to challenge a diverse group of skill sets for each team. So again, having super smart people doing super smart things is good, but you have to have a well-rounded group across the landscape of the team in order to overcome these challenges and be able to tackle each attack. Because if you have to reverse engineer something and you don't have somebody that can do that, you might be struggling and you might lose some points. Looks like here we're back. We've got PF Sense screen happening here. Looks like there's a bit of a firewall they're looking to configure or they're observing.
I believe this is in the E911 extortion challenge. So remember that our 911 call center has received an extortion threat from some unknown attacker that's planning to bring everything offline later in the challenge. This here is player 1 of the team writing firewall rules to try to prevent that attack from being successful. The team is all split up and we're gonna look at each person, I think.
Yeah, and I'd like to make a note. what would really I'm impressed by everything that's taking place here today. But one of the challenges I think for the team, I'm just guessing, is how do you challenge a cyber defense analyst in a competition such as this? And they came up with a really unique way, as we discussed before. There's threat intel reports, there's IOCs, there's TTPs that will allow them to correlate with the logs in the server to identify who the attacker is so they can harden the servers and again, remediate and mitigate the threat.
All right, hopping over to another team. It looks like we're in the hospital malware situation. And one of the players here is using G-Hydra and Binwalk to reverse engineer the malware in the hospital, all part of the same team. So this team here decided to kind of divide and conquer and check out those different missions. Maybe they have those different skill sets for the different challenges. So while each challenge has a combination of skill sets that it'll take to get full points, they definitely could divide and conquer, check out the different mission sets, communicate with each other using that teamwork, team building that they've really got to take advantage of here in order to figure out who might be able to do better or get some more points for the team in those different mission sets.
Yeah, and I'd love to know, are they just like kids in a candy store and they're psyched and they're giddy and like, no, I got to go over here and do this. No, I got to go over here and do that because they love what they do so much? Or is this part of a greater strategy? Like, look, you conquer that side, we'll conquer this side, and is that the best thing? I like to think it's a bit of the former because again, I suspect based on the interviews and based on what we observed here today, people really enjoy what they do, which is so key to this competition. It's something we really want to emphasize as part of the President's Cup. This is fun. Like, this isn't hard work, right? Sure, it's challenging, but it's extremely rewarding when you overcome a challenge and when you solve a problem. And better yet, when you see that the work you're doing, such as the work we do at CISA, is making widespread changes across the sector. And that is where you really get that good feeling, kind of what we do, again, with our federal stakeholders, the state, the local, territorial, the private sector, the critical infrastructure, the risk advice that we give at CISA, because we consider ourselves the nation's risk advisor, we do just that. We provide sound advice. We collaborate with our stakeholders in order to help them understand how to tactically mitigate vulnerabilities, maintain a strong operational understanding of the challenges, the risks, and the initiatives that they face. So that, look, at the end of the day, we want to just find as many vulnerabilities and deficiencies as we can, reduce the attack surface, and make it more difficult for the adversary to infiltrate an organization. We might not be able to fully and completely stop a moated adversary from infiltrating or from breaching or conducting a breach, but at least we can try to make it harder. And I think that's one of our goals, is to make it harder for the adversary, make it more time consuming, make it frustrating, so maybe go away and do something else. So here we are. We're looking at the leaderboard here. It looks like Hack You Back in Time is currently in the lead. So kudos to them. 99 Problems bringing up second place here, and everyone else is rounding out the pack there with Shell Collecting Club, Stamp 001, and Cyber Enthusiasts.
Yeah, so taking a look at Hack You Back in Time, it looks like they haven't actually scored any points in today's challenge environment just yet. But player 4 from Hack You Back in Time, it looks like they're working on cracking some passwords that they've recovered from the server backup files. So maybe they will be able to get into 2 of those servers in the data center real soon.
Very cool. Very cool. I don't know why I get excited, because they're pinging, but ping, resting connectivity, ping, one of those widely used tools that I think everybody at one point in time or another has used. Ping was created by Mike Moose in Maryland at the Aberdeen Proving Center years and years ago. Ping, contrary to popular belief, does not stand for a packet internet groper. Mike's primary area of expertise was submarine technology. He was inspired to write Ping based on sonar technology. If you think about sonar, it sends out sound waves or sonar waves to detect if something's in front of it, and if it's there, and how long it takes to get back. So that's kind of why he created Ping. It's kind of cool to see them using it. I don't know why. I think it's cool because it's just Ping, but I guess I kind of geek out on a little bit of everything here. So
yeah, that was actually probably along the lines of the mobile command center, where they're trying to figure out those networks still and getting connected to the Wi-Fi in order to pull down the data sets. So I think it's definitely a good strategy. Sometimes ping scans are blocked though, so
that's true. Yes, not always your best friend. At this point, Genevieve and I would like to bid you a temporary farewell. We are going to transition over to another set of hosts. We're going to leave you in the worthy hands of Mr. Sam Maroon and Mr. Will Harmon, 2 of the coolest, nicest guys you will meet. I think you will enjoy them. It's been fun. Continue watching this, please. It's the President's Cup, again, sponsored by CISA. And for more information on CISA, Genevieve and I both strongly encourage you to open up your favorite web browser and navigate to www.cisa.gov. Check it out. We're here. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of the show.
And now we'll take another break, cut over to the Army panel, session number 3 of that interview of the cyber enthusiast group that we've been kind of following along with throughout this competition.
Thanks a lot.
So I got to pick on Skylar for a minute there, because Skylar, you've also kind of transcended into a few different industries, having been in the private sector, coming into the Army. What do you see is the future of Army cyber?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, the Army has always really strived to be representative of the population of the United States. And so as the generations grow up, I think a lot of what we're going to see is that new leaders, new soldiers are going to have a greater propensity for technology, cyber, automation, in every facet of how they live their lives, including what they bring to how they want to work, even as a soldier. So as a result, I think we're going to see the role, the applicability, and the relevance of cyber really start to expand. We'll see elements of traditional warfighting that will likely start to adopt cyber aspects, some components. And at the same time, we're going to see what we know as, what we kind of know as cyber right now. We're going to see that become a bit more diverse, really, get some more depth and maturity as well. But I'll say ultimately, a lot of this depends on the Army, the existing leadership as it stands right now, really fighting against any tendency for stagnation. They need to really emphasize rewarding of innovative thinking, disruptive thinking, and most of all, really emphasize talent management, because without having the right talent, the solutions will never come to pass. So I really think that's where we'll see Army Cyber go, both in the types of people that come into it, as well as the direction the leadership will try to drive it.
So you just touched on some pretty awesome points, Skylar. And I'm wondering if anyone else can contribute to kind of piggybacking on what Skylar just said in terms of what's it like working in cybersecurity for the Army and where is it heading?
While they think about it, I'll kind of give my thoughts. So like, you know, it can be frustrating working in cyber within the Army, but it can be very rewarding. It can become frustrating because the Army is a large organization. It works as a component of the U.S. government, right? And so there are regulations, restrictions, laws, so many nuances that make it difficult for us to sometimes the technical path, the easiest technical path is not necessarily the path that you can take in some cases, or don't scale at the level that you need to when you're thinking about such a large organization or the possible impacts. However, on the other side, right, like the potential for value that you get from the job that you do is it's unparalleled, right? That's one of the reasons why I came from the private sector to the government, was because it's nothing against private sector. There's a lot of meaningful work there, but I wanted to do something that was directly related to helping the nation. And so, within a few years of being in cyber, within probably 18 months of being in cyber, I would be watching the news with my family, and I would be hearing them talk about, major event happened, the government's doing something, and I'd be like, that's me, right? Like, that's like the 5 people I work with at work, or the 10 people, like that is directly, like at the highest level of the government, we are supporting that. And I think that's really, really difficult to find outside of government work and the Army.
Yeah, my answer for the question, what is the future of Army Cyber, is Skylar Hopkins. But the other answer to the question is, yeah, I completely agree with what Skylar said in terms of like, it's still a growing organization, and for every facet of the organization, talent management, like operations, SOP, all that kind of stuff, there's always like multiple schools of thought, and you just have to figure out what the right decision is. And depending on who's in charge or like where we're at, it's always a conversation. So there's been, I feel like compared to any other branch, there's constantly a conversation about where this organization is going. And so I think the future is very bright for Army Cyber.
And I think there's also a thing people say. When I was a lieutenant, we would all complain about how slow things were going, and people who are like in senior positions are like, this is like the fastest anything's ever moved. And like when I started going to West Point, cyber didn't exist. When I graduated, I was selected to go into it when it got created. And then there wasn't a cyber school like 6 years ago, and now there's a second area of concentration that like I'm in charge of building the training for. So it's really cool to see the opportunities for future generations have the opportunities they have coming in that weren't there 5 years ago. And so I think, like, what is the future of Army Cyber is really what they make it. So like everyone has the obligation, like when they're doing their time, however long you stay in the Army, to like push it further. So I think a lot of people in the past 5 years have pushed it really far, and so hopefully we'll see the fruit of that come. So I'm optimistic too.
And as someone who came from a different branch in the military, it's great to see that newness fosters that innovative thinking from the bottom up, kind of like Skylar said earlier. We actually had a meeting a couple of weeks ago where they had everyone from junior NCOs all the way up to a brigadier general, a 1-star general, and we were just talking about, hey, how do we get after these particular problems? So it allowed that sort of innovative, creative thinking.
So 2 more questions, and I really appreciate all your time so far, but I got 2 more questions. First one's for Skylar. If you were to make a pitch to the viewers, what kind of person, either on the civilian side or the uniform side, would be a great fit for Army Cyber?
Yeah, I would summarize that if you want to come to cyber, or if you want to know if you're going to be a big fit, like, you need to be tenacious. So the missions and responsibilities, like I said previously, are arguably probably unparalleled anywhere else that you're going to go, in parts of government or the private sector. Especially when you're young and just getting into cyber, oftentimes a lot of routes takes them a while to get reps in. In the Army, you're going to get thrown right into the mix, right? Right as a young person, you're going to be asked to apply your expertise, apply your individual talents to solve national level problems and create impacts at the highest levels that you can think. And a lot of people, they expect the Army is not very agile. Remarkably, it is an agile organization. Now that's going to be relative to like a startup in Silicon Valley, but it actually really is agile, and it's driven by mission as part of the culture. And so that allows us to accomplish a lot of our goals. But there are going to be bureaucratic hurdles. So you're going to be fighting battles, internal and external, to try to accomplish the mission and help the nation. So being tenacious, I would say, is really the key. And the cyber branch is still very young. What we really need is people who are not going to be assuming that the status quo is sufficient, that they have the right initiative, they've got vision, and like I said, they've got tenacity.
Okay. Now, in closing, I'm going to ask Ben to close this off. What advice would you give to someone interested in starting a career in cybersecurity with the Army?
Yeah, so this is a good one for me because I'm at the cyber school. So for in the cyber branch in the Army in specifically, I'll focus kind of on the more IP-centric cyber, because the Army cyber branch has electronic warfare, which is more RF specific. So people are more interested in that and going to more traditional Army units, doing traditional Army things. There's that one, and that's a 17 Echo for enlisted, 17 Bravo for officers, and then there's Warrant Officer 170 Bravo. But usually go to Warrant Officer path after you've been in the Army for a while. So, but then there's the General Cyber Officer, Cyber Operations Officer, and then the General Cyber Specialist is 17 Charlie for enlisted and 17 Alpha for officers. And then there's also one I would plug, I say this for last, is kind of closest to what I work in. There's a Cyberspace Capabilities Development Officer area of concentration that's up and coming. They're piloting the first courses for this year. And that's for tool development, software engineering, and more of, obviously I'm a little biased, but I think it's the most technical roles in cyber. So they have an officer and a warrant officer role, and the goal hopefully would be to someday be able to assess people directly into that instead of going enlisted, you go warrant officer. I don't know what the approvals are for that, if that's ever gonna happen, but that's kind of the hope for that. So I can't necessarily put it out there, but for that side, I think if you wanted to be kind of the best, I think you would want to look into getting a good solid background in computer science if you can in your degree, or trying to enlist, go to 17 Charlie, or maybe somebody go 170 Delta, things like that. The cyber branch, I think, in the Army is, if I wanted to be working in the government, wanted to work in the most agile branch in the DoD, I would probably go into cyber, because there's a lot more opportunity. It's so new, put it this way, that there's often not organizational inertia against change, because we're so new. We're quick to try new things and find something that doesn't work, find something that does work, move quickly through things. So I would say if you're kind of looking to go to college, look at 17 Alpha, 17 Delta, and then coming that way. Also, if you're kind of don't want to be in the Army as a uniform person, there's also lots of billets in cyber organizations, from the schoolhouse to offensive and defensive units as civilians as well. So there's the GS scale, which doesn't always pay competitively. It's a known problem, but it does offer the opportunity to work a mission that you can't get other places. So it also can kind of get your foot in the door in places you might not otherwise be. So I think that's a meaningful thing to plug. And there's also a lot of pay incentives in a lot of civilian organizations that or civilian pay scales that add bonuses for special job assignments as well. So they can't necessarily pay competitively, but they can pay you well enough to keep your needs met and give you a really cool mission. So if anyone else has anything else to add, that's what I'd tell them.
Anyone else want to add anything?
I guess for the cadets out there that are already, going down the officer pipeline and want to know what they can do to prepare, a lot of people are like, should I be changing my major? Should I be doing like a lot more CTFs, that kind of thing? We're seeing an increasing amount of officers coming in with different backgrounds, because just like any organization, we have an advantage by having a diverse group of people. But I would say, in addition to that, for those that are maybe studying something that isn't STEM, considering like trying out some of the more hackerish type of stuff and seeing if it's actually interesting to you. Because if it's not interesting to you, then it probably won't be very fun to be in cyber to begin with. So it is an awesome brand, and I love it 100%, but it's also for the right fit.
Well, Team Cyber Enthusiast, thank you so much for making time to meet with us today. And I, for one, am excited to watch all of you struggle through the final simulation. I think it's going to be super cool. And I'm excited to see the progression from last year to this year. So good luck to all of you.
I-Team's investigation has uncovered a threatened cyber attack against our city's 911 infrastructure. A group of cyber criminals have demanded $1.5 million, claiming that if the ransom is not paid, they will disable 911 services throughout the region. The group responsible remains unidentified. It is unclear at this time whether local authorities will agree to pay the ransom. Emergency Services Coordinator Brian Winters was not immediately available for comment. More on this story as it develops.
Hi, and welcome back to the President's Cup Challenge Team Competition. I'm Sam Roon. This is Will Harmon. We work for CISA's Cybersecurity Defense Education and Training Division. And special thanks to the organizers for a wonderful competition so far. Thanks to the teams for participating, and thank you all for watching. Special thanks goes out to all those that supported this as well. And thanks for inviting us to the event for the next 2 hours. So we'll be your host for the next 2 hours, and we'll do a quick recap. 249 teams called down to the top 20% over the last 4 months, and then ultimately down to these last 5 teams, these top 5 teams. And it looks like the leaderboard is starting to populate. And it looks like Team Problem has about 1,100 points. Team Shell has about 1,100 points. And then Team Enthusiast has about 750 points, all within, I believe it's the data center. And Will, can you back me up on those numbers?
Hi, Sam. No, absolutely, that's correct. Looks like all teams at this point have scored in the data center challenge. So we're certainly seeing a lot of movement now since the beginning of the competition started. Things are really getting interesting now. So to sort of recap where everybody is, so cyber enthusiasts have gained access to the Snowplow server in the data center, and it looks like they got that working again. Other team members are in the mobile command center, and they're trying to get data uploaded. So it looks like they're doing a little division by numbers there and within their team. Hack You Back team is trying to exploit the building occupancy server, but they are using an exploit that the server just isn't vulnerable to, while other team members are trying to determine in the headquarters which servers are not compliant.
All right, so just a recap of the competition. So some of you may have joined late, so we want to make sure that we just do a real quick scenario check, all the different 5 scenarios. First of all, this year's competition is even more real world than last year's because it's not it's less serial. So the 5 of the 5 scenarios, the teams can actually split up their individuals on the team and actually attack the 5 different scenarios at the same time in parallel, or they can do it in series. Last year, if you got stuck with scenario 1, stuck in scenario 1, you weren't able to progress into the other scenarios. So this team, the key words for this challenge this year is knowledge and creativity, work roles, setting your priorities and your time management, your collaboration is key. Innovation is a precious resource in this case. There are always going to be more issues then there are resources, and that's what this challenge is testing right now, is not only your technical skills but also your hard and soft skills for critical thinking, and the team dynamic will change, so leadership will change within the team. So pretty impressive. Will, if you could quickly describe, let's go ahead and start with scenario 1, the data center, and just go through the objectives, and then we'll walk through all 5 real quick for those who just joined.
Yeah, absolutely. So the main objective of the data center scenario is that basically you have to gain access to all 3 servers and restart processes on them. And those are the restore plow server track service, the material safety data sheet, and also the building occupancy system.
Oh, very good. And then challenge number 2 is dubbed the Mobile Command Center, the NGO challenge. And that challenge relies on the RADs, these robots called RADs, and the use of something called a moth, which is a tethering system for hardware. These RADs will actually be driving through the city in trucks to gather information about mobile medicine delivery system information, and the Northeast Food Bank Federation, and also information about care kit distribution. Care kits meaning winter gear, vital water supplies for individuals in the city, flashlights, blankets, etc. They're going to be using quite a few tools, Nmap, TCP dump, Wireshark, et cetera, et cetera. And Will, if you could tell us a little about the challenge 3, the hospital malware challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. But before I do, real quick, I just want to break in. So it looks like the team member from Cyber Enthusiasts just had a breakthrough, and apparently they yelled out during the competition that, "Hey, I'm in!" as soon as he or she were able to score points. So they are definitely well on the scoreboard now. To continue on, the hospital malware really is fairly simplistic in nature in terms of the tasks. It's a reverse engineering ransomware type scenario where there needs to be a key extraction. The teams will have to decrypt systems and then mitigate further ransomware propagation in the environment. So while it's fairly simplistic in terms of tasks, the tasks themselves are not that simplistic. So it'll be interesting to see how they can work through that.
Yeah, and the last two scenarios, 4 and 5, there's a 911 extortion. There's always a Dr. Evil in every event, even in the middle of a snowstorm and other catastrophes. And they're holding hostage the basically the 911 system, and they have to protect a 911 process. And then the last one is the headquarters network. You know, Murphy's Law. And I've had this happen to me before. There's a pipe that burst in the DRTF headquarters network. So while the teams are out there trying to help the municipality, their data center is full of water and they had to reconfigure. So that's where we are right now. That's a good recap, and we can start getting into more of the specifics of the engagement.
Absolutely. So it looks like at this point in time, all 5 teams have scored on the data center challenge. So, and that being said, Hack You Back in Time team is still leading the teams with a total of 12,838 points. So they still have a fairly commanding lead, but we're still early into this challenge. So it'll be exciting to see how the other teams can rally, and we'll see where we're at a later point in time.
Yeah, and we got about probably about a minute to break for coverage. So let me just squeeze this in there. It looks like some teams are in the 911 challenge. Looks like a lot of the teams are attacking the first scenario, which is the data center challenge. And we also have some other teams that are actually multitasking in multiple areas. And then, okay, looks like we're moving into, in about a minute, we have the second part of EAD Eric Goldstein's interview and other remarks. So with that, I believe we got about 30 seconds before we break, but I just want to make a quick comment about the challenge number 5. Been there, a lot of layer 1 activity. In other words, they're going to be plugging a lot of working with a patch panel, and that patch panel is going to they're going to have to work together as a team. You can't just have one person try to trace layer 1 or wiring within the patch panel because it's going to actually take a couple folks to gain the points there. 2,250 points there. It looks like yeah, it looks like is it team 2? No, which team? There's a team that actually hooked up all the correct locations within the patch panel within the headquarters network. Yeah, Hack You Back in Time. Yeah, well, it looks like they're doing a very good job working as a team. Okay, and at this point, let's cut over to EAD Eric Goldstein, who has his follow-up remarks.
Doing those assessments, I had what I still really think is an epiphany, where looking at the different kinds of threats that we were reviewing, by far the most impactful and I think insidious ways that an adversary could undermine the critical infrastructure that our nation's capital and of course all jurisdictions depend is through the cyber vector. And that was really eye-opening for me because until that point in my career, I'd really focused much more on emergency response, emergency management, and thought that was going to be more of my focus. And really looking at what could actually impact critical infrastructure and recognizing increasingly that cybersecurity was going to be the risk management domain with the greatest benefit to ensure the integrity of our critical services. That was really an inflection point for me. And I've been really focused on cybersecurity and cybersecurity risk management in government and the private sector ever since. And so this certainly isn't necessarily where I would have thought my career would have gone when I was working as a firefighter 2 decades ago. But certainly looking at that, the focus of my career on managing risk and really managing risk first and foremost to people and to our communities, I think it makes complete sense that my career has progressed in the way it has.
So speaking of this career progression, I mean, you've earned a graduate degree and a law degree from Georgetown. And what inspired you to transition from practicing law into leading an entire division worth of super nerds like myself? I mean, this is quite the transition. What inspired that?
You know, I certainly consider myself to be a super nerd as well. I think if you ask my wife, she will absolutely attest to that. You know, I had the chance to go to law school at night while working at DHS the last time around. And the reason why I did that is I've actually spent the majority of my career at this point working among engineers, working among computer scientists, technologists, and that was not my background academically, although I've worked now in cybersecurity for the vast majority of my career. And when I was thinking through what other analytic tools would be useful for me in providing differentiated value to this cybersecurity problem based upon counsel from some fantastic mentors in DHS and elsewhere, I thought that going to law school at night would just give me an additional way to think about the hard problems we're facing. And so to me, you know, my law degree and my time working as a cybersecurity attorney really is just additive in helping me contribute to the mission of CISA and really analyzing some of the hard, particularly policy and authorities problems that we have to intertwine if we're going to be successful in our mission as security technologists.
As a co-author of some insightful publications, you've been very active in making recommendations for others to follow in countering adversaries, sharing cybersecurity threat indicators, and defending our networked world. Shifting your focus to both federal and private workforces, what's one thing you advise organizations to do in order to attract and retain top cyber talent?
To me, it really all comes back to mission and what I'll call tools. For mission, you know, people by and large, and I've worked now both in the government and for large organizations in the private sector, and people by and large get into cybersecurity because they care about what they're protecting, because they care about coming to work and feel like they are making a difference, like they are safeguarding the assets of the organization, or they're safeguarding the integrity of our nation's services and infrastructure from threats that seek to undermine them. And so I think the most important thing that an organization can do, public or private, is really focusing on the mission of cybersecurity. And this is where CISA really has a real advantage, because our mission, I think, frankly, more than any other organization, is really pure protection. Right? We are the organization whose only goal is to safeguard our federal government, our critical infrastructure, state and local governments from cybersecurity threats. And so that focus on mission, I find deeply inspirational, and I think that our workforce and the workforce that is now coming up does too. The second piece is what I'll probably call tools. And that's not just technology tools. It's providing the work environment that is conducive to creative, thoughtful, free-flowing work that many cybersecurity practitioners find really invaluable and one of the most exciting parts of being in this discipline. And so at CISA, one thing that we are certainly focused on is making sure that we have access to the best technology, but we're also providing a work-life balance, providing the ability to do remote work. We're expanding our regional footprint so that we can attract the best and the brightest in the cybersecurity workforce and build a diverse workforce that reflects the best of our country to match up against this really hard problem.
What advice would you give to someone interested in starting a career in CISA's cybersecurity division?
You know, I think that the advice I would give is to be flexible, be open-minded, and enjoy all that this field has to offer. I think one of the most exciting aspects of cybersecurity is there is so much to it. It is such an amorphous and hard to define term, in part because there are so many aspects, even if you are a cybersecurity technologist, and that's how you design and scope your career. There are so many aspects of doing cybersecurity technology management. You can focus on managing vulnerabilities. You can focus on security DevOps. You can focus on managing security threats, hunting for threats, and understanding the wide breadth of disciplines that are in this field. I think just makes it so much more exciting and compelling. And so my top advice would be to really explore the breadth of the field in a way that will be additive to your holistic understanding of it, and also I think make it more fun along the way.
So
EAD Goldstein, thank you so much for your time. I have saved the most important question for last. So since you currently reside in New York City, what will you miss more when you move back to DC? The bagels, the pizza, or something else? And think carefully about your answer. There may be a lunch bet between friends riding on your choice.
I appreciate that. For me, it is far and away the bagels, no question. Now, I understand from some folks in DC that the bagel market in DC has improved in recent years. Color me a skeptic. So when I come down in a few months, I'll have to try out for myself. But my ongoing assumption is I'll have to go back every month or so to get my my fix of bagels.
Fair enough. I lost the bet. Well, sir, thank you so much for your time, and we're very excited to have you back in the cybersecurity division.
Thanks so much, Austin. It's good to be here, and my thanks to you and the team.
Well, for some reason, I'm really hungry for a New York bagel right now. Welcome back. I'm Sam Maroon, and this is Will Harmon. We're back to the President's Cup Cyber Challenge, and it looks like we've got some new information in regards to the first challenge, the data center. Looks like cyber enthusiasts, the story of 3 servers that have to come back up online. And there's limited power because of the snowstorm and also the crane. And so it looks like they're showing their colors. They're very enthusiastic. It looks like every time they get into one of the servers, they jump up and cheer. So that's actually a good enthusiasm, no pun intended. What do you think?
Yeah, members on Team Enthusiast are really bringing some enthusiasm onto the challenge floor. It's really interesting to see how the scores have leveled up. Early on, we saw teams, it seems like they were trying to feel out the challenge playing ground a little bit by separating the teams and having team members go into some of the different challenge scenarios. And we didn't really see too much going on. And then we had one team that started to make some inroads to scoring on the data center challenge. And then we saw a lot of the other teams started to follow suit. So as we said before, this challenge is extremely dynamic. And so players can adapt as they see fit. So there could have been a bit of a mind thought that, hey, we see some other teams starting to score. Maybe we should divert all of our attention to the data center as well and see if we can't get ourselves up on the scoreboard. And so we see now that all teams are certainly scoring in the data center.
Yeah, and back to the data center real quick. Of the 3 servers, you only have enough power for the 3 servers, not all the servers. So they have to figure out which servers to bring back up. And then once they power them, they actually have to get access. And 2 of the servers, you can access through an exploit, and there's a possibility the 3rd server is either exploit or creds. So they have to use a lot of skills in that environment to get those 3 back up. Remember, 2,200 points for that challenge, and split that 3 ways. So use your resources as necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. And so actually breaking now, Hack You Back team scored approximately about 2,400 points on the DRTF headquarters mission. They didn't get all the points because 2 servers that they thought were compliant actually weren't. So part of the scoring for that scenario is that all of the servers that get reconnected need to be compliant. And if you connect some that are not, you will not get any points for that. So we are sure that they're actively trying to review what's been done so that they can try to backtrack and get on the right course of action.
Yeah, and you really got to focus on those things and not get focused on other things within that challenge. In other words, workstations are not part of the purview, or not part of the challenge. It's very, very time sensitive. So you can lose a lot of time with the headquarters challenge if you're not paying attention to the directions. Looks like 99 Problems is working on the wire puzzle within the headquarters network challenge as well.
Yeah, and you can see here this visual layout of the rack panel. There isn't much to go on here. Nothing is indicated with any sort of charts, or you have no idea what CAT cables belong to which system. So you're really starting off with sort of a disparate array of what to do here. So it was interesting early on. We got indications of one team sent one team member to this challenge and was starting to work through it. But we feel that this sort of a challenge may require additional teammates, given that you're doing a lot of trial and error trying to decipher what CAT cable goes to which system, and so it'll be interesting to see how they continue charging on in this.
Just a little history on that one challenge, the headquarters challenge. Pipe burst, been there, and then you have to quickly reconfigure your network. And the best way to reconfigure it is make it flat, which is a no-no. So you have a flat network, no segmentation, and then you have to reconfigure it to where it's back to normal and back to more secure. So that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that last scenario, so basically, since that headquarters is operating in emergency status, that is why it is the flat network. So teams have to rapidly get those compliance systems back in the networking operating order as quickly as they can and out of that emergency state. So that's the challenge there.
This just in, the cyber enthusiasts are reading through the intel reports in the 911 challenge, and that's going to take an analyst. You're going to have to do OSINT, intel analysis. You're going to have to use some other skills there because you've got a choice: try to protect and remediate the entire network, or look for what the actor is trying to do through intelligent sources. And that's the quickest way to beat this challenge. Protect that daemon or that process, the 911 process, and then also mitigate the weakness within the network so that they can't get in another way. So now there's going to be a DOS on that 911 process, or weak passwords will allow the enemy, the Dr. Evil in this event, to get back into the system. So there's two parts to that challenge that they need to protect.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are quite a few systems in there that they'll be able to comb over for intelligence gathering and getting an idea of what's been happening with systems in that scenario, largely in part. So there's going to be a watch log tablet that's going to contain a lot of notable IT related events, as well as IT management workstation desktops that will contain copies of the ransom message. So word of the wise is to have your folks varied with different responsibilities and try and collect as much information as you can and piece it together so that you can affect the big picture.
The key of the watchlog tablet that they have access to, and also information that's on the workstation. So $1.5 million ransom. My goodness.
That's right. So it looks like what we're viewing now is Team Stamp. Looks like they're exploring the command center. So
yeah, it looks like they're walking through the different systems right now. Yeah, Team Stamp in the command center.
Yep, we saw a topology map there, so I'm sure they're trying to figure out the lay of the land and get a sense for where they need to start to pinpoint their activities.
Been there. I've overloaded the bandwidth of satellite connections. Very, very easy to do. So they have to be very, very careful on how they configure.
Exploring the command center.
So yeah, it looks like they're walking through the different systems right now. Yeah, Team Stamp in the command center.
Yep, we saw a topology map there, so I'm sure they're trying to figure out the lay of the land and get a sense for where they need to start to pinpoint their activities.
Been there. I've overloaded the bandwidth of satellite connections. Very, very easy to do. So they have to be very, very careful on how they configure the firewalls as more of a router, so that they can actually open up. Oops, I'm sorry. That's might have the wrong challenge. Okay, yeah, that's.
Yeah, I think we switched over to the command center view midstream there. So.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I've got the wrong one. No worries.
No problem at all. We're a lot of activity going on here, and we're trying to have as much coverage as we can across multiple scenarios. So we're trying to keep up here. Yeah. So right now, it looks like they're accessing the workstations in the command center.
Got it. They got the command center workstations. Okay.
Yeah, now with this command center, they have 3 locations that they really have to navigate through. They've got the mobile medicine, the Northeast Food Banks Federation, and the care kit distribution. So they're going to have to play at all locations and access those systems in order to glean the information they're looking for. So I believe.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to have to break to another video.
Okay.
This will be a challenge walkthrough. So here we go.
Hello, my name is David Benanati, and I'm part of the Hello, my name is David Benanati, and I'm part of the President's Cup team here at CISA. Today I'm going to walk you through one of our round 2 challenges from this year's competition. And this challenge is titled Thanks for Logging Secrets. And it maps to 2 nice work roles, the Cyber Defense Analyst and the Cyber Defense Forensics Analyst. We've got some brief instructions here. It says we need to find actually if we look at the background up here, it says we must analyze the disk image in order to decrypt HTTPS traffic that contains a token. And our token will be in this format here. So looking at the background, it says a token resides somewhere in captured network traffic, and it will have some forensic tools and a disk image to analyze with those tools. We're given either the choice of a Windows 10 or a SIFT workstation to use to complete the challenge. And they both have a mounted image or disk image, titled image, attached to the VM. So I've already opened up the Windows 10 forensics system over here, and I've got Autopsy open. And so we need to open up a new case, and we'll just give it a name. This is just the base directory. I mean, we're just working on a virtual machine here, so this machine's going to go away. It doesn't really matter. We'll just pick the Documents folder. Next. And this is all just optional information. Again, this is just going to go away shortly, so we'll click Finish. And that's going to begin creating our case. It might take a few minutes, so we'll pause the recording here and be back when it's done. All right, so let's see. We got our case created and open, so we need to add our disk image to the case. And we need to go and find it. It is, as we said, on an external drive here and titled image. We'll go in there, and there's our disk image. Click Next. All this are data ingest modules that Autopsy uses to do all kinds of fancy stuff. We're probably not going to need them, but they do run in the background, so we'll just stuff that comes from those ingestion modules that I mentioned. And yeah, see, they're running in the background. Some more stuff is being added. But we are actually more interested in just the image itself and doing our own analysis on it. So if we go back to our description here, there's some hints, mainly in the title. The title being Thanks for Logging Secrets. So first of all, you can pretty much guess that some kind of logging is going to be involved in the solution. But also, if you make an acronym out of this title, you'll get TLS. So once again, if we recall, we're looking to decrypt an HTTPS traffic, which is just basically HTTP traffic encrypted with the TLS protocol. So one of the things that most browsers are capable of is logging the session keys for the TLS protocol, or SSL. And these, if your browser is configured to do that, that log file, or the session keys, themselves, will be stored in a registry environment variable, the SSL key log file. So the SSL key log file environment variable actually contains a path to the session keys, the log file itself that contains the session keys. So we need to find that environment variable. And it actually exists in the ntuser.dat registry hive. So if you look here, we've got our disk image, and all these users here, this is all part of a default Windows installation. except for a user called user. And that would be the one user that was added to the system. So we need to go in here, and actually we just want to select that and find the ntuser.dat file for that particular user. Now here we have two options. We can right-click and extract the file, and then analyze it with a tool like Regripper. But actually, Autopsy itself provides has a built-in tool to analyze the registry hive. So if we come down here and let's see what's going on here. There we go. So we want to find this environment variable. And we'll click there, and this is exactly what we're looking for. And so the value of that variable is this directory path. This tells you exactly where your SSL keys log is. So let me take a snip of that because my memory is terrible. Do that. Move it over here, and then we'll go to program files. I think it was Wireshark. And Wireshark. WinMax X. Over here, and there's the file we're looking for. So this we will then extract, and we'll just put it on the desktop. So now we're going to use those SSL keys that we just extracted there from the disk image over here in Wireshark. Go find our PCAP. Said it was in the same directory as the image file. Here it is. And we're opening up PCAP in Wireshark. You can see it's not a very big packet capture. And here's some TLS traffic here. We can kind of filter for it. And see, not a whole lot, but there's some. So if we wanted to, right now, if we wanted to look and see what was in this communication, this TLS communication, it's all encrypted. We don't know anything about it. So we need to ingest, or we need to, basically, Wireshark needs to know about those keys so it can use them to decrypt the traffic. And let me just, that was behind our little gear icon in the VM. So we'll go to Edit, Preferences, and we want to go to Protocols. We're going to find TLS. TLS. And right here is where we want to put that log file, those keys. So we saved them to the desktop. Here they are. Got it in there. The default is tells Wireshark to reassemble them. And now, if we come back, let's go back to all of our TLS traffic. And let's find some application data, and we can now follow the TLS stream, and we have clear text data. So this is a GET request for a website, and this is the data that is returned right here. It's a web page, as you can see by the HTML code. But our PresCup token, as you can see, is going to be in this format. We don't see it anywhere here, but we do see, if you look here, here's a link to a token.txt file. So my guess would be that the token, the PresCup token, is actually in that text file. So let's see what else we can find here in Wireshark. Let's go back to all of our TLS traffic. And we were up here somewhere. I want to open the same one. This one's all at the bottom. We'll try this. So we will follow that TLS. Oh, this is different. And yep, here it is. So this is a GET request for that token.txt file that we were looking at before. And here's the contents. Well, actually, this is the data that's returned, metadata and such, and this is the contents of the token.txt file, which just happens to be, you guessed it, our token. So, actually, hold on, I thought I right-clicked. So in our environment here that we use for the President's Cup, we actually provide a way to copy and paste stuff in and out of your VM. So we go to the little gear icon up here, and go to our clipboard and copy. See, now it's in the virtual machine clipboard. Actually, this is, and so now we can paste it to our host system, and we can submit it. And it should, yep, so we passed it, we've earned our 1,000 points, and we can move on to our next challenge. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video. It's pretty quick, give you a good example of a challenge that you might see, that competitors did see in this year's President's Cup. Look forward to seeing you in some other videos. Thanks.
And we're back to the President's Cup Live. Looks like most of the teams have moved from the data center scenario to the headquarters center scenario, which is the where they're actually looking at the patch panel and so on and so forth. Just big picture on the headquarters scenario. Again, I'm sorry, the headquarters scenario, there's a pipe burst, which does happen. Actually, I had flashbacks to when it's happened to me a couple times in my career. Wet pipe in a data center does not work. And they've had some problems, had to rebuild the network at a flat network, and now they're trying to get it back to a more secure network. So they're working very difficult tasks at layer 1 and also policies, etc. So we've got cyber enthusiasts in there, hack you back in time, as well as the 99 problems folks. So Will, do you have any information about the team scores at this time?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. So we're seeing what looks like an interesting trend. Early on, we didn't really see too much scoring activities, but then once the first team scored in the data center, we saw a lot of the teams rally and start to focus all their efforts on the data center. Now what we're seeing is Hack You Back in Time has scored some significant points in the headquarters, and now we're starting to see other teams follow suit. So it looks like teams are using other teams as a guinea pig, so to speak, where if they scored, we think we can score too. So I believe we have multiple teams right now working in the command center headquarters. So Sam, what do you think? We want to go ahead and switch to the network layout?
Yeah, let's do that. It looks like Hack You Back in Time is in the lead. So let's switch over to the headquarters view, see what the team is seeing.
Yeah, so we're looking at a network map of the headquarters network, and you can get a lay of the land for the different types of segments that teams have to figure out which systems need to be plugged in where.
Yeah, you can see some of the different segments. There's the management segment. You're looking at a web main, external DNS. You're looking at an environment that is made up of IT workstations, an internal DNS, a mail server, a snort server, Ops 1, Ops 2, Ops 3, which are probably just operational servers. Looks like if you've ever seen a network panel, so they're gonna have to check layer 1 or physical connections, and then they're gonna have to address the policies to get these different nodes or hosts back on the network. So what I see management, I see Ops 2, Ops 3 environment, and also now we're switching to the patch panel. And if you've ever seen a patch panel, a lot of times they are not labeled very well. So they're what you see in the labels you can't trust. So I believe this is one of the team's view of them hooking up the patch panel and also the DMZ. So you can actually see the WAN, the LAN, the DMZ, the emergency systems, the management systems, and so on. So first things first, you have to make sure that your connectivity and test it. So it's always going to take about 2 people to do connectivity testing, and then once you get that connectivity testing, then you've got to rejoin and repurpose those nodes or hosts into the disparate network segments: management services, DMZ, operations, et cetera. So those different areas of the network that make up a very, very secure network.
That's right. And to remind viewers that the teams are only to reconnect the compliant servers back into their appropriate network configurations. Teams may be tempted to try to work on systems that are out of compliance and maybe try to mitigate them and harden them, but that is not the scope, and they could lose precious time if they go down that road. So they need to figure out which systems are in a compliant state first, and then they have to figure out which CAT cable goes to each of those systems to then connect them to their proper place on the rack panel.
So you're watching 99 Problems live. They're actually testing their connectivity and readjusting the patch panel. Pretty interesting. You can see it's a laborious work, and it also all the combinations and possible permutations of the different connections. Very, very, very difficult to test. And it takes at least 2 team members to go through this physical layer drill. And then once you get those things connected, once you get the systems connected to the right network, then you've got to rejoin them in policy. So you're going to be using administrative background, cyber defense and infrastructure support specialists, et cetera. I'm having a little trouble seeing the screen on some of the activity that they're in, but it looks like they may be in an AD environment trying to. Yeah, I'm having a little trouble on my end to see the entire see what they're working on, but imagine that they're actually rejoining the hosts to the different networks this time. So not only do they have to test the physical layer, the connectivity, but then they actually have to map that back to policies.
Yeah, and so it almost looks like a team member is reading through the report that has to be filled out. We can actually get a glimpse of a rad arm there in the picture. So it looks like there may be some team coordination going on there. And also interesting to note, so we saw on the right-hand side of the screen, we can still see the patch panel. The 3 yellow wires are belonging to the ops. So it looks like they got those right. So, they're starting to piece this together, but as you said, it does require some teamwork and coordination and a bit of trial and error to get things in their right place.
All right, so that's 3 teams, and we're about ready to cut back to some breaking news. But before we do that, so those 3 teams, 99 Problems, Hacky Back in Time, and Cyber Enthusiasts, it looks like they're ganging up on the headquarters network. They moved from the data center network. Checking to see who possibly is in the mobile command center, the 911 extortion, and the hospital malware challenge.
Okay, well, it looks like we just got a score. The Shell Collecting Club just scored some points for the hospital ransomware. So looks like they are on the scoreboard for there. So I think we probably can expect to see additional activity start to focus in that challenge from the other teams.
Just a recap of the hospital malware scenario number 3 on the scoreboard. It's called HMR. Reverse engineer the ransomware. Looks like the key. They're extracting the key. They're going to have to extract it from the executable that the reverse engineer that malware. That doesn't happen often. Having the key within the ransomware, but it looks like this particular adversary did that. Then you have to decrypt the systems with that key, and then further mitigate any ransomware propagation. So a possibility that there's a PHP vulnerability, as well as probably some CREDS vulnerability or SSH CREDS compromise vulnerabilities that they have to fix. So not only do they have to get the systems back up and running, they also have to make sure that they mitigate the propagation of the ransomware.
Yeah, that's right. A few years back, I worked quite a few ransomware cases, and we saw some variants early on they did include that key within the actual ransomware variant on the system itself. And so after getting to a point of reverse engineering it and being able to collect that, we were able to write several scripts that could help us remediate other cases that were very similar. But as you know, everyone evolves. The ransomware writers quickly got smart to this, and then we started to see where the key was not evident anymore in the local. So everything's dynamic and everything changes. So we all are trying to keep up.
Yeah, that now in modern, yeah, it looks like they're using key escrows now, storing the key offsite, so on. But you never give up with ransomware. You got to look at all possibilities. And in this case, they definitely can find the key within by extracting it from the binary.
Yeah, and it looks like perhaps they were trying to extract the key and insert it into the malware as if maybe they paid the ransom, but looks like they're still actively working this. So look forward to seeing where they are after we take a break here. So
let's go ahead and break to news.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
Jerry Rogish is an incident responder that has been instrumental in CISA's response to some of the biggest cybersecurity breaches our nation has ever experienced. In just a few short years, Jerry has emerged as a trusted leader, advisor, and manager within CISA's threat hunting division. Jerry, thank you for joining us today.
Austin, thank you for having me.
So as an incident manager here at CISA, can you tell us a little about an incident you recently had to grapple with?
I oversee operations relating to threat analysis, hunt activities, as well as numerous HURT deployments. So a little bit about our HURT deployments. I specifically work within the CISA threat hunting team, and our focus is on asset response. So our hunt teams are equipped to perform both on-site and remote cybersecurity incident response. And a typical engagement would include log, network traffic, and host analysis. And the goal here would be to discover malicious actors and, acquire and analyze the malicious tools, as well as provide mitigation guidance to the customers that we work with. So we work with customers ranging from federal, SLTT, and private sector entities.
So you just mentioned some very technical stuff, and you also mentioned that you're dealing with a lot of customers in both the private sector and the federal space. What does a typical day look like in your role?
So as an incident manager, I primarily manage customer requests for CISA's assistance in response and recovery to their compromised systems. And I collaborate with the engagement teams, so our HURT teams that we have on site, as well as threat analysts to support our incident response and hunt efforts.
So what do you enjoy most about this type of work?
I really enjoy how fast-paced of an environment it is. Everything is always changing, and there's never really any room to feel complacent in your everyday role.
So that kind of also sounds like a bit of a challenge. What's been some of the most challenging aspects of this job?
Honestly, the volume of work. So the scale of some incidents are rather significant, and sometimes it's been difficult to adapt to the frequency of requests. So there's been long hours and overtime across the board, across the CISA team, and we've been working extremely hard to put in the effort that's needed to effectively respond to entities that are filtering in through our service desk and requesting our assistance. And while it's been challenging, it's super rewarding to be able to build relationships both internally and among our federal partners. So the collective work seen here is commendable, and we're really building strong relationships one customer at a time.
So I remember when you came into CISA, you were actually doing the cyber exercises and tabletop exercises with state, local, and tribal territorial groups. So how hard was it for you to transition from doing the exercises work into this current position?
So as you stated, my previous role here was a cyber exercise planner, and my background specifically includes supporting the facilitation of cyber exercises that strengthen national cybersecurity for an array of stakeholders, much like those that we work with on our HURT team and across the critical infrastructure sectors. So I was positioned to promote cybersecurity incident response and best practices. And I think the biggest challenge was the transition to a new team and niche of people, especially from a technical standpoint, and being around the folks who have boots on the ground and are responding to incidents firsthand.
So you've mentioned to me before that that your personal philosophy has been growth does not come from staying in your comfort zone. Can you expand a little on what that means to you and how this philosophy has propelled your career?
So one of the biggest things I've learned from that is you are going to make mistakes. So it's great to learn from them. It's great to provide yourself with the opportunity to get out of your comfort zone and make mistakes, and just accept that you are going to do, quote unquote, something wrong half of the time, but it doesn't do anything for you to dwell on something that you can't change from the past. All you can do is learn from it.
And I assume that you've had a lot of opportunities to do that in this current role.
Quite a lot.
So I got to ask, how did you even get started in cyber? Is this something that you knew that you wanted to do for a while, or was there something else that you had been doing before you joined the cybersecurity workforce?
So I was actually a criminology major in my undergraduate, and I spoke with my advisor at one point just to see what kind of minor or concentration that I can pick up. And he actually proposed me getting into the cybersecurity or computer science field. So that is what I checked the box off on. And eventually I got into one of my classes where my professor advocated for the Scholarship for Service, which is a National Science Foundation federally funded scholarship granted for both undergraduate and graduate levels. So folks pursuing their career path in computer science and cybersecurity. And my internship requirement with DHS was what initially turned this into a full-time career opportunity.
When you think back about when you were in college and you were studying to become a cybersecurity professional and you're making that switch from criminology into cyber, what do you know now that you wish you'd known earlier?
Again, I'm just going to say that you're going to make mistakes. So it's great to learn from them. I really have nothing else. That's like the thing that I really want to hone in on. Like, you're going to make mistakes. People around you are going to be there to help you learn, not only from your mistakes, but learn different trades and type of technical expertise. And it's just important to really be a sponge and absorb everything around you. And as long as you're here and willing to learn and take on opportunities, there's going to be a lot provided to you.
That is some sound advice. And you grew up in a small town in central Pennsylvania. What kind of adjustment did it take coming to the nation's capital from where you were before?
Quite a difference in the amount of people that I was exposed to. My graduating high school class was around 150 people, and I think that's how many people are in my one floor office space. So it's been quite the adjustment, but again, I've been granted so many opportunities to grow outside of my comfort zone and to really be the best version of myself that I can be. And it's really awesome to see how far that I've come in comparison to who I was.
So speaking of adjustments, now that COVID is our reality, what do you do to have fun and stay balanced?
I think working out is probably the biggest stress reliever that I have to get my mind off of all of the state of the world that's been going on over the past year now. And honestly, without working out, I feel like I wouldn't have a sense of mental clarity or a way to escape after a long day or work week. And it's just been something that I really hold near and dear.
So I do need to ask too, I mean, you're in one of the hardest hit teams in terms of the sheer amount of workload. What's it like being in that kind of environment where you had mentioned before that it's kind of like a marathon, it's not a sprint? How does the team work to keep everyone sane?
I think the key concept here is team. We all understand that there needs to be some sort of work-life balance, and while there is a lot of working after hours and overtime that's being put in. There's a general understanding in my organization that you do need some time after the workday to decompress and maybe not look at your phone and not respond to incidents, because at the end of the day, they're still going to be there tomorrow and we're still going to get after the adversary. So.
Okay. So 2 more questions for you. So in your opinion, what should organizations do to attract and retain the best cyber talent?
So pay incentives are huge, especially in the federal workforce. I've had the opportunity to participate in the cyber pay program, which essentially DHS will offer the opportunity for you to pursue certain cybersecurity certifications. And as long as you take the course, which is fully paid for, as long as it maps to what you're working on in the cyber field, you'll have the opportunity to keep up with those certs and apply for a form of cyber incentive pay that will essentially grant you additional money in your paycheck to really advocate for the work that you're putting in.
And finally, what advice would you give to someone interested in starting a career in cybersecurity with CISA?
Going back to one of my previous points, regardless of where you're starting from, it's important to note that people around you on your team, they're willing to help and expand your knowledge. So just come in every day prepared and willing to work, come on with a smile. I think the smile is the biggest thing, because you don't want to be around somebody on a day-to-day basis that just doesn't seem like they want to be there, doesn't want to contribute. It's important to really just be a happy-go-lucky person and put on a sort of demeanor that is happy to be around. So just be a sponge, absorb as much as you can, and the world is your oyster.
Jerry, thank you so much. Your positive energy and the amount of work that you have done on the nation's behalf over the last year has been staggering. And personally, I just want to thank you for everything that you've put into it to protect all of the things that we rely on a day-to-day basis. So thank you.
Thank you, Austin. It's easy when I work on a team of such great people.
Well, that was a great interview with Jerry Rogish, an incident manager within CISA. I've worked with Jerry. She's a rock star. Kudos, Jerry. Thanks for serving your country. We're back to the challenge. I'm Sam Maroon, and this is Will Harmon. Back to the President's Cup Challenge. And we have a couple teams, actually 3 teams in the Headquarters Challenge. And we also have another team that's making way in the Hospital Malware Challenge. Looks like Shell Collecting Club is in the hospital working on that challenge. Big picture on that, Will, is it's a ransomware, right? And if you could follow up with some more of the details.
Absolutely. And also just to piggyback too, Hack You Back in Time is also there. As a matter of fact, they've dedicated all resources of their team to this scenario. So they are definitely hitting this one hard. So basically, this hospital ransomware scenario is just that. The hospital area has, in addition to being hit with this massive winter storm, they were predisposed to a ransomware compromise. So basically, the teams are going to have to find the ransomware, attempt to reverse engineer it to the point where they can extract the key, use this key to form a decryption tool, and then they're going to use the decryption tool to go to various systems and decrypt those systems so that way they can get access to information on the systems to then give them additional clues on how to complete the scenario. So they're going to have to take a look at multiple systems in various places, places such as the triage area, the lab test coordination center, telemedicine coordination, as well as the automated pharmacy. And the trick to the automated pharmacy, a little bit of an additional challenge, is that the pharmacy is locked with a digital lock on the door. So they're going to have to find the PIN code to this. More than likely, it's going to be found in one of those previous machines.
Yeah, they're going to have to decrypt that machine to find the PIN code. And then they've got to limit possible propagation of the ransomware. And there may be, I'm just saying, a PHP vulnerability as well as some SSH creds compromised that may cause some issues with the scenario. So they have to be very, very careful, not just to solve the ransomware issue, but also stop possible propagation of the ransomware within the system as they bring it up. So they're getting hit by a perfect storm, no pun intended. You've got a storm. The hospital was down because of ransomware prior to the storm, and now they need this critical hospital back up and running so they can help associated hospitals and clinics in the area during this catastrophe.
That's right. And what we can see here is one of the team members for Hack You Back in Time is using a reverse engineering tool. What they're trying to do, it looks like they're trying to possibly extract the decryption key, maybe to make the malware think that they've already paid the ransom. So they're definitely hard at work at this.
And just a quick note, sometimes you can use, sometimes the enemy will use a Pi installer to create an executable, and that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to pull that information, the key from the binary. So let's go ahead and switch back to the headquarters network. There's the patch panel. If you've seen one patch panel, you've seen one patch panel. Looks like most patch panels are very, very difficult to maintain over time. They atrophy as time goes on. Ask me how I know.
And thankfully, this one doesn't look like many rack panels that I've seen, which just looks like a bunch of spaghetti. So this one's not too bad. And
yeah,
I
it
guess
isn't.
Yeah, and right now we're watching cyber enthusiasts working on this one. So using one of the RADs to interface with the server rack. Yeah, the use of the RADs in this challenge, really a novel idea. So it's neat to see that the various levels of gameplay in this President's Cup challenge.
Looks like they're up to the workstation. They're going to gather information about the architecture and the topology of the network. Yeah, so they've got to get it from flat network to back to normalized.
That's right. And in order to get the access to the terminals, they're using moths, and moths are that digital catalyst that actually gives them the access to the terminal to access the machines. So
yeah, from the workstation, they're getting the policies there. Looks like they've got their policy map. Looks like they've found that information. It comes down to trial and error and following directions to rebuild, and it's critical to maintaining the DRTF environment.
Yeah, and that's right. And for those of you that are just joining, so in this headquarters scenario, they have a series of systems that they have to get plugged back in the correct configuration on the back of the rack panel. But out of the 10 systems, there are only a certain number that are actually compliant with their security settings. So they have to figure out which systems are compliant and then connect those back in the proper way, and leaving the systems that are not compliant off the network.
Yeah, very key. Time sensitive, and it looks like we've got some of the. I believe one of the teams has already solved this challenge.
Yeah, well, let's see. I think what we're looking at now is, I believe our view switched over to the hospital challenge again. It looks like one of the teams may be making a bit of a breakthrough. Looks like they may be trying various decryption keys.
It looks like they've extracted the binary, or the information out of the binary, the Pi executable, and they've found one of the key files from that extraction, and it looks like they're catting through it using the cat command. They're looking at it, looking for the key, and then next step they'll probably use a grep command to see where the encryption key is. So they're actually looking through the directory that they extracted to find that key. So yeah, it looks like they're on track.
Yeah,
you'll see what they're looking for there in the text. You see the grep command.
That's right. And what they need to do is they need to remediate the malware infection using that key. So it's going to be paramount that they can actually get that.
They're dumping the object. They're moving along in this challenge. I have a feeling that this competitor is going to gain some serious points. Again, big picture on the hospital. triage area stations, lab test coordination stations, telemedicine coordination stations, automated pharmacy. Of course, there's a catch there. There always is. They have to get the PIN so that they can open up the pharmacy, which is critical. Very, very, very important for the automated pharmacy to get meds, et cetera, to the local clinics and to the other smaller hospitals in the area. So, gosh, again, perfect storm.
Absolutely. And what we were just seeing there moments ago looks like it was a member of the STAMP team that looks like they were using an open source Python code viewer to view the Python bytecode. Although not actually needed, it is an interesting approach. So I believe that we'll see a number of teams start to use different strategies to work their way through these scenarios. So there isn't one way to solve these things. So it's left to team coordination and team intuition.
Yeah, that's innovative. That's something I didn't see. Yeah, very good. Excellent move on that. Remember though, once they do get that key and they do decrypt the critical systems, then they've also got to make sure that they protect from some of the vulnerabilities, the PHP vulnerability, which also spells to an Apache server, and also the SSH creds compromise, possible compromise of the systems. So once they get through this, but I got to say, I'm estimating they're about halfway through.
Yeah, it looks like they are on a good pace, and I believe you said this, but it's worth repeating again. Certainly, when you're in the mindset of decrypting systems, you also want to make sure that you've safeguarded the actual environment so that way the ransomware/malware isn't able to continue propagating and infecting, because you don't want to get yourself caught in a vicious loop. So you really want to have some of these operations segmented from one another. But so far, it looks like they're doing pretty good.
Yeah, bytecode. They got through the bytecode. They're moving to, and remember too, they're going to have to use their software development skills, or the person on their team that is the software on the software development side to create their own script or own code to do the decryption once they find the key. So they're not just finding the key is not the answer.
That's right.
Yeah, it looks like in the hospital we're looking at 99 problems. The team 99 problems.
Yeah, which goes to say, so we are starting to see a lot more focus in the hospital now. So it seems like teams are starting to take a cue from one another that maybe this is where the focus should be.
Yeah, so some of them are moving from headquarters network into the hospital malware, and it looks like they're moving through and utilizing their time and their resources very, very well.
Yep.
So kudos to the teams.
And as you can see here, this is what users would see when they look at their systems with the ransomware in effect. So it's letting them know that, hey, it looks like all your files are encrypted, which is very consistent with ransomware variants. And right now, it looks like they're still trying to crack the malware. So
yeah, that's 99. Yep, 99 problems is still trying to crack the malware. Looks like, oh, they're on Telemed 1, so they're looking at Telemed telemedicine coordination station.
Mm-hmm. And for our viewers, if you saw that moth flying down to the screen, again, that is the mechanism by which the team members in the RADs are able to connect and orchestrate their actions on the terminal. So the moth is the method in which to do that.
Yeah, just a real quick again, if you're just joining us, the RAD is the robot, and the moth is what they use to tether to the hardware.
Yep. Yeah, remote access droid, RAD. Yeah, so far, Hack You Back in Time team is still the leader, 14,688, but very close behind is Stamp. And out of those two, neck and neck for the lead. And then the remaining three teams, Shell Collecting Club, Cyber Enthusiasts, and 99 Problems, they are all vying for that third place, all within a couple hundred points of one another. So overall, the teams are doing fantastic. Just a wealth of knowledge and skill sets within these teams, and we can see the coordination really paying off.
Now, at this point, we're going to go ahead and break to news, and this is the news will be adjusted for each one of the teams as to where they are in the competition. So the news segment will follow, and then following that will be an FBI team interview, first part of the FBI team interview. So we'll go ahead and break to the news, and then you'll see the FBI team interview. So cheers.
I-Team's investigation has uncovered a threatened cyber attack against our city's 911 infrastructure. A group of cyber criminals have demanded $1.5 million, claiming that if their ransom is not paid, they will disable 911 services throughout the region. Local authorities have requested assistance from Disaster Relief Task Force. Emergency Services Coordinator Brian Winters commented that task force personnel were remotely deployed with unprecedented speed and are actively working to address the threat.
I'm here with Team Justice League, who were the highest scoring federal civilian team to compete in the 2020 President's Cup cybersecurity competition. They were able to place 7th overall out of 194 teams, which is an amazing accomplishment. Team Justice League, thank you all for joining us. Can you give an introduction and tell us a little about yourselves, starting with Dustin?
Yeah, so I'm Dustin. I'm an electronics engineer with the FBI. I started the Bureau in 2011, where I first started out doing digital forensics on mobile devices mostly. From there is where I was kind of introduced into cybersecurity and vulnerability research, and that's kind of where my passion lies now.
Hi, I'm Tyler. I'm an electronics engineer with the FBI. I work out of the Operational Technology Division. I started there in 2009 as a engineering co-op. So basically when I was similar to an honors intern program, I worked as a year-round co-op while I was getting my undergraduate degree. And then from there, I've worked in secure comms, digital forensics, to doing more reverse engineering and that type of a vulnerability analysis now.
Hey, I'm Jamie. I'm an electronics engineer with the FBI.
Cool. And Steven?
Steven, I've been with the Bureau for about 10 years. I'm also with the Operational Technologies Division, and I kind of got started mostly doing embedded systems design, some RF work, and kind of do this stuff on the side, and a little bit of it work-wise, but most of it's just for fun.
And I understand there is a 5th member of your team, Matt, who couldn't join us today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so we won't pick on him too much since he's not here. So whose idea was it to form the team, and what criteria did you use in selecting your team members? Dustin, could you answer that for us?
Yeah, so in 2019 was the first year for the President's Cup, and we got an email internally. It was basically like, hey, signups are the deadline's pretty much in 2 days. So I had to kind of like scramble to get a team. Luckily, I have a lot of friends who are also colleagues who are also in the same discipline. So it was actually relatively easy of who to kind of like send messages to gain interest, and we formed a team within like a day.
Wow. So being that you formed the team in a day, Dustin, was there any particular criteria that you were looking for? Or was it just you already knew people that had the skills? Like, how did you build a diverse enough team to get that far in the challenge?
Yeah, it's people I've worked with before, and most of us hang out outside of work as well. So we know each other's interests and kind of like each other's skill sets. And I think we have a pretty diverse set of skill sets within the team.
I would say so. So Tyler, your entire team was one of only 2 out of 43 that were actually able to solve the Get Out of Here challenge. What preparation did you all do that allowed you to perform so well? And were there any specific strategies you all used?
I think the best way to address that, is a lot of this comes just from exposure, both internally and externally. I believe that Get Out of Here challenge was a get-related challenge, if I recall correctly. And working with, a lot of us do software development internally, and externally when we work on projects for other CTFs. A lot of us compete together at DEF CON, ShnooCon, a lot of those other conference CTFs. And so just being familiar with those types of systems, even if you don't deal with them all the time, just being exposed to them. And I think that's a big advantage of these CTFs, right? It's just getting exposed to things you don't normally see on a day-to-day basis, so that when you do see them again, you kind of have a head start as to where you need to start looking.
So it sounded like you all had a pretty good foundation going into the competition. And I'm wondering, as you were progressing through the competition, did any of your strategies or any of your approaches change as you progressed further on?
Yeah, one of our biggest challenges is time management. Once you get into something and you think you're like, I know how to do this, and you're just going to dig in for 2 hours, like I'm gonna figure it out. We gotta learn to like hit each other up and say, hey, you done with that yet, or how's it going? And if you just can't get there, just like take a break from it, or have somebody come over and look at it with you. That's probably one of our biggest hurdles or things to adapt to, I think.
So Team Justice League, you were able to blow everyone out of the water by solving the indicative challenge in 16 minutes and 30 seconds, when the average time to solve was 2 hours and 35 minutes. So Steven, I'm gonna pick on you. How did you communicate with each other during the competition that allowed you to solve this difficult challenge so quickly?
We had a Discord set up, and we had different channels for all the challenges. So we were kind of able to put our notes in there, and then if you have a question or you want somebody else to take a look at something, you can tell them to hop in and take a look at what you got in there, or you can share your screen through that. And that worked pretty well, especially going remotely. We played last year, you were able to just have somebody come over and look at your monitor, but this year it was a little bit more complicated than that. So it was a nice feature to have.
Okay. So Steven, knowing what you know now, what will you do differently next year to prepare for this competition?
I think, like Jamie said, kind of knowing when to cut bait and move on to the next challenge is something that I think most of us struggle with. You kind of put your head down and look back up a few hours later. So this year we were setting timers to, after about an hour or something like that, if you haven't gotten something, maybe you need to go and come back and look at something else for a while and see if you can figure out something to actually get points as opposed to getting bogged down.
Does anyone else have any other advice on what you'll do differently to prepare for next year's competition?
I think one of the big things we'll have to do is, I think we've all kind of got our niches, but I think we're going to have to try to branch out a little bit from that to kind of cover some areas that either we're lacking in, that maybe we haven't seen before, or just be able to having one network challenge or 2 network challenges and one person who's familiar with networks, while the rest maybe are more familiar with doing code analysis or those type of things, puts a lot of pressure on just the one person.
So were there any skills, Tyler, that you thought, man, we really needed this and we didn't have it?
I think we were pretty well covered on a lot of things. I think one area, if I had to say, we struggle with a little bit, which is network management, doing a lot of network configuration. A lot of us don't do that on a day-to-day basis. And I think a couple of those challenges definitely caught us off guard.
That, and I think jump in some of the Windows challenges. We don't really do a lot of Windows work. Yeah. That's more of a different field. Most of our stuff like Linux, Beta Linux, or a remote network thing. So beefing up on some of those on some online challenges would probably be good for us.
And we're back. Kudos to our peers at the FBI. Great interview. I'm Sam Maroon. It's Will Harmon. We have been we're very excited about the different challenges. It looks like some of the teams now are moving from the headquarters network into the hospital network. Just a note about the scenario, the first scenario, the data center scenario. 3 teams have full points, and then 2 of the teams got 2/3 of the points. And Will, if you could expand on that, the different skill sets that were used within that data center challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So the data center challenge really played heavily into forensics analysis and exploitation analysis. And so the teams that scored all points, Hack You Back in Time, Hack You Back in Time, Shell Collecting Club, and Cyber Enthusiast really utilized both skill sets. Whereas the 2 remaining teams that got partial points, they either relied more heavily on the forensics analysis or they relied on the exploitation side. So it goes to say again that the team dynamics plays extremely heavily here. You want to have a well-rounded crew and folks that can take multiple challenges in different areas and bring them together for a cohesive experience.
Yeah, to oversimplify, you have 3 servers and only power for 3 servers. You got to figure out which 3 servers those are. And then for 2 of the servers, you exploit the servers to get them back up and running. And for the 3rd server, you can either exploit or use credentials to get them to get access and back up and configured. So with those 2 skill sets, cyber forensics analyst and exploitation analyst, those 2 skill sets are required for that 3rd server. So it looks like 3 of the teams utilized all of their faculties and resources when it comes to skill sets, and the other 2 teams still have to do that because they only have 2/3 the points.
Yeah, that's right. Excellent analysis. So I believe what we're looking at here on the screen is, looks like we're seeing a team member trying a lot of strings that was taken from the malware. A lot of times when you're pulling strings from various objects, they're either going to be stored in the clear, or they're going to be garbled. So
yeah, it looks like they're trying to. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to go through the different strings to find that key. So I guess we're back.
Yeah, and we're looking at HackYouBack, a team member from HackYouBack trying to reverse engineer the malware to get the clear string. So again, they're running strings, trying to pull out anything that they can from the object.
Yeah, didn't expect that. Okay, didn't expect that to use this the strings tool for that. That's good.
Yeah, it's
looks
always,
like they're.
Yep, sorry. No, I was just going to say it's always hit or miss using strings. You can pull some useful information, or if you're looking at something that's heavily obfuscated and/or encrypted, you may not pull much out at all. But it's certainly worth giving it a shot.
All right, moving to Team Cyber Enthusiast, and they are in headquarters. So the headquarters network, it looks like they are. Oh, looks like they're working on getting the different hosts back into the correct network and the correct segments. They're working in looks like a Windows 10 machine, probably a workstation. Yep, looks like it's a workstation.
Yeah, that's right. And as they're evaluating this, they'll probably discover that this system is not compliant. And so if they're managing their task expectations, this is going to be a machine that they do not want to connect back into that rack panel. And they certainly don't want to try to mitigate this and harden this system. So it's best to just put this one to the side and continue on.
Yep, takes time. Yeah, up to, yeah, it looks like it's not going to be compliant. So hopefully they don't try to bring that one back on.
And so hopefully we'll see some movement here from the RAD to go back to the panel, and hopefully we'll see them disconnect that from the network, but that would probably be their next move. So we'll wait and see if that happens.
Yeah, inside baseball looks like Ops 1 is one of those systems that needs to come back up. So it looks like they're working on Ops 1 now. Interesting, the dynamic.
Yeah, and
so
as
that
with
means the patch panel is looking good. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, no, I was just going to reiterate. So there are 4 segments here. So really they're able to plug systems back into a DMZ segment, management, services, and there's also Ops 1 and Ops 3. So 5 actually, sorry about that.
Yep, DMZ, management, services, and then the Ops segment. So that means that they got their layer 1 configured, because if they're communicating, obviously, I'm sorry to be Captain Obvious there, but it looks like they've got connectivity at layer 1. So now that they're working on that, that was a hard one to challenge.
Yeah, it sure is. And it looks like here now we're looking at HackYouBack in time, reversing again. They're looking at main.py.
Oh,
it doesn't look like they're looking at any of the imports just yet. I think they're still making their way through this and making sense of this. I mean, typically you start at main, at least to kind of get a sense for the running operations of what's going on. So we'll wait and see if they start to diverge into different areas.
Yeah, and if it's the correct main, it looks like they have extracted. Now they need to cat main and then grep through to try to find the ransomware key through some of the clues that are in that bytecode.
That's right. And they're either going to get lucky and find it in the sample that they're looking at now, or they may have to start to venture out and look at some of those imported files and see if maybe they can garner some additional clues there.
Yeah, one thing to watch is your timing on this. When you're doing an extraction like this, especially if it's an executable, it may take a long time. So you may have to work on something in parallel. So not just focusing or get myopic and focus on this one task. You may have to leave this task as it processes and then move to something else downstream, or either work on another scenario.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And it was interesting and great to hear cyber enthusiasts mention that early on when we cut to one of their segments, their interviews. They mentioned that in the earlier challenges in the days previous, they got to a point where they were actually focusing a lot of time in one specific challenge, and it took a bit of teamwork and someone to say, hey, you know what, we think that maybe we're spending too much time here. Let's back up, regroup, and maybe let's focus on something else. And you can't understate the importance of that, to just break the monotony. If you spent hours on something, stop, pivot, go to something else, let the mind unwind a little bit, and then come back with maybe some fresh eyes and fresh thoughts. Very
Yeah,
important.
good point. Good point. Ask a friend. You know, sometimes you have to break away from something. You just get too focused on it, and that's part of critical thinking. It really is. This challenge does test not only the technical skills, but their priorities. That is very, very important as part of this competition. Can't get linear.
Yeah, and especially as with malware reverse engineering or reverse engineering ransomware, you know, I think it's as much of an art as it is a science. Obviously, everyone in the field knows that there are a myriad of tools that you can use to effect the reversing, but just having time in the industry doing this, you learn so many things over time where that you can really shortcut certain steps and get to the punch, so to speak. But you know, every variant's different, every new malware or ransomware is different, and so it's a constantly evolving field. And you know, threat actors are just getting so much more versed in it. Really an interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Stamps in the hospital now, and again, exactly what you're saying. Will plan, do, check, act, do it again. Plan, do, check, act, and adjust. Plan, do, check, act. It's a constant struggle, because you're always going to have more issues than there are resources. So it looks like it looks like Stamp is in the hospital, and I believe that this screen that's showing right now is having a little bit of trouble seeing it.
Yeah, they're using the Ghidra tool, which is a nice reversing tool, open source, that was released several years ago by the NSA, I believe. You can see here, you can see a lot of the imports fairly easy in this screenshot, whereas in some tools you have to switch to different views to get it. But here in this screen layout, you can get a sense for what the main view of the process is doing, and then you also get a sense for the imports as well. So really handy tool.
Yeah, good use of that tool. Okay, it's a lot easier to do that than you know, to hand fist it through with, you know, some of the other commands, the command lines.
Yeah, and as we're looking at the scoreboard, so the only team so far that has scored in this hospital ransomware scenario is Shell Collecting Club. They're sitting right now at 300 points. So by virtue of this specific scenario, they're leading.
You know, this may be the scenario that stalls a lot of folks, especially during the extraction process, and then getting to the key. And then they still have to write a code for extract or for decrypting. So that they've still got some work to do in the hospital. So can't focus. Just suggestion: can't focus all their team members on the hospital, and maybe take a look and explore some of the other scenarios. We're about ready to break to, looks like another interview. Charlie Kilby from CISA. We all know Charlie, good guy. Looks like he's in about a minute. We're going to go ahead and break to that interview.
Yeah, and he's participated in the President's Cup before, and he also organizes the Cyber Competitions Club here at CISA. So looking forward to taking a cut over to that interview here in moments. And we are still looking at some team screenshots over at the headquarters, and it looks like they are checking installed applications. So they are still actively working this scenario.
So the RAD's looking at the. It looks like it's looking at the architecture of the headquarters network. Let's see. All right. With that, let's go ahead and cue to Charlie's interview. So cheers. Be back.
Charlie Kilby is an IT specialist here at CISA who is not only a cyber capture the flag enthusiast, but also has started our internal cyber competitions club. Charlie came to CISA as a presidential management fellow from American University, where he was interested in both foreign policy and technical exploration of just about everything he could get his hands on. Charlie, thank you for joining us.
Good to be here.
So, as I mentioned, you started the CISA Cyber Competitions Club that now has almost 100 members. What inspired you to create this club?
Well, I think what inspired me was looking to try to find a club in the first place, and then finding that one wasn't already stood up. I just went out and started a Teams group and pulled people together. So what first inspired me, I would say, is the President's Cup, just being, the first CTF that I actually had experience in. And from that, I got really just hooked on being able to do challenges and learn from them. And another thing that inspired me was the Pros versus Joes CTF event. So that's a team-based event, and from doing that, I found it was really rewarding to be able to do challenges with a team, because you pick up really quickly on the types of skills and techniques that other people in a team can share and bring to it, and learn from them. So it really helps to round off skill gaps and learn quickly. So that was really what I was looking for in pulling a team together. And start off very simply, just started a Teams channel, and then had some meetings on Google Hangouts, and then over time we moved over to Discord.
So being the skills that you mentioned, what have you found to be the benefit of participating in Capture the Flag competitions, also known as CTS?
Sure. So the main benefit, I would say, is to challenge, kind of push yourself outside of your normal comfort zone, and also to test your skills. So a lot of times when you take trainings or classes, it's very structured, and you know what you're going to do, then you go to the objective, and then you meet it. Whereas Capture the Flag, the challenges are more open-ended, so you don't always know exactly how it's going to go, or where you're going with taking on a challenge. You just know there's a flag out there and you have to go get it. So that really I found interesting and rewarding when you actually do find it. And if you aren't able to solve a challenge, it's always super useful to be able to go through walkthroughs of what other people have done, because there's usually not just one solution to any problem. You can find a lot of different tools that people are using. So that's been really helpful in building my own skills, and also just keeping up with new techniques and keeping your skills sharp.
So how many of these cyber competitions have you been able to compete in so far?
We did the President's Cup, Army Cyber Stakes. We did a few other ones recently, like CornellCon was a really neat one that was over winter break. And I think it's been really cool. During President's Cup, we got a number of teams together. I think CISA fielded at least 5 or 7, I want to say. And then just as individuals, we've all been competing. We had a lot of members that actually did like the NCBA Cyber Exchange, which is an international event.
So if you were going to put together a Capture the Flag or competition dream team, what kind of people would you want to pull on for this team?
Well, I think the most important thing is to get a diverse team and skill set. So one of the interesting things that President's Cup did this year was to separate the more red team and blue team skills between like incident response and penetration testing type of skills. So I think like a dream team would definitely be getting a diverse skill set together, people that aren't just all penetration testers and no exploitation, but also people that can do incident response, because a lot of times the challenges that you run into are diverse, and you need people who are able to do reverse engineering and exploitation, and also people that are just good like system administrators, which is like a skill set in and of itself, I would say. So I like to have anyone that's working with us to have a broad skill set, and then that way you learn from them too. So that makes it a lot more rewarding.
So thinking about people that just like to tinker at home versus people that do this professionally, for both of those groups, how would you advise someone to prepare for a CTF?
Well, I would say prepare for a CTF by doing CTFs. So someone I've gone to for a lot of advice on CTFs is Wellington Lee, who's on detail with CISA, and he's been directing me to Pico CTF, which is a really great beginner to advanced CTF, and you can do past challenges online. So they host them all there on their website, and you could go basically as far as you can with your own skills. So it can be very simple challenges, just literally how to use a terminal, to really advanced challenges that are, reverse engineering and controlling the flow of execution in a program. And so that would be a good place that I would say to start. The main thing is to get out there and do it, and to do it regularly. and which is why we, have had this club together that's been meeting up regularly just to, do challenges. And the hardest thing I think starting out too is we all have a day job, so it's kind of a hard selling point sometimes to be like, hey, do you want to get up after work to do more work and show everybody what you don't know, but that's the point, right? So if you're excited in this stuff and you're interested in hacking or defense or system administration and the challenges, and I think it's really fun, and the main thing is just to do it.
So I've heard that the CISA Cyber Competition Club actually uses Discord to meet up and communicate as a team when competing in these types of cyber competitions. How has that worked for you?
So it's been very good because it's a platform that we've found can do simultaneous screen sharing, so you can show what you're working at the time and get kind of like peer assist, so to say, and to be able to get everybody on the keyboard at the same time and working challenges, I think has been really important for that. And that's good for just like loose. One of the reasons why some team members suggested it too, was because it's a good way to just kind of join as you're able. So like I said, we've everybody has a day job and you get really tired by the end of the week, and most of the challenges are like Friday to Sunday. So it's really hard to, compete at the same level as a lot of students that maybe are, may spend like 3 days awake, pumping Red Bulls and pizza and just doing it nonstop. And, a lot of folks, got kids and families and responsibilities. So Discord provides an opportunity to be able to just kind of join as you're able, do what you can, and share and just be like, hey, I'm working on this challenge. Is anybody else doing it or want to join up?
So I'm more of a code red man myself, but I'll take the Red Bull if I need it. So
Sure.
so
I stick to coffee, I think.
So what advice would you give someone who's interested in starting their own competitions club at their organization?
So the advice I would give is to take it easy and just start it. Don't be too serious about being really competitive and winning events as much as going out there and completing challenges and completing, bullet boxes.
So a couple more questions for you. Being that you have earned your degree in U.S. foreign policy, you lived overseas for a while, you entered federal service through the Presidential Management Fellowship Program. How did you actually get started in cybersecurity?
What ended up happening is I was really into wanting to do foreign policy and wanting to join the State Department and go and do foreign service. But, after joining government, I realized that I don't so much enjoy, meetings and memos and coordinating, but what I do enjoy is the technical side. And for people that are interested in getting into cybersecurity, I would say that these are skills that you can absolutely build on your own and oftentimes through current positions. So for example, I had some cybersecurity roles at Coast Guard and really supportive supervisors on professional development. And so, I started off just with knowledge certifications, so like CISSP. And then from there, I realized like I really want to get into the more technical side, not so much the risk analysis side. So I went after OSCP. I was really inspired by NCATS events. That was a former vulnerability management group with CISA, and went to one of their events and was really blown away by the stuff that they were doing and realized like, hey, this is really the type of work I want to be doing. Something that really helps too is using like Linux as your main operating system at home, just because it challenges you to fix issues and learn how to just use the platform, because the main pen testing platform is of course Kali Linux. So being able to know that and learn it and use it day to day really helps you out when you do more like advanced things like OSCP in time.
So that's quite the interesting journey that you've had, going from the non-technical into some technical into basically self-teaching to be very technical. So it's pretty inspiring. And I have one final question for you. So what advice would you give to someone interested in starting a career in cybersecurity with CISA?
So CISA has a lot of different jobs available, and there's a lot of opportunities in CISA for whatever your current job is and whatever your current skills are that you can join. And if you want to pivot from there to be more technical, you can do that. If you find you enjoy what you're doing in supporting the cybersecurity community at CISA, that's awesome too. So I would say just the main thing is to put yourself out there and build your skills in what you're most interested in, and just keep working at it and going for it. So the main thing is to just keep spending time on what you're passionate about and building your skills that way, and you know, you'll find a place and a role that works for you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your time today, Charlie. And thank you very much for the work that you do to help protect our society and the infrastructure that we all take for granted.
That's great. Thank you, Austin.
And welcome back to live coverage of the President's Cup. I'm Sam Maroon, and this is Will Harmon. Some things have happened during the interview. Great interview with Mr. Kirby. Great guy. We all know him. Kudos to him. The shell collecting team, they're in the hospital. It looks like they got about 1,000 points, Will. And then moving over to the mobile command center, there's some folks in the mobile command center activity, and it looks like again, big picture on the command center is that we've got to get data transferred from 3 locations throughout the city to the command center, and we've got to do that through satellite links. And there's going to have to be some configurations, some things that they have to do to get that information back. But they've also got to dedupe that information. You've got to basically condition that information or that data so that it properly is able to be used by the command center. If you could expand on that, Will, it's a pretty neat scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. Before I do, I just want to make notice too. So Team Shell Collecting Club, they did score additional points in the hospital malware segment, but I think they decided to do a little divide and conquer strategy with their teams, because they also scored nearly perfect points in the NGO, or the mobile data center, mobile command center scenario. So basically, the mobile command center scenario is that they need to commandeer a truck that they have to 3 different locations, access systems at each of those locations, gain data, collect the data that they need from the mobile medicine systems, Northeast Food Bank Federation systems, and care kit distribution. Once all these names and data are collected, they need to deduplicate and ensure that there aren't any duplicates or empty values. And they're going to have to figure out a way to upload this data via satellite upload links. And so data intensive with this challenge. You're going to have to take a look at the data. You're going to have to ensure, do some data cleansing, if you will. And then you're going to have to figure out how best to upload across 3 different systems that utilize low power and to do that successfully. And Team Shell Collecting Club has done almost exactly that. So really kudos to that team for figuring that out.
Yeah, they're basically they have to reconfigure some looks like some firewalls into some routers, do some load balancing or configure them for load balancing to get some throughput in that mobile command center scenario for the NGO data. And again, very important, mobile medicine, food banks, care kits, which means water, gear, flashlights, blankets, etc. Very, very life-preserving scenario.
Yeah, absolutely, because everything ties back to this winter storm scenario. So yeah, you hit it on the head there. And I think what we have done here is now we're going to go back to Team Stamp at hospital because we're getting indications that they may be pretty close to getting the password. Let's see what they're doing here. You can see a split screen going on there. It looks like some team members are trying to multitask and to look at various facets of this scenario challenge.
Yeah, again, very important part of this scenario, real world, hospital down because of malware, trying to reverse engineer, extracting the information from a high executable. Gosh, so many parts of the scenario. A door pin that may be part of an encrypted workstation that they have to get to the pharmacy. And then they've got to, again, I keep harping on it, but then they've got to make sure that the malware or the ransomware doesn't propagate through vulnerabilities, i.e. Just a little bit of inside baseball here, PHP vulnerabilities as well as SSH creds issues.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like team members decided to maybe put a pause to the processing of the hospital ransomware, and they've cut back over to the mobile command center. So it looks like maybe they're focusing all efforts on that challenge. Because you can see here, they're looking at the API upload instructions, getting a sense for how they need to structure this data once they've collected it from those 3 systems in the 3 different locations. So again, it's very specific how you need to put this information, the data cleansing, deduplicating, ensuring that there aren't any missing values. So definitely takes a lot of reading and specificity.
Yeah, they're going to have to use a lot of critical thinking and also be able to follow directions with the mobile command center. That's the key. Following what's in the requirements and how to configure gear so that they can get the best throughput and also get that data, conditioned data, to the mobile command center from 3 locations within the city. So there's drive time, there's all kinds of factors here on the timeline in this particular scenario. It's not all in one place.
That's right. And so what we're looking at here is Team Shell Collecting Club looks like they got the correct password for the ransomware at the hospital. So it looks like they will soon be in the process of decrypting the malware. So they're making great strides with this one. So that's fantastic.
Very cool. Now they can get they can start decrypting and get the pharmacy 4-digit PIN to get in the door to the automated pharmacy. Very, very critical, life-saving.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's another little challenge within the challenge, is that the teams are going to have to decrypt the various systems in that hospital environment to glean the PIN for the pharmacy area so that they can get access to that system as well.
Yep. And then again, it looks like the mobile team, as well as moving into the hospital team. Yeah, and we're watching it live. Let's see if they get the PIN. Got to get into that automated pharmacy.
And right now, Team Shell Collecting Club is the leader for this scenario. They're sitting at 2,200 points. And as of right now, it doesn't look like the scoreboard shows that any of the other teams have scored in this scenario. So they're clearly making their stride in this event.
So it looks like we're still in the hospital, but with Shell Collecting Club. So we moved to the different team, Shell Collecting Club. And it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, Will, but it looks like Shell Collecting Club is pretty close to catching up with the first place.
They are very close. It looks like it's maybe a little less than 1,000-point spread. So 15,710 to 14,860. So they are hot on the heels of Hack You Back in Time. So the scores look considerably different than they did when we first started off. So it has really begun to become challenging and exciting.
And there again are the 5 challenge locations throughout the city in the challenge map, as we see in the picture that you're witnessing. And the challenge, it looks like one of the team members or one of the teams has moved into the 911 extortion challenge, the evil challenge, I call it, where they're trying to protect the 911 services throughout the entire city. Just a quick cap on that, just a recap on that, Will, if you could expand on the 911. They're protecting a daemon or a service on a system for 911 services. And they've also got to protect and harden that system from a DOS attack or a possible SSH password creds hack.
Yeah, that's right. So, in addition to trying to find information that they need for this event in the logs of the various systems in this 9/11, they're also going to have to take measures to ensure that they are mitigating the continued vulnerabilities in said network. And they'll find culminating through their information sources and instructions in their laptops that there are vulnerabilities in potentially the SSH protocol, and as well as with, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's PHP in one of the Apache web servers. So they're going to want to take that to consideration as they work through this challenge. And I just want to circle back quickly. It looks like Team Shell Collecting Club did get full points for that hospital malware ransomware scenario. So the full points. So they are clear with that one.
Excellent. At this time, we'd like to break to an interview with Jeff Hale. Jeff Hale led the charge with the Elections Security Initiative. And at this time, we'd like to say goodbye and go ahead and kick over to the interview. So thanks all.
Take care. Thank you very much.
I'm here today with Jeff Hale, Director of the Election Security Initiative within CISA. Jeff, thank you for making time to talk with us today.
Hey, thanks, Austin. Good to be here.
So Jeff, you helped create the largest national election security exercise called Tabletop the Vote, while also leading the establishment of the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center. In addition, your team delivered tailored guidance to more than 6,000 election jurisdictions. That sounds like a massive amount of work. So my first question is, how were you able to get more than 6,000 stakeholders up to speed with the latest cybersecurity tactics in such a short time?
Again, thanks, Austin. Yeah, CISA's just got so much to offer in this space. We have regional field staff. We have the cybersecurity expertise in CSD. Our job was really to focus on where we could pull all those resources together to help state and local election officials. One of the real benefits there, state and local election officials needed help. They wanted help. They were willing to take help from the federal government. So as long as we could help facilitate and steward them through a process of where they could connect to services, of how they can engage in exercises, they were finding value in engaging with us in basically everything we did. So continuing to show that value, continuing to drive security practices around phishing, patch management, it just built upon itself. So really kicking it off after the designation of election infrastructure as critical infrastructure back in 2017, we were able to build successfully to get all 50 states involved, and then build our reach out into local jurisdictions over the course of time. Really pleased to be able to reach more than 6,000. There are 8,800 thereabout election jurisdictions in total, so there's still a job to do. And we're looking forward to trying to reach them all before the next cycle.
That is impressive. So I have to ask, with hindsight, what advice would you give a team that had to do a similar Herculean lift? Like where do they even start?
Well, first, understand your stakeholder and understand the risks that they face. This is one of the benefits that we have. We did a lot of analysis around where risks lie for the election sector. And a lot of media attention was focused on voting systems. Sure, there's risks there. There's especially high consequence around voting systems. But there are a lot of elements of the voting process that touch the internet more regularly. And this is what a far higher likelihood of those facing risks and security incidents. So we started to orient our attention around what practices can we put in place? What can we advocate for? Where can we do things like help to establish an election infrastructure information sharing and analysis center to help secure those parts of the process? Because if those are compromised, if those are impacted, there's cascading impact throughout the voting process that are going to be felt in the integrity of the vote. So start there, understand your stakeholders, figure out where you can really buy down risk.
So it sounds like figuring out that key risk aspect is going to be one of the crucial things that teams need to do if they try to do something like this.
That's where I'd start. Certainly understanding risk and then developing those communications channels. This is one area where election security really benefited from CISA having field staff, protective security advisors, cybersecurity advisors, regional directors all across the country. You could just go knock on doors and start to make a relationship with their local governments and their local election officials. Probably works this way across all critical infrastructure. I hope so, but it was really a benefit to the election security mission.
So it's fun that even though you and I exist inside of this very technical agency, it really just comes down to relationships and dealing with people.
Yeah, sometimes knowing the other person at the other end of the phone, it makes all the difference in the world. Yeah.
So we were 7 months away from the election when COVID-19 forced us to dramatically alter everyday aspects of our lives, not just with work, but with how we raise our children, how we shop, how we exercise, how we socialize, and the list keeps growing. With all the shifting in our lives, how did your team adjust to ensure the integrity of the elections despite the pandemic?
Oh man, it feels weird juxtaposing these where, yeah, all about risk management and planning for this. I can certainly say my team did not see the pandemic coming, so we didn't have all the answers. But once we recognized that this was a big deal, and Super Tuesday had just really occurred on March 3rd, the subsequent primaries had to decide how they were going to administer their elections in a COVID environment. A lot of the risks that they were facing are risks to health and safety. And so they were making operational decisions that aren't really in the wheelhouse of CISA, but we were able to partner with people like the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, the United States Postal Service, with the CDC, to help to understand and inform the decision-making of election officials so that they could make their best risk management decisions on how they were going to administer the election. This led us to kind of generalizing a lot of this into about 15 guidance documents. What was important for us in creating those guidance documents was that we were able to, any decision that they were making, we were able to help them build security into the process. So if they were going to change how they were going to administer elections, let's make sure they're doing it in the most secure way possible.
Wow, so it sounds like the pandemic really threw your team a curveball. And now that you've gained some hindsight and you're well into dealing and working through the limitations of the pandemics, what lesson did you learn and what advice would you give someone who is required to shift gears operationally at the last second?
Oh, well, I think that we really benefited from just having a phenomenal team. Bringing the right people on gives you the opportunity to make those agile decisions, to shift the way they operate. The right people can perform in any mission. You don't always want to look for the perfect fit off of a position description. You want to make sure that the people understand the agility, understand that national security risks shift rapidly, and have the right awareness and ability to shift with those changing priorities. My team is fantastic at that, and truly it enabled us to provide value to election officials and their private sector partners in that time of need.
That's such a great interview with Jeff Hale. Good afternoon and welcome back to the final stretch of the President's Cup competition. My name is Cindy Munoz and I am your host for the rest of the afternoon. And co-hosting with me is Aaron Feeblecorn, who will introduce himself.
Thanks, Cindy. I'm Aaron Feeblecorn. I'm a cybersecurity analyst with Cindy. Regrettably, she's stuck with me for the rest of the afternoon, and so are you all. And I mean, the past 4 hours have been quite amazing with these teams competing. Cindy, I know you just received some major updates with top 2 teams. Do you want to kind of go over what's going on?
Yes. So far we have 3 teams who turned on 3 servers. We have 2 teams with 2 servers on at the data center. First place thus far has solved most of the headquarters challenge, but not the hospital challenge. But we just got some news that they found the encryption key for the hospital challenge. So we'll see how that goes. That could make the lead a bit bigger. And second place team has completely solved the hospital challenge, but not the headquarters. So we will see how that goes as well. And then the 911 call center deadline for the extortion threat is coming up, and that's where really the points are really going to start adding up.
Yeah, I mean, it really could be anyone's game, especially if they start, handling those other sections they haven't touched, hospital, the HQ. I think really what's going to pull through though is that 911 extortion. That deadline is coming up quick. I think they only have about an hour left before, maybe a little bit more, before they really get hit. So, I mean, right now on the screen, Sorry, I have a little technical difficulty. We're trying to look at the screen here, but Cindy, can you see what's going on?
Well, it looks like we have Team HackU back in time now as they're fixing the malware at the hospital. I also just wanted to remind the viewers that the 5 remaining teams are currently Cyber Enthusiasts, 99 Problems, Shell Collecting Club, HackU Back in Time, Stamp 0001. So like we've mentioned, it's anyone's game at this point. So we'll see what happens in that 911 challenge.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. What we're seeing here is actually a typical ransomware attack. You know, they take over kind of your computer, lock everything down. We're seeing this all the time in the real world of hospitals getting ransomware. I think it's like almost every week we see a new one. So what we're seeing right now is it looks like they found the decryption key, which is pretty rare to find in the malware itself. It's pretty uncommon nowadays. Usually that decryption key, which unscrambles all that data, is usually put on some other server that the threat actor holds on to. So if they figure out how to use that decryption key correctly, they just unlocked all those files and those services for the hospital. Big important aspect, especially with the current scenario with the weather, making sure ambulances can actually use that ER instead of redirecting them to another hospital farther away.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and just a reminder, to get full points, they need to complete all of the challenges within that.
No participation awards this time.
No participation awards. So they really have to use all of their skills to be able to get full points.
So it looks like we're going to the Cyber Enthusiasts in the Mobile Command Center. Just a reminder, Mobile Command Center, big trailer truck with a bunch of computers jerry-rigged together, Raspberry Pis, not the actual food, they're little square computers, great for kids to learn how to, put things together. And this is them uploading important data for emergency services. So we're kind of looking at if I can see this correctly, it looks like they're trying to upload it via satellite, and they have to make sure that they're use the Raspberry Pis and load balance that, because they're not very powerful, but if you can load balance them across multiple, I know a friend who did a project of putting 100 of them together just because he thought it would be fun. So they're pretty powerful tools. Let's see here.
Yeah, so the Raspberry Pis have an API, and you have to try to work your way to be able to get the Raspberry Pi to do the rest of the data uploading.
So some of the data, I guess we could, recover some of this just in case new people have tuned in. The NGO there's 3 NGOs who decided to work with our teams to give them the important information, especially during this current situation. One of them is for medicine, to make sure that people who can't come out because of disabilities or they're elderly, they know how to get that medicine to those people. Another one is emergency supplies. And the last one, I am drawing a blank. Do you remember, Cindy?
I believe it's within the hospital malware remediation, they have a telemedicine station, lab test coordination station, and automated pharmacy.
It's the food bank. So making sure that food can get to those people. So big part of this mobile command station or center, excuse me, is making sure that we don't put out the National Guard and they go to the same place 3 times for medicine, emergency supplies, and food. So a big part of it is a software developer has to make a script, make sure they don't have any duplication records, at the same time making sure they don't delete anything that they need. And if you ever worked with data before, I know both of us have all the time, it's pretty dirty, as we call dirty data. It's not standardized, so it's never in the same way. They have last names first and first names last, or they put a middle initial in there. So they really have to make sure they look at that data and understand kind of how each person or company, NGO, has put that together.
Yeah, exactly. And most of the teams have not fixed the hospital yet at all. So it'll be interesting to see which team is able to complete it first.
Yeah, and that's a huge important aspect to this scenario, because all these scenarios are interconnected to this whole environment. We'll be kicking off a video pretty shortly about seeing how how it looks in the game, in the scenario itself, the live environment. Some of you have already seen it in the past 4 hours of the different, how they do, work with the different aspects, how they hook up to different computers.
Tragic news as the death toll of the current storm continues to rise. Icy road conditions proved to be fatal as 2 people were killed and 1 injured as an ambulance skidded off the road today near the county line. The ambulance was carrying 4 EMTs and a patient when a driver lost control on the slick road and rolled multiple times. According to the Highway Patrol, the ambulance was forced to divert from our regional hospital and to make the treacherous journey to another hospital despite the weather conditions. Local hospital spokesperson Susan Sanders stated that the hospital staff are doing everything they can to restore operations. However, multiple systems have been damaged due to the malicious ransomware attack, and they cannot resume operations until they can ensure patient safety. More on this story as it develops.
Welcome back. That is a real notification that they received in-game because they didn't really prioritize the hospital. So now more lives are at risk. This snowy weather. I'm a person from Buffalo, New York, so shout out. That's pretty dangerous situations for people. Ransomware attack, cybersecurity has real consequences in the real world. So what is nice about this competition is it really brings all these elements together. So it's really important that they start to focus on what is the most important and prioritize what is most important to, the whole environment, the whole scenario.
They really have to strategize their plans and their skill sets. I wanted to add that that they really have to resolve those network vulnerabilities so it doesn't spread back online once they're in the hospital challenge. And once they go back past that part, they have to use whatever they've discovered to be able to move on to the next phase of that, and be able to get into the pharmacy and get to what they need to do following that, and then be able to get the patients what they need and be able to save lives. So the time is ticking on them.
Definitely. We actually just cut to 99 Problems team 99 Problems back at the NGO mobile command center. They're trying to, as we were talking before, they're trying to look up how do they upload this data as they received it from 3 different NGOs. They had to move around in that command center. So this looks like they're working on their pfSense router networking.
Looks like they're reconfiguring.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, go.
Looks like they're reconfiguring a pfSense wall currently.
Yeah, so as they connect to different NGOs, networking isn't, I know some people have, those wonderful home routers that does everything kind of for you. So unlike, when you're in a mobile command center, you have to connect to someone else's network that's already set up, and not everyone doesn't do it the same. We do have nice standards of how IP networks work, TCP IP stacks, or OSI model if you're kind of in that crazy theory stuff. So they have to really check to see how do they connect. One of the scenarios is that they only were able to connect to the manager, and he or she has no idea where their information is, how do they connect to the network. So they have to use proper tools to really figure out how do they get on that network.
And looks like we have some breaking news. Team HackU back in time just started scoring points for the hospital. So that's exciting. We have some more hospital action going on.
I guess that ambulance crash, I think they realized the consequences in this scenario, and really, put more resources on that. Maybe they brought some more team members. Maybe we'll get some more information on exactly how they decided to do that. So more, they have different team skill sets that they have to bring to that table, that diversity of skill sets. Maybe one person was working on something else, they brought them over. Important aspect when you're triaging and prioritizing.
Absolutely. I guess the ambulance crash got them fired up.
Yeah.
And they looks like they scored for one machine, so they must have the decryption key at this point. So that's this progress. They have half the machines now.
That's
So,
great. That's great to
yes.
hear. Hopefully the other teams start to focus on those aspects too.
Absolutely. And 3 out of the 4 machines are on, so awesome.
Excellent.
Attacking away. Yeah. But they can't reach the automated pharmacy just yet. They still need to find the PIN code for the door. So it's always good for teams to remember that there might be times to look back and see if there's some clues anywhere else to be able to make best resources of their time and their efforts. And so let's take a look at the solution video for one of the challenges from this year's qualifying rounds. In this challenge, competitors had to use PowerShell to find attack artifacts on remote Windows machines. So we will start going through that walkthrough.
In this video, we will be walking through the 2020 President's Cup Challenge titled Remote Correlation. In this challenge, competitors must extract potential indicators of compromise from an Intel brief. Challengers must isolate indicators of compromise on remote Windows systems relating to firewall rules, scheduled tasks, registry keys, and WMI entries. Because the systems are remote, challengers must use a remote administration tool such as psexec to interact with the systems. PowerShell commands can be used to solve all portions of this challenge. Players should use their knowledge of PowerShell and common auto-run locations on Windows to inform their analysis. After opening PowerShell on the provided virtual machine, use psexec to interact with PowerShell on one of the remote systems. Next, use PowerShell on the remote system to find and enable firewall rules. Get more information about particular rules by using the git net firewall port filter command. Any rules that match the Intel document should be noted as malicious. Next, use PowerShell to query and export information regarding scheduled tasks. Take note of and decode any encoded PowerShell commands you find. Encoded commands are not always malicious, so be sure to figure out exactly what each command does. PowerShell can also be used to query the Windows registry. Look in common auto-run locations for potential malware. Again, not all files you find will be malicious, so be sure to check the file hash against known malicious hashes from the Intel document. Lastly, look for malicious WMI entries. Look for common object types such as filter to consumer bindings. These objects are often used by attackers to automatically tie Windows system actions to their own malicious code. Look more in depth at objects embedded within the binding object. The event consumer will show what code is being triggered by the WMI system. Again, be sure to take note of encoded commands and decode them to find out what the command is really doing. Once analysis of the first remote system is complete, Repeat the analysis on the remaining 2 remote systems. Take note of how different systems show various benign and malicious artifacts. Refer back to the Intel document for what is considered malicious in this scenario. Remember to continue checking file hashes to see if they match the known malicious hash. Once analysis of all remote systems is complete, submit the answer in the answer boxes for full credit. Thanks for watching this President's Cup 2020 Challenge walkthrough.
And welcome back. So just wanted to give a little update regarding points. So we have about 2,900 points left up for grabs. So it's up to any team to go and get them. In first place so far, we have Hack You Back in Time. Second place, Shell Collecting Club. Third place, Stamp 0001. Fourth place, Cyber Enthusiasts. And last place is 99 Problems.
So, I mean, between those 2 top teams, that's some pretty neck to neck. I think it's really going to come back down to that 911 call center extortion scenario that they have going. It looks like the cyber enthusiast right now just was able to find that decryption key. Let's see if they're able to start decrypting the systems and getting those systems back up and running. And that's what we're looking at right now. So it looks like they're just. Go ahead, Cindy.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just trying to get those encryption keys, get the PIN, and yeah, get those extortion letters out of the way.
So, and we were talking about kind of last time before we went on break, and then my computer decided to break on me. It happens to the best of us. I'm not the best, but humble brag. I don't know. Anyways, the auto pharmacy, big aspect of the hospital, especially for pain medication, opiates, those things need to be unlocked so they can take best care of their patients. Looks like, so, that's something I wanted to bring up, so back to the hospital. So even if they have kind of everything directed, they need to make sure everything's up and running.
Yeah, so it looks like Hack You Back in Time is leading by 2,061 points with, again, 2,900 points left on the board. So to clinch first place, Shell Collecting Club has to secure their 911 center before the extortion deadline.
Yeah, and back to kind of talking about the 911 extortion, this is the skill set for threat analysis, really understanding the threat actors out there and their preferred way of attacking networks, systems, things along those lines. So it has to deal with some open source information gathering, understanding the techniques they like to use, and then defending against those and being prepared for for that type of extortion attack. They can't just defend everything, especially with current resources for their teams and all the different scenarios and challenges they have to go for. They really need to focus on what makes sense to defend, because they don't have all that time to just plug in all the holes, and some of those might be needed for the 911 call center of just how their systems work.
Yeah, so they'll have to reverse engineer that malware to extract a key that is used for encryption. And not all malware is created equal, so understanding how the malware is engineered is a key part of this. So going to 99 Problems, filling out the headquarters report for their network security. Yeah, looks like they have to report for each system if it is compliant or not.
Yeah, they can't just put up whatever and put everything together willy-nilly onto their network. I know they had a water pipe burst in their main server room, and they pulled everything out and they're just putting everything together. they have to follow the directions of what the network team. Go ahead, Cindy. I thought you.
Okay. Oh, all good. All good. Just they have to reconfigure the network to have each system on the right subnet. I know it was mentioned earlier in the feed, but never having a flat network. You always want to have network segmentation. So
Definitely.
that's a key part of any cybersecurity infrastructure is network segmentation, Cyber 101.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick. What we're seeing was that networking aspect of plugging in and out of wires. I've been to a bunch of competitions from capture flags to collegiate cyber defense ones. And one element that is hard to emulate in a virtual environment like this, and so that, in our current remote posture, we can have these type of competitions, is to do that. This is pretty neat of being able to emulate virtual networks and plugging in and out. So they're trying to figure out which computers plug to what wire and how the switches and switches and routers and firewall are configured here. So they're doing a little trial and error. Hopefully they're working with a teammate to tell them, this is on. I'm able to ping the gateway, which is how you get at internet for those who are still new to this.
Yeah. So it looks like they figured out that the yellow wires are for the ops machines, but they aren't plugging them into the right ports. And they have to be careful because that can create a broadcast storm.
Yeah, that will cripple their network of just things broadcasting back and forth, and they're not able to really stop that. And it looks like we're back to the scoreboard just to show that there has been some changes. And they only have about a little less than 90 minutes, and that extortion is coming up. That 911 call center for extortion is coming up pretty soon. So I think that's going to be pretty exciting. So we'll cover that live of what's going on.
So looks like both leaders have fully fixed the hospital. So that's exciting. We finally got some breakthroughs in the hospital challenge. And then, yeah, looks like we have coming up a little bit of an FBI video. So please enjoy that FBI interview.
So Dustin, picking on you now, you completed round 2's Thanks for Logging Secrets challenge in the incident response and forensic track in under 14 minutes when the average time was well over an hour. Those are some impressive skills. How did you get into the FBI in the first place? And what led you to this specific professional area?
So in 2011 is when I first got a call. So I graduated in 2010 with a bachelor's in computer engineering, and we had a career services guy, and he forwarded me an email. He's like, "Hey, FBI is looking for some people. Here's this person's email. Get in touch with them." So I got in touch with him, and it was kind of interesting because I was on my way to Myrtle Beach for vacation, and I had to do the interview while in Myrtle Beach. And then with like an hour after doing it, they called me and offered me the position. So that's kind of when I got started. And I officially started in December 2011. And I was an electronics engineer, and then I got certified to be a forensic examiner. And then I actually worked on casework, doing forensics on mostly cell phones. Our cell phone forensics program, we also had a vulnerability research program, and I kind of started interacting with them more every day. And it definitely was interesting to me. And that's kind of where I started getting my foot into vulnerability research. And then about a couple of years ago, I actually got a position doing vulnerability research. So I get to do that more often now.
Okay. So it sounds like there's a lot of different skills that you're able to explore just within the FBI.
Yeah, we have different positions where we can kind of look around, see if there's something else that's more interesting or whatever. So I've done digital forensics for about 10 years. And I just kind of wanted to do a little bit more of the vulnerability research stuff.
Cool. Now, Tyler, shifting to you, you not only competed on the highest scoring federal civilian team to compete this year, you also made it into the finals for the individual track A challenge, which you just finished today, which is geared towards incident response and forensic skills. How did you prepare for this individual part of the competition?
And that's tough. I think especially from the individual side, it just covers such a broad swath of topics. I think a couple of things we do. I know Dustin and I, especially during this year with COVID and everything, we spent a lot of time doing hack the box challenges. And those aren't always great. Some of them are more CTF challenge style, and some of them are more real world applicability. But I like to harp on that earlier point. I think the big point of doing these CTFs or just doing a lot of these challenges to begin with is just familiarity with putting yourself in different environments and different situations, right? Being able to reference back and saying, I've seen something like that before. Oh, I should look in this area, or even if it's something as simple as like knowing I need to find those in the Windows events logs, knowing which event IDs you need to look up, but having that head start and where you need to look when you get into challenges, just a huge advantage. So I don't say jack of all trades, but just getting yourself familiar, even if it's just getting your toes in the water with a lot of those different tools that you may not use on a regular day-to-day basis is important.
You know, making it this far in both the team competition and the individual competition is a really impressive feat. How different was the team challenge of the competition versus the individual challenge?
I think the teams, I did both the offensive and defensive track for solos as well. I think the coverage was a little, obviously on the track A where I made it the finals was more incident response forensics related. But for the teams, I think a lot of those challenges were maybe a little more heavily involved, where you may have needed an extra teammate to look at a problem or needed some extra input. Whereas the solos were, I don't want to say simpler, but I mean, they're more tailored a little bit towards being able to be completed by one person in a timely fashion, right? Team tracks, you had 12 challenges, whereas in the solos, you were looking at around 6 challenges, I believe, was most of the tracks.
So was there any section of the individual or the team track that you're particularly proud of solving?
I think on the solos, I definitely enjoy all the forensic style challenges. I think, you know, just work backwards from somewhere, someone committed a crime, right? I think, or someone made an event on a system. I think a lot of people forget, even when they commit kind of crimes and get into those type of fields, there's logs everywhere, and be able to work backwards from those logs to kind of rebuild someone's steps as they work their way through a system is just, I think that's a exciting thing to do for me, at least from my perspective.
Does anyone else recall any of the challenges that you did that when you finished it, you were like, man, we got that done?
I think Steve did I want to say it was a Bitcoin ledger or some sort of coin ledger, which I think we're all pretty impressed when he finished that one. I don't know if he wants to speak to that at all, but I know he spent quite a bit of time on that one on the team side.
Yeah, that was a lot of work. I don't really, I had to kind of do a lot of Googling on the fly there to learn about Bitcoin ledgers and some Python scripting to pull it all out, and was getting closer and closer and hoping I wouldn't run out of time before the end. And right at the end, I snuck it in under the wire. So I was pretty happy with that.
Okay, well done. Now, Jamie, question for you now. What is it like working in your area of the FBI, and are all employees special agents?
So no, all of the employees are not special agents. I feel like there's a big misnomer, misinformation that people, even friends when I started working here, like I go visit them back home and they'd be like, oh, so you got a badge now and all this other stuff. I'm like, no, man, I'm just an engineer, just hang out and, you know, in the lab with a computer all day. But it's probably like at least in our unit, probably like a 2-to-1 agent to professional support position, which is what we are. You know, as engineers, electronic technicians, or we have logistics people, mechanical engineers, stuff like that.
That actually sounds pretty fun, like being able to jump around to all kinds of different things, developing lots of different skill sets. But what you're describing actually, you know, it sounds pretty neat, and it sounds like a really diverse job.
Yeah, it's fun. Like I said, I like going to work every day. Like I was I was a contractor for 7 years before I came over as a bureau employee. I worked there in the same. Fortunately, I've been fortunate enough to be in the same unit for the whole time. And they kind of liked the work we did. Said, hey, we've got some spots open up. Would you like to take one of these positions? And, you know, applied for it, and they hired me. It was a good decision, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So Tyler, if you were to make a pitch to the viewers, what kind of person, either on the civilian side or the agent side, would be a great fit for the FBI in your professional area?
I think someone who's going to make a great fit in, at least from either the cyber forensics and response those type of fields, whether it's you've got an engineering degree, math degree, any sort of technical background. I think if I had to pick one trait that would make you stick out within our field or getting into this area, I think curiosity would be the big one, right? This field is constantly evolving and changing, and being willing to take that step and say, I've never seen that technology, let me get my feet wet and learn it, or just having something new come down the line and being willing to pick that up and kind of adapt and change. I think that's one of the big things with the cyber field currently right now is just, it's 100 miles an hour. You're not doing the same thing on a day-to-day basis, and just being willing to adapt and stay curious about the new technologies is, I think, is huge.
Okay. So I want to close with Stephen. What advice would you give to someone interested in starting a career in your professional area with the FBI?
I think, like Tyler said, we got a lot of different options, a lot of different areas that you can get into as an FBI employee. So there's an internship program that can get you started, during college. And I know Tyler and I think maybe some of the other guys have been through that one. And, you can kind of get a lot of, get your foot in the door that way.
Is there any other advice? I really like what you said earlier, Tyler, about the curiosity. I recall one of my coworkers when we were out talking to college students, he was an incident responder, and he was saying to these college students, I can teach you anything technical, but I can't teach you to be curious. I can't teach you to be adaptable. You either come with that or you don't. So how in your opinion, can people actually develop more of a curiosity so that if they wanted to be in the FBI, that they would kind of, have a good way in?
I think one thing is important to remember is I think FBI is broken up into a lot of different positions, right? You've got on the field office side that works cases day in and day out. You've got intelligence analysts, you've got special agents, you've got ETs, electronic technicians. You've got all sorts of people in the field office that are working day in and day out directly involved in cases. And then you come back to headquarters and you've got stuff like the operational technology division, whose primary goal is to build tools and techniques that are deployed throughout those field offices to assist investigations. So you've got a broad swath of people versed in different technical areas, whether it's audio, video, doing cyber related functions. There's a lot of ways to get involved. And I think just broadening your perspective of the FBI is one huge way to kind of open yourself up to that. Outside of that, growing and continuing to learn, go to conference, get involved, read blogs. There's a lot of great blogs out there. People just either working through CTS, some of their more recent technical exploits, things they've done. Just reading those and seeing what people are doing on a day-to-day basis is a great way to learn and kind of just stay abreast of what everyone else is curious about and kind of maybe find what you're curious and what your niche is going to be.
Okay, thank you. So Team Justice League, thank you so much for making time to meet with us today. We really look forward to seeing you again next year, and maybe you'll win the whole thing.
I hope so. There's some DoD guys are some pretty tough competition every year. So
true that. They beat us as well.
Yep, we'll definitely see you all next year.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great interview. You can teach technical, but you can't teach someone curiosity. That's very true. I actually come from a non-technical background. My background's in supply chain management, and I learned cybersecurity as I went along, technical and policy. So just wanted to review some things. Just before we left, Team Hack You Back in Time managed to resolve the issues with their city's hospital. So let's take a look at the news that they would be seeing in their interface. What teams are seeing is a living interface. So it's an all living city. It's an all live environment. So it's constantly changing. So let's see a bit of what they're seeing on their end.
Thanks to the recovery efforts led by the Disaster Relief Task Force, our local hospital has been able to quickly recover from the effects of a recent ransomware attack. The emergency room has returned to full operating capacity with critical patients receiving care locally, ending the diversion to other area hospitals. Local hospital spokesperson Susan Sanders stated, "We are pleased to announce that at least here we have returned to business as usual, providing the best care possible to our patients in a time of crisis."
So that video is a type of notification they receive during the competition based on what they do. So what's great about this competition, what I like about how unique it is, that the whole scenario it is it's a live environment, it's a live scenario. So different competitions I've gone to, you kind of have to role play and assume what users that are not really there are doing. What's great about this is that it changes the dynamic of other scenarios. You have to really triage and prioritize what you need to do where you're going to put your team members with their skill sets, that specific skill set, and really work on that team dynamic. So it's very helpful that they are looking at the notifications, because there's different things like Twitter, like tweets and emails, videos, news, so that they know what they need to prioritize. I mean, just maybe a half an hour ago, we just saw a news event of an ambulance crash because they were diverted to a different hospital because they couldn't go to that hospital for it.
Aaron, I think we're gonna switch over to cyber enthusiasts really quick as they try to find the door passcode at the hospital. So another team coming up.
It looks like we're looking at one of the team's interfaces right now. Of them are trying to find the door passcode to the door. So the auto pharmacy has a PIN because of opioids, pain medications. You don't want that just anywhere, right?
It's a 4-digit PIN. Yeah, just adding that it's a 4-digit PIN. So this is an area where they really want to, if they're trying to figure out the PIN, kind of try to backtrack and see if there's other clues out there. I believe it's been mentioned before, but to really like utilize the resources or maybe previous documents or otherwise that might house that code. Maybe they have to decrypt something or look around otherwise to get that PIN.
Yep, it looks like they figured out the cryptor key, which is a passphrase that the actor put in the malware apparently. So they had to do a little bit of malware analysis to see, dissect that code apart, see what it's doing. And they're lucky enough to have the decrypt key in there. So now once they start to unlock all these files, they can start looking up that PIN, so the hospital crew can get back into auto pharmacy and really get those medications going. I think a big part of this too is not just to unencrypt everything, but it's also to secure it so it doesn't happen again. And let's hope they're doing that too.
Oh, looks like going to 911, hack you back in time. They're looking at running processes and opening services. So looks like they're inching a bit farther down, trying to harden their systems against impending attack.
Yeah, this looks like PS Aux. I'm assuming, I didn't get to see the command that they ran. Very similar to Task Manager for Windows computers, but you get to see everything that's running to see what's going on. A big part of understanding this extortion, if there's something running that was installed that they don't know about, you need to make sure that, and it does take some experience to understand what should be running, what shouldn't be running. Also changes from environment to environment or organization to organization based on what their services they need to be running.
Yep, and it looks like we're nearing the deadline for the payment the extortion threat gave. So
it's about 10 minutes out, I believe. We'll be cutting. Go ahead.
They got to roll up their sleeves and try to get that in time.
Yep, and they got lock it down before all that happens. It looks like we're going to be cutting to an interview soon with a forensics and Galchut, I hope I pronounced that right, IT specialist in network forensics at CISA. And after that, we'll come back to the coverage of the competition. But she's pretty cool. I've worked with her before, so let's tune into that.
I'm here today with Ann Galchut, an engagement lead with CISA that embodies all the beautiful nerdiness that is a cybersecurity professional. In her previous life as a foreign service officer that traveled to over 45 countries, Ann decided to suspend her life as an international woman of mystery and become one of our top digital samurai. Ann, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So what does it mean to be an engagement lead here at CISA? And can you tell us about an incident you are most proud of working?
Well, engagement leads are the leads that lead a bunch of analysts going in. And they're also are kind of a liaison between those analysts and the customer or the victim. So an engagement lead will go in and talk to the management. If it's an incident response, answer questions, relay questions from the analyst to the customer, and just generally keep them informed. It's very interesting work. One of the recent engagements, obviously the customers tend to get a little bit anxious So you have to use soft skills to calm them down and explain things in clear fashion, what they can do, and offer as much help as possible. In usually these cases, especially in the one I'm thinking of, it is about giving them the best information possible and making sure they can act on their own. Yeah.
So what does a typical day look like for you in doing all of these activities? Because it sounded like you not only have to be an expert at dealing with the subject matter, but you also kind of have to be an expert at dealing with the people. So what does your day look like?
It's a little bit of project management, and then it's also getting hands on keyboard. I'm attached to the network forensics section, so I do network forensics alongside our analysts. But it's also managing expectations from the customer, doing a bunch of meetings, making sure that all the communications are good, making sure the analysts have what they need, all the requests to the customer for data, all the requests back to CISA for anything we need. So it covers a pretty big gambit of skills.
So you've kind of, in a lot of people's view, you've given up this kind of idealistic globe-trotting lifestyle to come and do a cyber mission. So I got to ask, what do you enjoy most about this mission and the work that you get to do?
Well, obviously you're making a big difference, especially with incident response. It's, as you mentioned before, and I really thank you for that, was the samurai aspect. You're going in there and you're fighting adversaries that don't have our best interests in heart, and you're helping people out who may not have the skills or the time or anything to deal with that. So I really enjoy actually making a big difference in what we're doing, using technical skills as a sort of weapon, to fight against the adversaries. And it's aside from, I don't want to be sitting at a computer all the time. I want to actually be making a big difference in that aspect.
So in that regard, what do you find for you personally has been the most challenging aspect of doing this work?
Most challenging aspect, obviously, with cybersecurity is just keeping up with the adversary's activities, constantly learning, trying out the new tactics that they may be using, and then being able to recognize them on networks. So as with any job in cybersecurity, it's just reading and making sure that your own skills don't fall behind, even if you're doing those project management kinds of tasks.
So before, you had mentioned to me that there were moments in your life where you saw that things weren't moving as fast as you wanted and you took action. So I would love for you to talk a little bit about how you actually got into cybersecurity in the first place and what that journey kind of looked like for you.
Well, I was in the Foreign Service, and I really enjoyed the Foreign Service. It was some of the best 12 years of my life. But it was not challenging technically, and we certainly did the IT maintenance, IT management side of the State Department. And I really was interested in cybersecurity and wanted to get into it. So I managed to get an assignment that was in Washington, D.C. to work for information assurance, to try to get into doing cybersecurity full time. And at the time, I was still Foreign Service. You have to make a decision. You can't stay domestic all the time. You're made for going overseas. And they tried to send me overseas, and they were going to send me to Tokyo, which is a fantastic place. And I had to turn that down to stay domestic and become a general services employee to stay with cybersecurity. And I think about that a lot. No regrets, but I did turn down a 3-year assignment to Tokyo to stay in cybersecurity.
So as you reflect back on kind of where you've grown in the time that you've been in cyber, what do you know now that you wish you'd knew when you were first starting off in your cyber career?
I think that I probably would have gotten more into data science and project management. Those don't sound like they might be related, but project management is about managing all the tasks, and we do deal with quite a few tasks at once. Deal with people and getting all the data together. And then the data science, I wish that I'd gotten into that earlier, because presenting the highly technical data that you find on engagements to management, to customers, is so important, and presenting that in a way that they can understand if they're not technical, that's so important. So I wish that I'd gotten more into those, but catching up, like I said, it's constant learning.
So rumor has it that you had an encounter with our current president. So if that rumor is true, what happened there?
Yeah, I was on a flight to Warsaw, and I was settling into my seat in business class, and my seatmate turned out to be then Senator Joe Biden. on his way to Tbilisi to deal with that, because I think he was chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee or something. So we got up to cruising altitude, and I introduced myself, and he said, oh, that's really great. What made you go with the State Department? And I said, well, I don't want to spend the rest of my life making sure clothing companies can sell clothes online. And he laughed, and he said he just liked my kids, because turning from a good life in the private sector to serving in the public sector is a big jump, and he knows that just as well as anybody else with his kids. So that was a really interesting, just off the cuff, just summed up why I did that.
So being that you wanted to do this mission, how do you see CISA, and more specifically your division, shifting to address the ever-changing cyber threat landscape?
Well, we are a growing agency, and I think that recent events trying to get into more of a hands-on helping customers with remediation, getting them to understand how to build their networks so that we can, when we come in, it's not such a tough job to figure out what the adversary did. I mean, a lot of that is just plain IT advice, having your asset list, documentation, and everything like that. I feel very strongly that a really big key of cybersecurity is education, training. The agencies need to have training for their SOC people. So I think that CISA being able to emphasize the training aspect for the technical ability, remediation, really helping out agencies more on the day-to-day stuff that they can get better on without it getting down to the wire in an emergency and then we coming in. I mean, we shouldn't be waiting for the last bit. So I'm really excited about helping a broad spectrum of things like that.
Awesome. Okay, a couple more questions. So you have earned the reputation for being someone who has transitioned from a very technical SME into a trusted leader that can give advice and speak strategically. How did you manage that transition?
You have to speak to both sides, Austin. You have to speak the tech, you need to be able to talk to analysts, and you have to be able to put those things into a context that the management deals with. And that's not dumbing it down. That's not at all. I mean, most of the management at CISA is very technical in their own right, but there's different priorities. And so having a broad view of an organization from the ground up, from the analyst, hands-on keyboard, to the kinds of decisions that are made at the very top, understanding that all those things come together into one organization is really important. So that's really, I haven't dismissed, just don't dismiss when, priorities are higher in the management field. You just kind of understand what's going on at that level, and then just talk to it, understand that all those things are important. And I think that's really served me well.
So being that we are now in, our reality is COVID, and you've had to work on some of the just craziest incidences that our nation has ever faced, what do you do to have fun and stay balanced despite all the craziness?
Just not having, don't put all of your hobbies in one computer. Have non-computer hobbies, being able to, if the day ends, just step away from the computer and do something else, not having a screen. And that's really hard for technical people because a lot of our hobbies are technical. But when you're really focused on that and you need that break, especially now with COVID, having screens in your face all the time, being able to step away and do something like gardening or sewing or something is really valuable.
Okay, and so final question. What advice would you give to someone interested in starting a career in cybersecurity with CISA?
I'd say go take responsibility for it yourself. Come up with a lab at home, do a virtualization, put an ESXi server in your house, play with stuff, download things from the internet there, like images, learn Linux. Just keep trying at your own. Don't wait for the job to come along that's going to teach you, because you need to be able to go in there and say, yes, I've actually tried doing this. I have a home lab. I have familiarity here. And employers are really going to pay attention to that. And then you can pull yourself up from those bootstraps and get going.
Okay. Anne, thank you so much for making time to talk with us today. And thank you for your work in protecting our infrastructure. I know that I enjoy our electricity and the amenities that I absolutely take for granted every day. And you're the one who is out there protecting that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, guys. That's such a great interview with Anne Galchat. as personally as a female in cybersecurity, we're definitely a minority in the field. And so it's good to see other women in the field and hopefully inspire more women at any age to enter cybersecurity and the general tech workforce. And there's a lot of organizations out there that can help mentor or help develop the diversity and inclusion that we're looking for and need in the tech industry. So it's great to see that interview. So just as a small update, the deadline extortion threat is about 10 minutes away, and we definitely want to watch that as that's where a lot of the scores are going to change. A bunch of attacks are going to happen, and they're designed to be vicious and remove executables that they worked so hard to get. And if that happens, they won't be able to restart their systems, and it'll make the systems defunct. So that's really that's going to be the true test right there.
Definitely. I mean, it comes back to what you were just talking about, the diversity and inclusion. That also comes down to skill sets, making sure your team isn't just one skill set only. You're communicating, there's a whole soft skill aspect to a lot of things. I mean, you still need that hard technical skill. Don't get me wrong there. Without that, what are you doing really? You can't be wandering around. But having that team dynamic and trusting one another is going to be important, especially when it comes to these things, especially high pressure, and they know the extortion's coming up. So let's look at the scoreboard here, Cindy. What do you see here?
So it looks like Hack You Back in Time is still number one. Looks like they also just noticed a lot of failed SSH logins. So that's a bit of a red flag right there. We have a Shell Collecting Club in second place, Stamp 0001 in third, 99 Problems in fourth, and Cyber Enthusiasts in fifth. And now Hack You Back in Time is looking at Open Ports, and they're in 911. So they are leading the way.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at the different logs of what's going on. Sorry, my screen's a little blurry, so it's hard to read the text here, but it looks like they're looking at their log inserts for what's being used. Correct me if I'm wrong. I apologize if that is incorrect. This extortion is really going to make or break this competition of who's going to take the lead and take home the President's Cup. Who's the best in the federal government, and that's the point of the President's Cup cybersecurity competition. So I think it's going to be pretty exciting in the next 5 minutes of what's going to happen.
And looks like we're going to be going to 99 Problems at headquarters. Looks like there's a little development going on there. They are trying to access all the systems there to determine what each system is.
Yeah, just for a reminder, or those who are tuning in, essentially a water pipe burst in the server room of all things, and unlikely scenario does happen. So they had to pull everything out, put it into a new, closet essentially, and rewire everything. And now they have to make sure it's compliant though. They can't just put it on a flat network segmentation, isolate important services, making sure it's available to those who need it, especially their teammates out in the field. What they can't do is just put everything up and hope it just works. They have to follow some of these instructions of what's compliant. So we're actually looking at kind of their compliance sheets. Oh, they're zooming in for me. That's really nice. But you can see, there's their internal router, what's being connected, what are those gateways for other systems to connect to, and that being routed to wherever it needs to go, internet, other services that they have.
Yep, and we're seeing from the same team, 99 Problems, that they are filling out the report form. So
yeah, they're just making sure they do what they need to do. I think a big part of this too is they should only be doing what they need to do. And that's a big part. Their job is just to get everything up and running. If they're doing extra stuff, they're really going to waste some time there. So hopefully they're sticking to the scope. And being a cybersecurity, professional, you see things and you're like, I could fix that, but that's not. You need to make sure you work with the administrator with the proper channels to make sure that that's, let them know about that vulnerability if you see it. And there might be intention for that, might not be. But right now, it's
Yeah.
really prioritized. Get that. Go ahead, Cindy.
Yeah, no, that just what you mentioned there reminded me of something that's important, is that a lot of challenges here have certain job roles attached to them. So in real life, you're not going to go in there and just fix everything. Everyone has their own job title and job duty, and they're responsible for that portion. So what really makes the best team here is each person might have a particular skill set, or they have their job to do, and be able to fuse all those skill sets to get through these challenges.
We're about 6 minutes, I believe, away from the extortion. All the teams in their cities will be attacked at once, according to the deadline of the extortion. Let's hope they looked at the clues that are out there about what type of threat actor this is, from the email, from the different things that they're seeing in the logs, to really lock those down, so that they're prepared. Otherwise, I don't think they can really recover in a good enough time and bring 911 call center back up.
Definitely. So we're going to take a look at the video that Shell Collecting Club would be seeing thanks to their success with the mobile command center. They managed to upload the data on the various needs across the area and deduplicated and shared it with home base.
Awesome.
So,
looking forward to it.
Great for them.
High winds and freezing temperatures continue to pound the area hard. National Guard troops are working around the clock to provide relief efforts, but we are receiving many reports from citizens who are trapped without food, medicine, or basic survival gear, such as blankets and flashlights. The Disaster Relief Task Force is reporting that their telephone lines are overwhelmed with requests for aid. However, they have made some progress thanks to the coordination with local NGOs in identifying citizens with critical needs.
It looks like that's what Shell Collecting Club was able to do with the NGO data, being able to upload it on the mobile command center. That's a giant truck, jury with a whole bunch of computers. You might have seen some in some weird movies that have fake hacking in it. I'm not going to name it. They have to load balance all that data through a satellite dish using Raspberry Pis. Big aspect to all of this is making sure that they don't have any duplications or missing data from the different NGOs. So that way the National Guard can make one trip, they're safe and sound, and can get to everyone. It looks like we have something else coming up right here. Cindy, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so it looks like Shell Collecting Club is now updating their IP table rules, and that's to keep their 911 center safe from a known vulnerability in the VoIP system. They discovered a report of an unpatched vulnerability in the VoIP system. So
yeah,
it's good that they're taking a look at those reports, because those reports carry a lot of information.
Definitely. IP tables, by the way, is just a unique. It's a specific firewall system. Essentially, I prefer IP tables for Unix, Linux systems. I find it easier, but there are more advanced ones with GUI, graphic user interface, to make it easier for you. But I think between IP tables, pfSense, it's a really great starting area if you're looking to get into network defense and networking. I think it's pretty important that they did find that payload, though, that vulnerability, especially with when it comes down to any packet containing dead beef. So that's really where the exploit's coming from. Literally, the word dead beef, DAED, DEF. There's a whole history behind dead beef. It's kind of interesting if you look it up. But essentially, if that code is shown up in a packet at the very beginning, it will cause a whole crash. So if they set up those IP table rules perfectly to check all the packets, make sure there's no dead beef in the front, they're good to go. They're blocking the exploit. But if they do it for anything, that's it's still good. It's just not as refined for that specific vulnerability. They might not allow traffic that they need in the future to come through. You never know. Cindy,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, no,
Go
you're good. There can definitely be valid traffic with dead beef elsewhere in the packet. So it's important to not craft a rule that's too broad. Because, yeah, you definitely keep an eye out for any packet starting with dead beef in the payload, because that'll cause the executable to crash. So, yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt real quick because this is kind of neat stuff. The sudo, we're seeing that stat being used on the command line here. Sudo is essentially admin privileges for specific users, so they're not using the local admin, which is root on most Linux boxes, probably all. So you can actually assign it to specific users. So you have that logging of who is using those escalated privileges. You don't want everybody in your company to have admin privileges on your computer. Stuff gets installed that shouldn't be installed, and it creates a whole nightmare of beyond belief. What we also saw was netstat, which just allows you to see all the different connections that your computer has, including ones that your computer is listening for. So if you have something open or for a specific service, it's a really neat way to see what's connecting to your computer. A little scary at first too, because you're like, what is that? I don't know what you are, and why are you connecting to it?
Yeah, and now it looks like Shell Collecting Club has is adding some HHS rules. So looks like they're getting on that right now.
That's going to be a big one. SSH, for those who might not know, essentially it just allows you to log into the computer, usually through the command line, or pretty much only through the command line. And there's different rules that you can put into play, such as root, which is that local admin escalated privilege. Can't sign in from anywhere else but within that box. Only certain users. You can put it so that a specific certificate, can be connected to that signing in. That's kind of like multi-factor aspects to it. So you have to have matching aspects.
Absolutely. I wanted to point out really quick that we're 2 minutes away from the extortion deadline. So it's on now.
Yeah. If they're locking down SSH, they might have found that vulnerability that's related to this. From my understanding, being able to, from my evil sources, not really, just kidding, but this was through, they were able to brute force through Hydra, a password cracking software, to brute force weak passwords for SSH essentially, and it was able to grab those authorized key files so they can just log into as privileged accounts throughout the 911 data center. So if they're able to go through and not lock those down, they're not going to get it back. They have, really great way to stay in the system and really lay out their attack. Looks like we only have 30 seconds.
Less than a minute. Yeah.
So go ahead.
Less than a minute, seconds, if not 20 by now until the attack. So excited to see what happens.
The attack happens at 45 minutes left. As you can see with the scoreboard, actually you can see it on the clock. So we have 24 seconds and counting. It happens at 45 minutes left. So with the scoreboard here, though, it can be anybody's really game. They can take home the President's Cup if they did the 911 call center correctly, if they were able to patch and fight off that extortion. So go ahead.
There's going to be a lot of attacks fired off, so it'll take a few minutes for them all to complete. And as attacks fail or succeed, they may or may not score points.
Yep.
So, yeah. Hack You Back in Time is still currently in first place, but that the leaderboard could flip at any time.
And I'm getting reports that the attacks are happening now. So every single one each attack that has failed, they get to have points. So that second to last column on the right, E911, is where we're going to really pay attention to see who is successful with this scenario, this challenge. So I think just in a few minutes, we will see some updates, and we'll maybe even get some live coverage of what's going on there.
Absolutely.
And I think we want to go ahead, Cindy. I thought you said something.
Oh, just we'll see in the one empty column, second from the right.
Yep. I would like to say though, like I've been to a couple dozen collegiate cybersecurity competitions, some major ones that are pretty popular throughout the collegiate, like any CCDC, CPTC. I like this one a lot because it really puts everything together in this live scenario that you're getting messages about what you're doing and not doing in a timely manner. Are you prioritizing correctly? Are you not prioritizing correctly? And it really lays out kind of those roles, which I see a lot of teams struggle in that collegiate setting. They don't have those defined roles, those defined, what should you be doing? Are you lead? Are you the network operator? Are you the threat analysis? And that's also what's great about this too. They added a threat analysis aspect to this for kind of on the Intel side, which is pretty hard to do and really test that knowledge. So I'm very excited about this competition. It really puts a whole new element to it.
Absolutely. And we're going back to headquarters again with Hack You Back in Time.
It looks like they're just filling out their report of what did they do, which is pretty important to do. So you let your other people know like what was done, what's not done, especially in a time like this. Big snowstorm hit, bunch of stuff going down. HQ's water pipe bursted in the server room again. So just get what you need to get up and running, right?
Yeah, their reports seem to include that the attack is happening in the 911 center and any pertinent information related to that. I also wanted to make a side note that although this is a simulated or simulated type competition, and it's not a real story, these type of things do happen in real life. So just to keep that in mind, that these kind of events, these kind of issues, incidents do and can happen.
Exactly. So, I'll cover what's going on the screen. This is essentially them in a remote access droid so that they can have be in the environment, especially with this remote posture, so they can access the computers, they can walk around the rooms just like they have to in real life. And so that they know, how things work, the MOF net, so they can connect to the different computers. And it looks like we're moving to the 911 and back and forth between the 911 and to the HQ here, just to show what's going on. You did get to see kind of that back room for a little bit of the all the network connections and the server racks that they're putting out. So it looks like this person that we're watching
seems to be trying to cover two missions at once.
Yeah, which I guess they're trying to make sure they're keeping track of what's going on in the 911 data call center and what's going on in HQ, so they can finish the HQ one up.
Yeah. So your screen probably isn't flickering. The person is rapidly switching between all the machines.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to go back on what you were saying of these are. I like these because these simulations, these scenarios are pretty close to real world of what could actually happen. What are things that response, what are potential attack vectors or potential consequences of everyday life, ransomware in hospitals, right? Shutting down the ER, that diverts ambulances. Might not have been as big of a deal for the ambulances, but then now there's a snowstorm. And the data center, I know we didn't cover it with us, but a lot of them solved that. But that had the snowplow tracking system. That's huge. To make sure that they're salting the roads and they do that in order, right?
Yep. And I believe same with the fire truck reports, that making sure that they're not mixing certain chemicals together to create a potential explosion or anything like that. And just thinking of my supply chain background, thinking of third-party vendors or where else threat vectors could occur. So, what about if you have a VoIP system that from another company that has a vulnerability in it, and that allows incidents to occur, and just thinking about all that as well. So lots of great exposure here, especially for those who are newer to the field and or are just wanting to learn and just see a bit of everything coming together.
Definitely. I couldn't agree more here. Looks like we're right now just shifted to cyber enthusiasts. They're currently sanitizing that data, kind of going back to our earlier comments about dirty data. Might not be the same across the board. Anybody who's worked with a lot of data in Excel knows that nightmare. So they're trying to sanitize that, make sure that there's no duplications, because we don't want to go back to the same household over and over and over again for medicine, food, emergency supplies, and sending that back to home base so that they can, get that out to the National Guard, essentially.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at 99 problems now, and the whole team is working on the headquarters challenge.
Yep, they're getting, looks like they have, 2 of them are looking kind of at what they need to do. It looks like they're, divide and conquer, right? And hopefully, I wish we could listen to some of their conversations, but we can't. But just to hear that team dynamic aspect of, do you have this? I'm seeing this. I think that's a really important aspect when it comes to cybersecurity, because there's so much data. There's so many skill sets. I mean, you can go to the NIST NICE Cybersecurity Workforce Framework out there that goes over a whole bunch of different cybersecurity roles. I'm no longer on the technical side. I'm more on the policy side. And so there's even elements there that are really important that I can bring to a policy aspect that makes sense. And so if you're not like great with computers, for example, and you're afraid of it, but you're interested in cybersecurity, there's an area here for you, right? So I think it's kind of important to bring that out, even though that's not what this competition's for, right? This one's really about who's the most technical, who has those team dynamics down like a real team.
Yes, and looks like we're going to check in on the leaders now, hack you back in time. And they're split between 911 and headquarters as well. But yeah, just to add to that briefly is if you're new to cybersecurity, you can definitely, and you still don't know what you want to do, you can definitely go on the NICE framework and you can kind of see the roles on there and see the roles that are aligned with this challenge, and kind of see what part you're enjoying the best, and try to go down that route and learn as much as you can.
Yeah. There's 35 minutes and change here. So you saw one teammate looking at the scoreboard and they're kind of knowing like, oh, we might win this. But the attacks are happening still. So attack packets are going out there. We're actually seeing them right now.
They're live.
Yep. I know it looks like a lot of gibberish to some people, but for others who kind of know this, they're getting to see all the different things that this thing's trying to do. So we might actually be able to see if they're putting dead beef in front of those packets. Let's see if those firewall IP table rules are dropping those, essentially. And we're actually going to be cutting away to an interview shortly, but we definitely want to just cover this for a little bit. And once his interview is done with Jeff Hale, I believe, his second part of his interview, we'll definitely come back to what else was going on. By the way, that was live traffic. That wasn't, that's the real stuff that happens. Not like in the movies where it's all user interface stuff and graphics. That's the raw data of what's going on.
Raw data.
Yep. And they're checking that, checking their firewall rules to make sure nothing's getting going. So we're going to cut to that interview right now. We'll come back to you with even more details as the attacks go on.
So many of the viewers have likely never worked in a high tempo operations center and would probably be surprised at just how much happens behind the scenes to make it look like nothing happened. So when you do your job really well, that means everything keeps working the way it's supposed to. So to help us understand just how much work goes into ensuring everything continues to run smoothly despite the chaos, can you describe what it was like to be at ground zero during the week of the election?
That's probably an apt comparison. We like to think of ourselves, it's like the offensive line. If I'm on camera, something's wrong. So this has me very, this has me very concerned. The week of Election Day, we had been in an operational posture for about 35 days prior, where high engagement with the intelligence community, high engagement with law enforcement, high engagement with our private sector partners and election officials, so that all these sources of input were getting ingested and analyzed so that we understood activity against networks, so that we had a rapid understanding of potential consequences if anything became serious. We were able to turn information around back to network defenders and election officials rapidly. One of the cooler items, in my opinion, was our ability to rapidly identify, attribute, and report back out to election officials on Iranian activity, targeting both voters and election infrastructure. Once we started hearing reports from stakeholders, it was 27 hours later that we were able to have a public press conference that provided attribution, that understood the objectives of this activity, understood the scope, and was really able to get the information back into the hands of election officials for their defense of their systems.
So 27 hours might sound like a lot of time, but considering what's at stake, how much needs to go into that, that's moving really fast.
Tremendously, considering attribution, certainly not done by my team, but done by other parts of the organization, done by the intelligence community and our law enforcement partners. There's a lot that goes into that. So having the coordination, the collaboration that we did, the partnerships that we built around election security, this was government moving faster than it ever does before. It was a phenomenal environment that was a pace that isn't easy to maintain, but through important events like the election, this was one where I believe probably 600 to 700 CISA employees were all focused on how to best secure elections in advance of November.
Wow. So for you personally, thinking back to the time leading up to the week of the election, can you tell us what it was like to be on the front lines of such a highly scrutinized election?
I wouldn't necessarily put us on the front lines. It's certainly our election stakeholders are the ones who are doing this day in, day out. So we're focused on how we can add value to them, how we can anticipate their needs. Honestly, when they're in the middle of conducting early voting, like that week or that close to administering an election, they're using less of our services and relying more on us for information sharing. What are we seeing? What are the threats? What type of risk can we characterize? So we at CISA are engaging with our law enforcement partners, with the FBI, with our intelligence community partners to ensure that we have as timely a picture to push out to this community as we can. That's where a lot of the value resides. Now that we're so many days past the election, it's about how do we help them make informed decisions on the systems that they implement, so the job shifts for us. But in those high, tense operational windows, it is what is the threat? What are we doing to minimize it? How do we respond in kind?
So speaking more to you all helping after the election, you've released a graphic novel called Real Fake to help communicate the dangers and risks of disinformation and misinformation. Can you tell us how this effort got started and what we can do as average citizens to help reduce the spread of disinformation?
Thanks, Austin. I appreciate this question. This really started because you're not going to solve the challenge of misinformation and disinformation if you only orient it around election cycles. This could be a generational problem. And so we wanted to create something that reached a slightly different audience than our typical network defender. And so we were thinking, how can this appeal to the public? How can it reach college-age school kids, high school-age kids, to help start to put into context the way that mis and disinformation can move individuals to positions or opinions or beliefs that may not be founded in fact. So we wanted to start to discuss this and educate on the risks that are that this kind of threat vector presents. It was a novel approach in creating a graphic novel for SUSE, so we were happy to give it a try. We were able to put out things like PSAs, public service announcements with the FBI about other dedicated disinformation activities, but our real goal is to start to build a catalog of resilience materials that help people understand the threats and risks associated with mis and disinformation, and start to be able to take action so that they are less susceptible to it. You can often draw a parallel to susceptibility to phishing as that type of attack on the person, using them as the weakest link in the chain. And the same parallel applies with mis and disinformation.
Well, it sounds very exciting and fulfilling to be a digital guardian on the front lines defending our nation against adversaries. So what advice would you give someone who might be interested in a career doing this type of cyber defense?
Oh, it takes all kinds. There are people on my team that focus purely on communications, on how to effectively spread our message to stakeholders. There are those who focus on the analysis side and characterizing risk. We have partners focused on pre-bunking and debunking misinformation and disinformation in the most academic way possible through things like our rumor control page. So really, this is not a technically focused mission necessarily. It should appeal to those who have great technical understanding, but it should also draw upon those policy folks, the engagement folks, the partnership folks, and everyone who can really help to make a robust national security defense mission.
So Jeff, thank you so much for making the time to meet with us. I know that you are incredibly busy, and I gotta admit, like when I heard that we had a graphic novel, I was like, what? This is making graphic novels? Because you may not believe me, judging by my background, but I'm somewhat of a nerd. So I was like, graphic novel. So I actually read it and I was like, this is pretty good. Like the art was awesome. Like the story was interesting, the character development, and it was the first of a series. So I was kind of excited to be like, oh, we're really doing this. This is real. So I personally appreciate your effort, because you're absolutely right. Trying to find new ways to help people combat misinformation and disinformation is a very challenging thing. So way to go on figuring that out. That's pretty awesome.
Hey, thanks, Austin. Yeah, there's a whole series that we're looking to come out with. The next one's going to be focused on disinformation, or at least touch on disinformation around 5G. And so it is, we're excited. It's definitely a new way. We tried to do that War on Pineapple at one point to discuss mis and disinformation. But we're attempting to exhaust every approach to communicate risks and build resilience to mis and disinformation across the community.
Well, Jeff, thank you for your time, and thank you for defending our nation.
Thank you.
I love that. With Jeff's mention about youth in tech, it's so important to be able to teach tech savviness to the next generation, but also to all demographics. combating misinformation and disinformation is just becoming more and more key in today's climate. And a graphic novel is such a great way to teach that. Storytelling is very effective in being able to teach principles and help facilitate understanding of concepts. So that's just awesome. And I'm so happy to see that out there. Now, cutting back to the leaderboard, thus far, it looks like more or less it's the same ranking. So first place currently is Hack You Back in Time, followed by Shell Collecting Club, Stamp 0001, 99 Problems, and following that is Cyber Enthusiasts. And it looks like all teams have scored some or all of the points for the data center mission. And they've restored municipal services as well. So that's excellent.
Just a reminder, the data center is the one building that a crane fell down. The building is not stable, so it's not safe for people to come in, but they still need to get everything up and going, running. Looks like we're just waiting on what's going on. We're gonna take a look at some of the news footage that the teams would get based on their performance, if they were able to get certain things up and running or not.
Returning to one of our developing storm-related incidents, we have some good news to report out of downtown today. Earlier today, a large construction crane collapsed onto a local municipal complex, which housed, among other things, a municipal data center. The damage from the accident caused widespread outages of a variety of services critical to emergency response efforts. Thankfully, we can now report that all critical services have been restored. According to DR Task Force spokesperson Rebecca Lane, a team of specially trained disaster relief task force responders deployed a group of experimental remote access droids, or RADs for short, in order to access the building and effect repairs to all critical systems. Municipal Services Director Jonathan Topper's office has released the following statement. Thanks to the heroic efforts of the Disaster Release Task Force, I am pleased to announce that all critical services are back up and running. Our snow removal program is operating at full capacity, and many of the main thoroughfares are already beginning to be cleared. While your roads may appear passable, I encourage all citizens to continue to shelter in place where possible and to avoid travel unless absolutely necessary for the preservation of life. Conditions are shifting rapidly, and we need to keep access corridors open for emergency responders. Back to you, Carol Little.
And we're back. I'm Ron. I'm kidding. It's Aaron. So that was just a news prompt of them being successful with the data center municipality. I cannot pronounce that word. I apologize. Services back up and running. So I'm with my host Cindy here. We're just kind of looking at right now 99 problems. Team 99 problems. Excuse me. They haven't fixed malware in the hospital. Cindy, anything on that?
Yeah, just looks like we're seeing them attempting to reverse engineer the malware to extract the decryption code. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say they need to find that decryption key. Some other teams have found that in the malware, which is uncommon in in the real world now, but it does happen out there. It looks like we're now looking at the cyber enthusiasts who are uploading their data via a mobile command center, big satellite dish, stormy weather. They got some Raspberry Pis, which are small, tiny computers, not a lot of power, but if you can load balance them together, they can really be a powerhouse on themselves.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Just to add really quick, that Raspberry Pi is especially for newcomers to tech of any sort, are a great way to learn and practice some hands-on skills. You can work on programming, scripting, all sorts of different projects that you can work on to help you learn that hands-on and in a fun and easy way. And looks like we have some breaking news. Hack You Back in Time has scored 2,000 points for E911. So that is awesome. Congrats to them.
That is amazing. That
So
really
that,
pulls them ahead. Let's see if Shell Collecting Club might have something, but they just secured their whole city. I hope that, you know, if my city ever has a challenge, that I have that team to you know, protect my friends and family and all, you know, all the constituents throughout the United States. So they are.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think they secured that lead, that pulled them ahead. And I don't think they can be caught at this point, but we will see if that somehow changes. But it looks like they're sitting pretty.
And there's only 18 and change left in this competition. So we're gonna look at their screens right now. Hack you back in time. Looks like they're just finishing up the HQ networking aspects, getting everything back up and running. So some of us are looking kind of at the player 4 and 5 here, or just looking at that network, server rack, with all the different network switches and router.
And they have some partial credit on some challenges, so they can still drive up the score.
Yeah, I think they could probably, with the NGO data, maybe they didn't clean up the data, or it's taking a while to load it up. They didn't load balance those Raspberry Pis to upload quick enough, and that does take time. So I think we're looking at kind of the fight for third place and maybe second, but I think it's mostly third place now.
Yeah, I was going to say, looks like it's more of a battle for third place and so on and so forth. So all of these teams are really like at the top of their game. So you never know. You could have a different day and it could have been another team. So they're all winners. It would be an honor to be sitting in or listening into either one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, to remind everyone, we had, I believe it was 294 teams that started at the very beginning of the President's Cup, and this is the top 5 teams in the nation for, that represents the federal government, right?
Yes. Looks like second is looking to be a clinch for Shell Collecting Club, and we're going to be looking at cyber enthusiasts as well. Keep an eye on them. They're still trying to reconfigure the network for headquarters. So
let's see what's else here. I think, you know, a good thing you were talking about kind of those Raspberry Pis and taking on your own, learning on your own. I think that's what's really neat about this profession, this field, this industry, is you really can practice at home in a safe way, ethical way, that you're not breaking any laws or anything like that. There's a ton of information out there. And the community is there to help too. And we've seen that with all the different interviews going on. I self-taught with a bunch of friends. I was lucky enough to have a professor who was willing to give us resources and give us a chance and meet every week on that. Going to those competitions. Not everyone gets to do that, and I really hope that everyone else gets those opportunities to do that.
Yeah, I like to say find a mentor, because it's very true. Find a mentor and find someone who can help you navigate. Looks like we have a little update that we're going to move to, I think we're going to move to the current third place team, Stamp.
Yeah. It looks like one's looking to scoreboard, obviously, but what I'm trying to tell from these screens, one might be trying to reverse malware right now for the hospital, if I'm not mistaken. That is player 1. You're probably looking for the decryption key, what it's doing. Pretty neat stuff when you're starting to reverse engineering, especially if you like those challenges. It's kind of like a nice puzzle of trying to figure out what is going on. So I think they can, looks like, possibly catch up to, or 99 Problems could catch up though, depending on how they do. With, you know, it doesn't look like they touched HQ yet, so that's a big aspect. And if they get the hospital up and running.
Absolutely. And whichever team gets the key will get third place. So
it's just a matter of time. If you have someone who knows how to reverse engineer, or someone who has tampered, you know, with that, they could find that key, and that's all you really need to get that back, right? Get those files unencrypted, getting those services back up and running, and then it cascades to the next stuff So auto pharmacy with that pin, finding which file has that. So I think we're looking at third place is going to essentially be whoever gets the hospital up and running, and they're kind of good to go there.
Absolutely.
What else are we here for?
I was going to mention as well that going back to Raspberry Pis, there's and really other projects in tech, you can just go online, lots of resources out there across different sites. There's even sites where it's built to make it so that you can hack them or try different skill sets. I've seen sites where you can kind of build your own computer, or you can do this, or you can do that, and they're just great to practice on without really damaging anything.
We got some breaking news here, real quick, Cindy. Sorry for the interruption, but it looks like Hack You Back in Time has scored 2,000 for the 911 challenge. So it looks like that's 2 teams who, oh no, just the 1 team, excuse me, who only got that 911 aspect. Sorry. I got a late message here. My bad. Continue what you're saying. I apologize, that one.
Oh, you're totally good. So yeah, looks like we're gonna kind of check out Hack You Back in Time and see what's going on with them and what they're seeing on their end.
An extortion attempt aimed at the local 911 call center could have ended in disaster for the community's safety, but swift action from the Disaster Relief Task Force has prevented catastrophe with their amazing technology and fast work. DRTF spokesperson Rebecca Lane provided the following comment. In the interest of expediency, DRTF personnel provided remote assistance in rapidly securing local emergency response networks. I am pleased to report that at this time, it appears that these criminals have failed in their despicable endeavor. All emergency services are currently operational. Rest assured that if you are in need of assistance, 911 is there to provide it.
So that is what they would see if they're successful. So only 1 team has been successful from preventing the extortion attempt on the 911 call center. As everyone would realize, that's a pretty important thing to have up and running, especially during their current scenario, which is a snowstorm and a bunch of services going down, right? So that 911 extortion is essentially threat analysis, understanding who is potentially the one going to attack and trying to extort the 911 call center. And they're using different clues throughout the area, the alive environment that they have, possibly tweets, possible messages, and the email that they receive to understand what could be potentially attacking them. And they're very specific because each threat actor out there has their own techniques and ways they would like to do things. This one was more of, they used Hydra to figure out those passwords, be able to grab those certificates for SSH login, which allows you to remote into your computer, and also their VoIP system, which is their voice over IP of how the phones would work. They found a vulnerability that the third party didn't really patch at all, which essentially is a certain phrase that they put into the packets, which are the pieces of information that helps the internet move around and the information you get back and forth to your computer. That is a very rough way of explaining the internet right there. I apologize. So I think that, go ahead.
No, just that, yeah, it works. I just wanted to point out really quick that the 911 portion is related to cyber defense analyst and cyber defense under the NICE framework. So if this part is exciting to you, take a look at those areas.
Definitely, and that's a big part of this this presidential cup cybersecurity competition, is to go over the multiple different roles that there are in this world around cybersecurity. Excuse me. So right now we're actually looking at kind of one of the network closets of them trying to put everything back up at the HQ. So what's interesting with this one is if they don't do set this up correctly, they could really lock themselves out due to a broadcast storm, which is just switches talking to each other over and over again, and really just drown themselves out.
Talk about cohesiveness with teams. If you don't have that, you basically have your own relay of sorts. But yeah, it looks like they have the correct configuration, but the team didn't get full points, so they probably made a mistake in their report somewhere.
That's just like real life. If you do everything correctly, but you can't communicate that to, who you're reporting to, that's what they receive. They're not going to be able to come down to the trenches and look over your work. They have other things that they need to do, decision points that they need to make, and other teams that they're trying to get resources and manage. So sometimes double checking your work, just like we do, we learned in school, is important, especially when it comes to these types of things. So regardless, we don't do participation points here. It's, what you submit. So that's a real shame.
You're carving your own fate here.
Yeah. So the President's Cup, I think we should talk about kind of the executive order that came out about that. It was really to identify, the best in the federal network, or excuse me, federal government, of making a competition every year to really have the opportunity to see who are the stars within our federal workforce.
Absolutely. I think our first President's Cup competition was last year. So this is barely our second one. And as you can see, it does draw a lot of attention and a lot of interest. So it's, I know when I first heard about it, I was super excited to see something like this happen. I volunteered for the last one, actually, more on the back end, and just facilitating and assisting wherever my help was needed. But I remember thinking how something like this was long overdue, and I was really happy and excited to see it finally come about, and the amazing efforts that all the staff, employees, etc., were able to really create this from the ground up and have it turn out just amazing. So I'm so excited to see where this competition can go. I think it can go above and beyond, and really, it has unlimited potential. So
it really does. I mean, we're only doing these cybersecurity roles. We have cyber defense, incident responder, cyber defense forensics analyst, cyber defense infrastructure support specialist, cyber defense analyst, exploitation analyst, vulnerability assessment analyst, software developer, network operations specialist. I mean, there's a whole bunch. I mean, that's only to name, 8 roles, and there's a whole bunch in the nice NIST framework for cybersecurity workforce. Any federal employee can participate in kind of that qualifier round. I think we had 700 plus do it in the first round. I have the exact numbers somewhere, but I don't want to search on the computer right now. But I think as this even goes more and more, I think we're going to have some really cool stuff in the future that we're going to get to see.
Absolutely. And just really quick, 99 Problems is looking for the key matches in the hospital. And if they find the key by reversing the malware, they'll take third.
Looks like they found it. So, or they have a typo. So let's see if they can start unencrypting all systems. This will probably be exciting. I mean, what is that for third place? That they might pull ahead then on third place on that. So it's just a matter of time.
And if you think about it, like I mentioned earlier, all of these teams are really just peak, and they're really just minutes or seconds behind each other. So it really shows you how close the race really is.
I mean, they only have 5 more minutes to get third place. I mean, this is where literally where let's see, hopefully they don't crack under pressure. I mean, this is a lot of stress because you're representing the department or agency that you're coming from, and you want to bring that, placing at least. I mean, they should be proud for getting in the top 5 in the first place. Being able to take home for your agency, and maybe they get something out of it too, besides the bragging rights. That's
you
what
get
I would.
bragging rights and a trophy, and I guess just pride that what your skill sets are helping protect the nation in various ways. So
it looks like
yeah,
he's typing it in wrong, typos, which are real. I mean, one of my first development jobs, I had a semicolon instead of a colon, or no, other way around, and that took hours to figure out. So let's hope they figure that out, because that would be a real shame if they didn't get all those points because of a typo.
This is stuff that happens in real life. I've done it myself. Just why doesn't it not work, and just looking through everything and getting cross-eyed, and then you finally see the typo, and it's so frustrating. But but we're down to the deadline. We're right to the finish line pretty much. So yeah, hopefully they can find that, he or she can find the typo, and just be able to resolve that and, secure third place. Otherwise, the battle for third place continues.
So, all these teams should be proud, though, of being able to do this type of scenario in this type of unique competition, representing their agency. None of them should have their head down at all. It's phenomenal that they're able to come here and do this. I'm really happy that they were still willing to do this, especially with kind of the unique posture that we're in. Before it used to be, live, where everyone was together. Looks like we're going back to another team here that is going over the report. Cyber enthusiasts, it looked like, if I'm not wrong. Yeah,
it looks like it. Yeah.
Yep. So if they get this report right and their configurations are correct, they can get some more points, possibly move up take that fourth place, right? Because I mean, Stamp and Cyber enthusiasts are pretty close together, and all it takes is one challenge being solved. So 2 minutes and change left.
Yes. So
down to the wire.
I could imagine that their hands are probably sweating. They're just sweating bullets right now. Probably just trying to talk over each other, or I wish there was like live feed on that. Just seeing how they're navigating everything right now.
Yeah. I mean, like third place and fourth place, placing real close. So let's see if there's anything neat that comes in the next 90 seconds. Because I cannot imagine just the tense, and they're trying to type so fast, and it's pretty exciting.
Probably nerves caused the typo. Who knows? Just like shaking, and I could totally picture anyone, that happening to anyone. But I think all the teams really should give themselves a pat in the back. They should treat themselves after this, because they're all like cream of the crop and representing the talent that we have in the U.S. So.
I think we should also talk about the DRTF, the team behind this competition too. I mean, they've done a terrific job of getting everything to work together. It looks like 99 problems is made into the pharmacy. Sorry, with seconds left. I mean, that's points right there.
Yeah, that's just scooting by.
Yep. Let's see if they can finish that up and get in. But that kind of I think the team behind the President's Cup should be very proud of this competition, of how well they did. I've seen competitions with all the planning and the execution, and it just falls short. I think this was done really well from what I'm seeing. And I hope we get to interview kind of that winning team to get their perspective of, especially these last 15 seconds of going on. So there's so much to this.
Yeah. 99 Problems still needs to put the system back on the network in order to score. So. And it looks like it's time.
We're done. Woo, they didn't make it. Oh, that's a shame. It is a real shame.
I think I'm sweating for the teams. I'm like.
So I mean, I guess we're going to be wrapping up in the back end here of just trying to figure out who's the final, what we'll get to announce them in a moment here. But I think, just kind of going back to who the people organizing this should be very proud. I think our leaders are extremely proud of them. I'm just happy that they were able to put this on for the competitors. And I just want to thank them too for letting us host this. This is a real privilege to be able to do this. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for letting us to hop on here and just blabble sometimes. I just ramble sometimes. I apologize, but I just thank you very much.
Absolutely. It's an honor to be a part of this project in any way, this competition in any way, shape, or form. This is something I personally am passionate about, just seeing these competitions, seeing the team, seeing skill sets in cyber and tech in general live in action, and seeing how they can play out in a very fun and interesting way that's easy to watch and digestible and applicable regardless of what your current skill set is, if you're a beginner or you're advanced. And I really appreciate that. And I like I said, I can't wait to see how this competition goes in the future. I think it's just fantastic we have something like this, and we have such a great team to pull it together so well, and an honor to even see these teams compete and watch them pull off amazing things. So
excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely, I agreed. I think from right now we'll be coming back shortly. So we're going to show a kind of a quick clip here about the President's Cup, and we'll adjourn with the potential winner.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this live stream event of the President's Cup Cybersecurity Competition. I'm Harry Mortos, the federal lead for the competition, and we wanted to take a moment at the end of our broadcast to thank the hosts first for doing such a great job on the live stream today. They've really made it interesting to watch. We'd also like to thank our technical and broadcast teams for all their hard work year round to put this competition on, and the broadcast team for coming together and putting together an outstanding live stream. We also want to take a moment and thank our CISA colleagues who have supported us year round to make this competition happen. This doesn't happen without your support. Particularly, I want to thank Marilyn Banach, David Beninati, and Aksa Khan, who volunteered to support this competition full-time, and they did an outstanding job. I also want to thank the Secretary of Homeland Security for joining us today and for his remarks. Thank you. And to our esteemed guests and our interviewer, Austin Cusack, thanks for your participation in the live stream and really adding something unique. And most importantly, I want to take a moment and thank our competitors for showing up every year and for doing their best and making this competition as great as it can be. So can't thank you enough. And on that note, we'd love to show you a teaser of what you can expect from next year's competition. Thanks, everyone.